Hello, welcome to the Colosseum. It's been a while since I've done one of these. Been a while. We're doing something different tonight. What's up, Orthodox? How's it going? Orthodox is going to be pretty much moderating tonight so I can actually get in the arena and do my thing. Thank you for doing that, by the way, Orthodox.
No
Very much
problem.
appreciated.
Got to help a homie out.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for panelists, I got some stuff from my
Yeah,
Twitter. If
absolutely.
you wanna go, I don't know, over it.
We can go through it. Yeah. We have 10 people watching across all of our platforms right now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just before we go through that, I'm going to go through how the Colosseum works. It's an open panel blood sports debate show. It is completely open panel. Anyone can come up, anyone can talk about whatever they would like to. We do pose questions, right? So obviously you want to stay on topic of said questions. I believe we have 10 questions tonight. Yes, 10 questions tonight around recent events, all of that. And let me pull it up. There are chat reaction options. So as soon as we get, another panelist up here and we start going, right? I can be dropped tonight. That is a possibility. I can be dropped. Drops can only happen via chat from the Cash App right now until we're monetized, sadly. But here's how it works. Chat reactions is $1. $1 equals 1 minute for removals with a $5 minimum. $20 for a 1v1. If there's two people on the panel that you want to have a 1v1, then you have to donate $20. And then if you want a specific topic, or if you want the host to pick a topic that both of them disagree on, they'll have a 1v1. Then a poll will be put in the chat. Chat always decides at the end of the day. Whoever wins that 1v1 gets to stay, and whoever loses has to go. $50 for a permanent removal for the night. $2 name changes and $3 mutes for 5 minutes. And there is a $40 revive of a contestant. This is how it works. This is how it's operating. Everything has gone through the Cash App. I need to keep this StreamYard alive. If you like the way this looks with all the fancy backgrounds, if you like the way this looks, and if you like shows like The Keeper of the Lores, if you like shows like what Orthodox Guy does or what Garian does or what Snowman does, and you like how we're kind of, creating our own separate community over here, please donate. And hey, I've given you options as well. You can have fun with your donations. It's not just, oh, here's some money. You know what I mean? You can actually have fun with your donations. It will actually do something on the panel. Name changes are really fun and they're cheap too. You can name change whoever you want on the panel.
By the way, the $15 shield does not apply here. That's for another channel. I just got to keep the name up so the person remembers.
Right. Oh, but you're moderating anyways, right? You don't even know it.
I mean, they can still pay to boost me down, and I just come up and moderate, and then go back down until my
That's
time's
fair.
up.
That's fair. That's fair. But I hope everyone understood the assignment. This is what we're doing today. This is what we're going to be doing for the next few hours here. So please, 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 the more panelists, the better. As soon as we get panelists, the better. As soon as we can start this show on the road. See this. Where's my bitch Mike at? Is he panel whoring over here yet? He is not. He is not. Oh, also, I'll have to also say there is a cash prize at the end, by the way, depending on how much we get in cash apps. There is a cash prize at the end of the night. I will cash app you $20 on a base amount, and via how much donations we get, that's how much you're gonna get, or dependent on. I still want to take home something, you know what I mean? But that price will go up. That price will go up.
All right, I got this video on my Twitter pulled up. I just found it. It was kind of funny. It is fake chat. Her 50,000 fake cash checking scam backfired badly.
Sir, I'm telling you, stop touching me. Do not touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Where's my mouth? Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Give me your hand, Mr.
No.
Colbiante. Give me your
Sir,
hand.
do not
You are
touch
under
me.
arrest.
Arrest for what? I didn't
Thank
do
God.
anything.
Give me your hand.
I did not do
Miss
anything.
Payne. Miss Payne.
I didn't, sir. I
You are
didn't do
under arrest.
anything.
Miss Payne, you are under arrest.
Please, where's my mom? Can you get my
Miss
mom?
Payne, you are under arrest.
Can you get my mom? Stop touching me.
Miss Payne, you are under
I'm
arrest.
right now, so stop touching me, sir.
Miss Payne, you are under
Stop
arrest.
touching me.
Miss Payne, you are under
Stop
arrest.
touching me.
Miss Payne,
Krista,
Miss
I'm
Payne.
going to jail for something that I did not do. Bro,
Miss Payne,
stop touching
give me your hand,
me.
Miss Payne.
I'm at the bank trying to get another debit
This
card.
is
And they came in here, a fucking sheriff or something came up in here talking about I'm under arrest for bank fraud. I didn't even do anything. Like,
Stand up, Miss Payne. You're
don't,
under
sir, I'm
arrest.
telling you, don't touch me.
Miss Payne, you're
No,
under
no,
arrest.
I'm not. Don't touch me.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Don't touch me.
you are under arrest, ma'am.
That sound like Gary, and yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Please
Miss
help
Payne,
me.
you're under arrest.
Do you need me
You
to
can figure all
post
this
the
stuff out
stream
later.
link in your channel too?
I already posted it.
You already posted it?
Yeah.
Already under arrest for battery of a police officer and resisting arrest, force, or violence. You are under arrest for attempted bank fraud. So go ahead,
I
please
didn't do
stand
no
up.
attempted bank fraud. I didn't do anything.
I have the probable cause, Miss Payne.
What
Go ahead,
probable
stand
cause?
up.
You didn't show me any evidence.
Stand up for me, Miss Payne.
Krista, call my mama, please.
Miss Payne, stand up.
She outside.
Stand up.
It's 337-426.
What's your thoughts on that,
Uh-oh.
Bumpkin?
Uh-oh. Yeah. She probably should have just got put in handcuffs. Stop it, bro.
This is the.
That's funny, bro.
Oh man, these are fucking diabolical, bro.
Diabolical.
That is diabolical. Come on, you guys, hit the link. We're trying to do a blood sports debate. Come on.
Come on, come on.
We're just shooting the shit until everyone gets on it. This is what I wanted to play on CTs earlier, but because CT and the Africans talking about the Gibbs and shit.
The Gibbs and shit. True.
English people pay for you to have a house?
Maybe they give me house, they give me anything I can need, they
Yeah,
give me.
just give it.
Yeah.
Why?
Because people in England is perfect.
Oh, so you think we're all you think we're all you think we're all rich people? I
Maybe they give me house, they give me anything I can need, they
Okay. Context, I have a poll up on my channel right now saying, did you hit the like on their way in? And or the second option, first option is yes, second option is I am gay. And that dude picked I am gay.
Morning. This is for the South Africans who are going to be entering the United States. This is just a public service announcement. I just wanted to make you aware that the Black people who were students during apartheid, we're grandmas and grandpas now, and we have the ear of Gen Z.
Interesting.
Toothy ass grin on this phenotype just reminds me of things that need to be punched. I'm just gonna
Why?
say that.
No, like why? What is she saying?
That shit right there, that condescending shit, bro. There's a word for it, but I don't feel like looking it up. And it's not even had to do with a black chick. Like, there's plenty of fucking people with that sunken in, self-hating, hating their life phenotype that try to be fucking intelligent and talk shit to people and be insufferable. And it's like black folks, white folks. I've even seen some Hispanics and Asians with it. And this is where you just need to be punched.
And we have the ear of Gen Z.
Gen Zs are more racist and conservative. Yeah, there's a large demographic that are leftist, but they're more racist and or conservative. I don't think you have the ear of anyone.
One more thing. I also want to let you know that our president, he has Secret Service, and you will not. Mm-hmm. I also want to tell you that Black people over here are empowered. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This bitch still thinks. I guess this dumb bitch still thinks apartheid is still going on in Africa. Because I have a little information that some people don't know. If you're white, you can't own a business without having at least a black minority partner.
True.
You literally cannot own a business if you're white in South Africa without a black figurehead or a black business partner. And like people like this is why racism in America will never die. It's not people like me. Because I can hate you or I can dislike you and not want to live around you. But if I see somebody messing with your kids, I still put a stop to it. If I see somebody hungry or needs help, I put a stop to it. I'm willing to be friends and be chill with most people. You cool with me, I'm cool with you. I just don't want you in my house and fucking with my shit.
True.
Bitches like ignorant, stupid bitches like this that don't know the world around her and is saying this dumb shit is acting like apartheid is still. First off, this shows you the mind of the Negro. I love my black guys that were up here, but this is why ultimately I'm just sitting here like, can I really trust black folks? Because this bitch is acting like she was affected by apartheid in South Africa. And you can see you can see by this face that we're looking at a fucking demon. This face right here is demonic.
Yeah.
Like literally, like she thinks she can. Like this is the thing: the South African government is currently calling white people cowards for leaving
their genocide.
A genocide.
Yeah, leaving their genocide. Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, putting you in chains and arresting you and punishing you for your crimes is equal to genociding. Like this is black fragility. This is why I get annoyed when they talk about white fragility. True. This shit is fragile as fuck, and this is what we've dealt with since 1965.
True. By the way,
go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, you're good. By the way, hit the panel link, guys. Yeah, it is fragility though.
My bad. I thought I was muted. But no, like this shit is evil, bruh. At no time have I known any white person to legitimately be able to go on social media and talk like this about a black person without having some type of repercussions. Maybe this woman should lose her job. Maybe she should be hit financially. But she's demonic, so I mean she might not do anything to her.
These are just public service announcements. When you get here, sit your ass down and don't touch nothing. Because you don't have Secret Service. Okay. Now have the day you deserve.
Ugh. Mike from Boston, hit the channel link. Come up on panel.
But no, like I find this shit is retarded.
It's really bad, bro.
By the way, you know, the white supremacist 2020 FBI crime statistics, you know, it's evil and racist. 13% of the U.S. population does not commit 58% of the violent crime. According to Snopes, the FBI crime report actual numbers, African Americans only commit 57.85% of violent crime and make up 13.21%. Just saying.
It's false. It's 57%, not 58%. Oh, my bad.
And this is my biggest argument. And I love you, Jewel of Aquarius, if you pop up, but I seen you doing it yesterday, so you're the example. LOL, you all fell for the divide and conquer. There's only one race, the human race. You have been sentenced to death for the crime of whiteness. Now, I don't actually agree that that's going to happen, but there is a disparity between white people and other brown or ethnic groups in the U.S.
Yeah, there for sure is. Damn, bruh. Damn, we got a bunch of watchers today.
Damn, we want to argue. I want to moderate debates. Also, just putting this out there.
Damn.
Hmm. Meh. Damn. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Model minority.
Jesus.
And they're racially ambiguous.
Yeah. White is 3%. 3%. That's crazy. I did not think it was that low, bro.
Hey, look, anybody, the movie was garbage, but anybody that's seen the movie Civil War, this is a funny ass scene, and this is my hero. What kind of American are you? Completely put it in the movie for obvious reasons, but very funny.
Damn,
Oh,
bro.
by the way, for those of you who claim diversity is a strength, I just want you to know whites were forced into diversity at bayonet point. I'm tired of pretending they weren't. So, just want to put that out there.
Tamika, that is the only effing scene. Oh no, he's a fucking scene in that entire movie worth a damn. That's true.
Oh, that movie.
Garian. This is the Blood Sports Debate. We have 10 topics. I would love for you to come up on panel and debate them. We have 10 general topics. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm on my bullshit because when I was debating CT, I got to be looking at my statistics again.
And statutory grape is discluded?
Yep.
Statutory grape is
Why do you think I've always argued that Hispanics are just slightly less worse than black folks?
Holy, that's crazy that like statutory grape is discluded in that too. So that is legit.
I mean, you kind of have to, because statutory grape isn't grape. It just means that that minor was taken advantage of. They still consented, but we don't let minors make dumb decisions. You know?
Yeah.
And that's why it's considered grape. They do seem to be pretty grapey.
Yeah. So Garian, this is a Blood Sports Debate. We have 10 panel questions. I'm on another panel talking about aliens. We'll be up in an hour or so. All right. Yes, rip Trevor Moore. We miss Trevor Moore for sure.
Who's we? Like Nintendo we? Because I don't even know who that is.
Trevor Moore, whitest kids you know.
Oh.
Yeah, he wrote all the scripts for that and shit.
Oh, he was quite humorous.
He was quite humorous for sure.
I'm trying to find some more. Oh, here we go. Me and Bumpkin, since we're the same person, our favorite saying. Calm waters have never made good sailors. Give the girl from the asylum a chance. Grippy socks.
Grippy box. Let's go. Yo, Halty, come up on panel, man.
At least
sure we'll
my bad. Go ahead.
Maybe we'll find, something we can disagree on so we can get this shit going. I need legitimately one. I'm debating tonight, by the way. Orthodox guy is moderating. I'm debating tonight.
Yeah, I posted the channel in Leftist Spaces and invited Ryan over specifically, but he is streaming right now. And I don't know if
Oh shit, Hasari is here. Hasari, you gotta. Yep, there you go.
Let's get it.
Okay, we're gonna give that a second.
All right. That was good.
Sorry, that was just very hectic when I first brought you up. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Okay. All right.
You're good. What's up, man? How's it going? How you been?
I've been pretty good. How about you? Well, lost my job though.
Oh no, you lost your job?
Yeah, but I got some stuff I'm doing right now. I'm just gonna be doing some side work because in 2 weeks, my buddy's plumbing company, they're gonna pick me up. as an apprentice.
Nice. You got
Yeah,
a
I
little.
got something lined up, and then hopefully this application gets accepted at this CNC machining place, and I'll get trained on as a CNC operator. So that'd be nice. Then shit's going good otherwise. What's up with y'all?
Feeling
Just
pretty
doing
good,
channel.
bro.
Just trying to grow our channels,
Yeah,
networking.
bro. Yeah, bro. Blood sports debate time, blood sports base time. Do me and Hasaria disagree on much? That's the problem.
Probably. I've mellowed out a lot.
You mellowed out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Some people mellow out with age. Some people become more extreme. Let's find
No,
out.
no. I think it's more of the brown girlfriend effect.
Oh. Oh, that gets hold on, that gets
Man, we need a funeral playlist for whenever a white man gets a brown girlfriend.
I know, dude.
Told you never ask white nationalists the color of their girlfriends, man.
I know, dude. It's crazy. I've had to rethink things.
It's true. All right. What?
Power of love, everybody.
All right, moderator. What topic do you think me and him are going to disagree on out of the 10 questions?
What are the 10 questions?
The 10 questions. I feel like I've never written a racist manifesto at this point now. Let me see. All right. The 10 questions are: what is Negro fatigue in your own words, and do you think it is happening in the U.S.? I know for a fact you both agree on that.
Oh yeah, we agree on that one.
What is your opinion on the South African refugees? I'm pretty sure even if y'all have a differing source of opinions, you'll overall agree on that. What if any are the benefits or drain the South Africans will cause? I know y'all more or less agree on that. Do you think Trump is really pulling away from Israel and APAC?
I want to be real. I have no idea about any of that shit because I had no access to internet while that went down. I was out in the desert.
Oof, yeah, you were doing wig nasty things. What are your opinions on the Department of Education? What changes do you think the Department of Education being dismantled will cause, if any? What are your opinions on Doge overall? Do you think that Doge is being honest about the Social Security ages drawing benefits? Are the South Africans cowards for fleeing? Does America have a moral responsibility to help refugees? If so, how do we determine who we help first?
I think we probably agree on all that except for the fact that I'm pro DEI now. Funny.
You're just pro DEI because you were given a DEI girlfriend.
Yes, literally, it'll save so much money in the future.
That's crazy.
Look. All it means is that at the end of the day, it's going to cost less money for us overall, and that's all I care about.
See, he's become a GDP fag.
Yeah, that's crazy. Here's everything that can be done, by the way, via Cash App. The Cash App is at the bottom of the screen.
Genesis Ben from my chat said they take one of ours, we take one of theirs.
I mean, not laws. It would be actually beneficial if you actually came up on panel.
Yeah, it would be great to have you on panel.
But yeah, no. DEI is like a fat W now to me. I like that shit.
Oh my god. You're going to hell for that one.
Yeah, it'll be alright. It'll be alright.
We all agree on those. God damn.
I think we do, yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have an echo chamber. I'm trying my best for it not to be an echo chamber, but leftists, they don't like to engage because they know they get blown the fuck out.
True. Hit that panel link. If you heard the 10 questions, hit that panel link.
I think I made Ryan so angry that he doesn't want to engage. And like, here's the thing: I don't really troll people when I go on their panel, unless it's someone like CT, because CT's whole thing is to troll and joke and mess around. So, I mean, you're a racist, but I still blew you the fuck out of the water.
True.
So
That's all that matters.
And I did that under the guise of being a neocon too, by the way.
Not laws. Literally, all opinions are welcome.
Bumpkin, that's a question for you.
Have you considered alternatives to Cash App like PayPal? Got to get online banking to finish set up in the app. I really haven't considered PayPal, to be honest with you, man. I have been thinking about setting up like a
PayPal will straight up ban you.
Yeah, PayPal has banned me in the past, man. Sorry, Ryan. Is that the Ryan you were talking about, or is that a different Ryan?
Yeah, that's it right there.
Ryan, come up on panel, man. CT is Culture Thug? No.
CT is Chaotic Truth.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. When you said troll, I was like, yeah, that can't be actual CT. No. That can't be Turkish CT. Is that guy even still around?
Who?
CT? Is he still around?
Like Culture Thug?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does an occasional like Rumble stream every now and again.
Has anyone been following Gage lately? I haven't like paid any attention to him after the whole succulent Chinese food incident.
Stop it.
That shit was so fucking funny.
What was this?
You didn't think so? Angelo John Gage, like this is a while ago now, like a year, but he was like went on like an absolute pain.
That's wild.
And then his family left him. And it's like I kind of feel bad about that part, but on the other hand, he kind of brought it on himself in a way. Still sucks to see it happen, but you know, it's like.
Remember that cities grow like trees. When each circle of a highway is another generation fleeing the inner center, you will never have a world without cars when urban youths are doing their thing.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what American city design is based around. Get as far away from black people as physically possible without, driving 4 hours to work.
True. Not laws. Hit the panel link, man. This is.
And I think that's something even liberals can agree on. Like lefties, I think that's something even they can agree on.
No, they're still not ready. The most leftists are not ready.
No. That's like literally their whole like take on like urban sprawl is like, yeah, it's just racist. Which I mean, yeah, in a sense it is. But
where's AR and Calvin when you need them, bro?
I think I upset Calvin yesterday. All right. Which one of y'all is playing Stellaris?
I am.
I am also playing Stellaris.
I'm kind of bored, so I figured I'd hop on Stellaris. So I got nothing to do. I just got to get up early in the morning.
I'm also playing Stellaris. Are you playing racist militant people?
I'm playing authoritarian racist militants.
Oh, I'm playing. Since I have mod, I'm playing fanatic racists, fanatic militants, fanatic authoritarians, slightly religious.
I thought I'd play vanilla since the new update came out. Well, the new update came out.
White people don't spice up their video games.
Oh,
by the way, sorry, I'm black now.
I was gonna say, Pax, I don't think you've been paying attention to the chat. I'm like, or the server. I'm like, they consider me Hispanic now.
Well, yeah. Always have.
You chose.
Yeah, I chose my fate, and I'm happy with it.
You chose your life.
And I am very happy with it.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be a long ass stream. Let me see if I can get anyone up in here.
It is gonna be a long stream.
I made my bed, and I am comfortably lying in it.
I don't think you're lying in it with the way you be talking.
Sure.
Oh, of course, Stormcrow's live right now.
Damn,
what's halted booing?
You dating a Hispanic woman?
Yeah, probably you dating a Hispanic woman.
Well, you know what? It's better than a
Let
white woman.
people enjoy things, Halted.
Oh, for real. True.
Oh, Halted's on board with DEI girlfriends.
Let's go, Halted. Let's go. He gets it.
He's booing not laws.
Okay.
Well, since leftists don't want to join the panel and argue with us, let's have a racist hug box, I guess.
Ah.
Sure. Why not? I got nothing better to do.
We can argue about which European is the best European.
I don't think I'm allowed in that argument anymore.
It depends on who. Are you on me or Bumpkin's side?
I don't know whose side's whose.
You know, Bumpkin's a filthy Anglo.
And you're a dirty German.
I think we're literally the same people, but okay. It's just like.
No, bro.
Yeah,
This is
but Anglos are better. Yeah, but Anglos
this
are
is
better.
this is a purity spiraling channel, all right?
See, I've calmed down. I don't care about that anymore. Sorry. It's over, guys. It's over. I've fallen. I'm gone.
Jesus Christ.
What?
This comment.
Excuse me?
Jesus.
What the fuck?
I mean, some of them freaky bitches is into that shit.
Dang it. Towson University's debate team wins, claiming a historic win. They are the first all-black women's team to win the Cross-Examination Debate Association's national championship. This morning, we have two of the team members here. We have Amina Ruffin and Corey Johnson, both here to talk about the major victory. Ladies, way to go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've made so many people proud in this area. Now we want to pick your brain a little bit as we admire your huge trophy, by the way. That's ridiculous. But I'm going to ask you first. We'll start with you, Amina. What was the topic, first of all?
The topic was restricting presidential war powers authority.
They say the nigga's always already queer. That's exactly the point. It means that the impact is not, that is an impact turn to the that it is a case turn to the affirmative, because we are saying that queer bodies are not able to survive. That necessarily means that the body of the nigga is not able to survive.
We got the topic in about July. And we started doing our research then.
When the nigga sees these pains and suffering, that he can only envision himself, that he does not see another nigga that he can feel sympathy for or embrace, but rather that otherness gets obliterated.
We've been supplementing our research throughout this.
I don't ever want to hear anybody on this fucking YouTube street bitch about how I debate from now on.
Yeah, that shit is insane.
I'm gonna start in the middle of my sentence going.
Disfigured lynching trauma enough. The insight, the trauma representation, the attention to the black child devouring and identifying with the stories and images the white culture brought up to think and act subjectively like a white man, the black man.
So where do you go from there? You know, when you start preparing for a national competition, once you know the topic, what's next?
Well,
women are the most educated demographic in the U.S. The most educated demographic in question.
But you do a lot of research.
Says that the way that the status quo works is through whiteness allowing, forcing other bodies to tell narrations of whiteness and the violences that whiteness does. We say that is the link that we will go through.
This is what happened when education embraces esoteric butthole sniffing.
Well, that's one way to put it, buddy. Yeah, it is interesting. That's definitely words that were spoken.
They were those wordiest words of all time.
Yeah.
True. What's a B1? No, yep, no, I hear that Stellaris in the background, bro.
Yeah, I'm playing Stellaris. What about it? This was well established.
Accurate Bill Burr comedy incoming. Elon is a Nazi, but you know who's worse? A white woman. Dude, my black wife Wolves just bought her a 12-inch strap-on. She's gonna love it.
So true, bestie.
You'll never know Aryan Queen love. I
No,
found
I
it
won't.
funny. You found it racist. That's why I'm happier than you.
Smooth operator. We really need someone to get up here and debate, bro.
We do.
This is wild.
I don't really give a shit. I just got on because I was bored and had nothing better to do tonight.
Ha! Dumb ass. Oh my god. I can't show this on their bumpkin, but I'm gonna send it to you on Discord. Oh, watch this Twitter video.
Where'd you send it to me at?
Discord. Oh man. Music. Dead Air is the show killer.
Yeah, Dead Air is the show killer. Yep, keep talking. That dude really just did that to himself.
Yeah.
Y'all posting gore and DMs already? That bored?
That's crazy, dude.
It's not gore and DMs. I posted it on your YouTube channel, on your Discord page as well.
Seconds before disaster. What is this shit? Oh, I see exactly what this is. I know what this is going to end up with.
Yeah, brown people being stupid. It is now considered treason to discuss the treatment of white people in South Africa.
And all their inner circles here in Parliament went to the United States.
Is this Zuzu?
A narrative of victimhood of white people being murdered by blacks, mobilizing the United States government to interfere in the domestic affairs of our country. What measures, if any, have you used to scrutinize these treasonous acts of white right-wing racist extremist movements, especially in relations to how they are funded, so as to protect the imminent threat of civil war in South Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kesa. Honorable Minister, your
here we
please.
go. You need to join a random independent.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. As indicated earlier,
Random independent, you got to join, bro. This is the Colosseum. We need dissenting opinions. I'm debating tonight.
And also that which is provided for in the, I forgot the right naming of the act that talks about treason in the country.
So it is now treason to discuss the genocide in South Africa.
Of course, bro. What? Of course. Like, what do you mean? Like a governmental apparatus making it illegal to talk about their crimes? Like, yeah, I saw that coming, bro.
Crazy.
Oh, by the way, the noble savage myth is busted. BLM activist Ashton Mack that busted during child raping sting operation.
Please, dude, I said no. Please, dude,
You know what?
I said no.
I'm going to do my War Thunder keybinds. Fuck it.
Literally have the sex trafficking line. Get up. I'm not talking. Get up.
Here we go.
I'm not trying to anyone. Please. I literally said no. Can you grab my shoe?
Can you grab my shoe?
So this BLMer's denying anything. 35-year-old Ashton Mack, BLM activist, worked with challenged children in Orlando, claimed to me that he had the sex trafficking hotline number on his phone in his pocket, was just going to help this girl out. But the texts tell a very different story.
I'm just going to help her out, bro. Just going to help her out. He going to help her get some... Never mind.
Welcome to the panel, Random Independent.
All right, let's get
What's
it
up, man?
on.
How y'all doing?
All right, Random Independent.
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
All right.
Pretty good.
This is going to
I'm not going to be doing anything going crazy today, so I'm just here to show some support.
You don't have to go crazy. It's just a small. It's just it could be a small debate, but I feel like the first place we can go is all right, a random independent. I think should go first since you're the guest.
What am I doing?
What is your opinion on the South African refugees?
I don't really have one. I don't really care for them.
You don't have
And
one.
I don't really know what's happening. So I think that if the people that are going to support them coming over because they're being, discriminated against or genocided or whatever term they want to throw around, then that needs to be, they need to have some integrity and probably keep that same opinion for other groups as well. Not any other group, but other groups as well.
All right, Bumpkin. What about you?
I mean, I've been pretty consistent with the South Africans. Like we accept asylum seekers from everywhere else. So if we're gonna do it, there should be no quarrels with accepting in 50 South Africans.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do it, then it should be equal across the board for who we let in as asylum seekers. You know what I mean?
I just want to make sure are we going with accepting asylum seekers or are we going against accepting asylum seekers?
Well, normally, yeah, like in all reality, I am against it.
Okay.
But in this specific case, like for instance, right, if we are going to do it, because I don't have a actual say, right? If we are going to do it, then it should be open for all asylum seekers. You know what I mean?
I agree. But
Yeah.
my thing is that it seems like the people that are against asylum seekers are like, fight against it. No, we shouldn't accept anybody. No, we shouldn't accept anybody. But then when a certain skin tone starts getting accepted, now it's like, well, if we are going to accept people anyway, then these people should also be accepted. But when people were trying to accept other asylum seekers, it wasn't the same rhetoric being used. And that's what I mean by integrity and keeping the same energy.
Do you?
Because I agree with you.
Like, do you genuinely think that maybe it's because of the place that those people were coming from?
In some instances, yeah. In some instances, yes. And others, no.
Yeah, I genuinely, honestly, yeah, there could be racism in there. Yeah, it's probably racism, bro. I'm okay with that.
Okay, cool. Because it seemed like it was a blank thing. Oh, no asylum seekers at all, and blah blah blah. And then people start changing their minds. And like I said, I agree with you more or less. If we're gonna. People that are saying that we should accept asylum seekers should not be talking about how we shouldn't accept South Africans, and vice versa.
Yeah. Genuinely, yeah, I'm anti all asylum seekers. But seems like it's gonna happen no matter what, under whatever presidency we have. So
as long as you're right, as long as you are the right shade.
Like, do you admit that South Africans are being openly genocided in South Africa?
I have no clue what's going on, so I don't really have an opinion on that. But I know they have been mistreated. So I mean, I don't know about genocide because I don't know, but I know they have been discriminated against to an extent. So it wouldn't surprise me if they have legitimate asylum claims. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
So, what is the panel's opinion on the complaints by the mainstream media and other organizations about the South Africans, and specifically pointing out their ethnic heritage?
I have not been touched in at all. So,
can you repeat the question? Sorry.
For instance, whenever anyone talks
mainstream media's.
Mainstream media and the institutions in America, whenever they point out about the Afrikaner or the Boer, they specifically say white South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
What should they say? They have to be on their meeting. I mean, it's fair. It's a fair example. I'll say that, but I think it's disingenuous at the same time.
Am I going first, like every time, or it was just that one time?
No, I mean, shit. Yeah, sure. Sure, it's disingenuous because they don't say, brown asylum seekers. They never said brown asylum seekers. They never said black asylum seekers. And both of those are people, right, from South America asylum seekers, from Somali asylum seekers from the 1989 war. So yeah, they never use those terms. So the fact that they are obviously white Boers or white Afrikaners, it does show like a media bias in that they want to emphasize that they are white for some reason. And honestly, it's the media. So I would just sum it up to being nefarious.
So
It's for clicks.
hold on. So I'm getting this from the Yadish Vasim group, the genocide definition. And I'm gonna skip down to this because this is the basic definition of genocide, but this is the UN codes, right? 1. Killing people belonging to a group. 2. Causing severe bodily harm or spiritual harm to members of the group. Deliberately forcing a group to live under conditions that could lead to complete or partial destruction of the group. Taking measures to prevent births among a group. And 5. Forcibly removing children from the group and transferring them to another group. And that is the definition of what South Africa is doing. Correct? Would you guys agree with that statement or not? Based on that, or South Africa?
Yeah, I obviously agree with that definition of what's going on in South Africa. I don't know about Random Independent. I don't know about Hasaria, but I genuinely agree that it is.
I'm gonna be real. I didn't really pay attention. I was kind of texting my boys.
I have no clue what's going on in South Africa. They're very insignificant country.
But I'm guessing it's like a pretty basic genocide definition.
Yeah,
it was standard.
Then yeah, I'd have to somewhat agree. 'Cause it kind of varies, but generally, I think it's kind of the way it's going.
Yeah, the current ruling party. What's up?
The ANC, yeah.
Yeah, are chanting "Kill the Boer." The Boer is specifically white, the white Dutch. You have white Afrikaners that own land and own farms.
Well, this wouldn't be the first time of an attempted Boer genocide.
Yeah, it won't be. And then they'll literally grab up a posse, go on there and grape and pillage. And these people are almost never actually prosecuted.
Yeah, I'm not. I have no clue what's going on down there. They're not a significant country by any means.
They were a long time ago.
Yeah, but 2025 now, and they're insignificant.
Yeah, they're a failed state at best.
Yeah, after one could argue after apartheid.
No, I would say they were insignificant even before apartheid.
Well, before apartheid, they were actually pretty important. They had one of the most up-to-date modern militaries. Not to mention, they were a major source of uranium for a lot of the Western powers. They were also very influential in African politics. Nowadays, not as much. They're still now they're kind of like a state in collapse, but shortly after the fall of apartheid, for a little while, they were still very important.
Yeah, I would. I've never heard of them being important. So, and not that I'm an expert on the Cold War, but during the Cold War, I never heard about them being important.
They were
apartheid. Yeah,
they were a very important regional player in Africa with ties to the West. So
yeah, for sure they had ties, but it's not like they were. I just don't see what exactly how important they really were in the grand scheme of things. It's not like they are bordering the Mediterranean Sea. I guess we could make an argument for the shipping lanes that go down there.
Yeah, they had the shipping lanes on the Cape, and they also had a lot of influence in a lot of the bush wars going on in Africa, like Angola, Rhodesia. They had their fingers in the Congo. Like pretty much all of these
they're easily replaced. I guess is kind of what I mean. Besides the
I could agree. I could agree with that they're easily replaced, considering
Turkey's not.
They're a regional power. Yeah, Turkey is in a very important position between the West and Russia.
Yeah, so that's I guess what to be more clear or precise or whatever is compared to other geopolitical players. South Africa, to me, I don't know anything. I don't know enough about them, but everything I do know, they're not in the likes of like Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Iran. Italy is even a good one. Morocco and Spain are decent ones. Ukraine, Japan.
I wouldn't consider Spain anything important.
Not yet, but because Morocco and Spain, there's that small little piece of
the
it's the narrow ocean. So yeah.
Well, the English also have a very
that's
a holding there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I just don't find it to be true. But to your question about the mainstream media stuff, I don't find it to be disingenuous. It makes sense to clarify. I don't want to say it makes sense, but if someone's from Cuba, you don't have to say black from Cuba or white from Cuba. There's not like a huge minority population or significant or historical reasons to say those things, and I don't know if there's even really any black Cubans at all. So you just say Cuban. Yeah, I'm sure there's like 5. So you can just say Cubans, and you can say like Venezuelans and stuff. You don't have to say white or whatever. But with South Africa or Nigeria, you don't have to say black Nigerians or white Nigerians. There's not that many white Nigerians. So if we're taking asylum seekers from Nigeria, I know, but they were saying, why don't they specify about these other asylum seekers? Well, these other asylum seekers, there's not really any reason to say it because there's just not another group to specify. So like people from Nigeria, if they're seeking asylum in Nigeria, you don't specify black or white because there's just not
I mean, when I hear when you hear the word like Hispanic asylum seeker, you just think, okay, it's Hispanic dude.
Yeah. So
that's just their take.
And I think that and on another side of it, they could just be pointing out the different opinions or rhetoric being used when it becomes a white asylum seeker versus a Hispanic or a black asylum seeker or a Middle Eastern asylum seeker, Arabic, whatever.
Okay, so another question. What do you think the different that plays into another question I have actually. Does America have a moral responsibility to help refugees? If so, how do we determine who we help first? Because it seems to me that people are trying, even when they say no, they still try to make a argument that we have a moral responsibility.
I'll be right back.
Their ethic.
You want to go first, Bunker?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I said it. Does America have a moral responsibility to help refugees? If so, how do we determine we help first? So how do we determine who we help first? And even when people say no to that, they tend to change their mind when it's someone of their ethnic.
Yeah, I would still say no. That we have a moral obligation. We don't have a moral obligation.
Okay. I don't know if I would say a moral obligation. I think national security. Even if we did have a moral obligation, I would probably put national security. I mean, not probably. I would put national security first, and who we're granting asylum to and what immigrants we're allowing over, and then national security and morality and whatever can kind of be debated more so if it's like external aid, like humanitarian or military aid.
Right. I would still just genuinely say no.
Well, I think that's just been. I think that I think there's something to be said that the U.S. is only here because of the aid that we received. I like democracy. I like the concept of supporting democracy. It's not necessarily exporting democracy to countries that don't want it. Iraq, or
Afghanistan.
But supporting a democracy that already exists and helping them, I'm all for it. I think that it falls straight in line with the U.S.'s history as a founding of the country, as well as the rest of the time period.
Right.
But yeah.
I'm just gonna flash this again for everyone. This is what you can do. Screen cap it. I don't care. Boom bada beam. Boom bada beam. Money me. Give me money. I need money.
Well, to me, because you can always argue that democracy is working good or not good. It's kind of. Are we allowed to talk to the chat?
Yeah, man. And
Okay,
the
yeah.
chat decides at the end of this. So.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you're saying democracy is working great now, kind of sarcastically or whatever. Democracy is always a work in progress, which is, in my opinion, the beautiful thing, because it's always about getting better, doing better than the people before you, working on the country and the political systems to, just make it better, make it more aligned with the vision of the current populace, and hopefully keep in future populace, the future of the country, your children's children, etc., in mind when you're doing it. So yeah, I like that shit. I like being able to, protest. I like being able to criticize people in political power or rich people and not have to worry about ending up missing in a van.
I think those things can happen without a democracy.
I think that it's more likely to happen in a democracy. It's more likely to be stable in a democracy, and it's more likely to last longer in a democracy.
I think that democracy has been extremely instable. It's been instable, really. Really? Did I really say instable? Yeah, unstable.
Good thing about Turkey again.
Don't say. Sorry, don't do that to me, bro.
Kobe is over LeBron Yeti.
Kobe over LeBron.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It goes Kobe, LeBron, Jordan. But not to do
Yeah. I would say instability. We've only really seen a lot big instability from democracy, especially with the American democracy. Nothing can actually be held for long periods of time. You just have this constant whiplash between either party, both ruling class parties. Policies change, diplomacy changes on realistically a 4-year basis, right? At tops 8-year basis. We don't have any like stable, actual long-lasting policies that we really enacted via presidents for a very long time.
The president's not supposed to enact policy; they're just supposed to enforce it. The Congress is what's supposed to enact and create the laws and all that stuff.
I believe he said precedent.
Yeah,
I said policies, but I meant precedent.
Oh, the policy or idea of freedom of speech has been around since the country formed. The right to vote came about around the Civil War. That started to get tied into citizenship, and that's been around since the Civil War. So that's 1860s. Pretty much anything in the Constitution is a policy, and depending on what amendment you're talking about, it's been around for 100, 200 years. So I wouldn't argue. I'm not sure I would say that we don't have anything long-lasting or stable, because I think there's plenty of historical references to point to. And then you're saying, and it sounded like you had said that it's democracies that seem to be unstable or unstable, and versus, I don't know if you're comparing them to other political systems, but I definitely wouldn't call Mao China stable or a democracy, or Stalin Russia a democracy, or Cuba a democracy, or plenty of other countries that obviously have had way more deaths, concentration camps, more infighting. I mean, there's not really fighting between
we had concentration camps. The internment camps.
Not anywhere near to the degree. More labor camps. 21 million people dying in labor camps
but that's also because the Japanese population wasn't that large when we interned them all.
That's not really the only reason, and it wasn't like because there would still be a crazy amount of deaths from that Japanese population. So by per capita, we could go by per capita, and the per capita numbers aren't near the same amount by per capita of the people that were in the camps versus deaths. And again, this isn't to argue that democracies are perfect or that there's not bad missteps or anything like that. Obviously there are, but democracies do a much better job of correcting them, do a much better job of allowing society as a whole to express their opinions, good and bad, and then correcting them afterwards if need be.
Badass Stang, I think you're lagging behind in the chat. I don't know. We haven't been talking about race for a solid like 20-30 minutes now, right? We've been talking about democracy.
Also badass thing. I don't really have control over that. I'm just hosting. This is Bumpkin Show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We need more panelists, by the way. We need more panelists. Just jump up on the chat. You have a chance to win a cash prize at the end if the chat votes on you and if you do a good job. I'm debating tonight, but I will not be participating in the actual end poll. You know what I mean? Because
Clarence, 250 years is not a noble achievement in terms of society. Democracy has not been around that long, or at least not the democracy that was formed in the U.S. has not been around that long, and that's the democracy, the republic, if Bumpkin wills, form that has been exported across society, the world now. The written constitution was something that started really in the U.S. and that's been exported across the world. So it's 250 years in the context of 250 years of this democracy even existing.
As the host, I do have to correct that constitutionalism in the modern world specifically started with the Magna Carta.
The Magna Carta wasn't it wasn't written down by the people. It wasn't voted on by the people. So it's not a comparison. So what I'm talking about is a constitution where the people have a say, not just the aristocracy. And the Magna Carta was not that. There was no vote on the Magna Carta. That was an aristocracy thing. Same with the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration didn't have a vote on it. A lot of state constitutions all the state constitutions actually prior to 1780 did not have the people vote on them. If I'm not mistaken, it was,
I have a topic request from the chat that I will oblige, and it's kind of a fun topic. What's better? What is better, a 1911 or a 45 or 9 millimeter?
Depending on what it's in.
Just overall, in general, what's better?
I guess overall for a carry gun, I'd say 9mm. But if you can get like them HK, like you can get some HK double stack 45s where you can carry like 12, 14 rounds of 45, and in that case, I'd rather carry that personally.
Yeah, I'll actually agree to that.
But if you don't have access to that, just grab a fucking 9, dude. You can. I got like what 18. Let me double check what my mag size is.
Yeah, I have a 19. I have an 18 plus 1, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I got 18 plus 1 as well.
Yeah, I would definitely. I prefer 9s. Specifically handgun 9s, because I just think that you're going to be more accurate with them. Most like, I mean, honestly, it's really whatever you train with, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, real. At the end of the day, it's whatever you're best with.
Yeah, but I like 9s. That's what I carry, and that's what I shoot when I go to the range.
But 45 does have its benefit, like you said. If you can double stack 45, it has a lot
if you can get the double stack 45, you might as well grab it. It's going to be a little bit heavier, but yeah, you'll be all right.
A lot more stopping power in 45s, though.
Yeah, exactly. 10mm is the shit, dude. Good luck finding any good, like, not really overpriced 10mm loads, dude. There's a reason nobody uses 10mm.
But I've never shot a 10mm.
I love my 10 millimeters. I used to have 2 10 millimeter Springfields, and I would just load them bitches up and take them out there and just dual wield them.
I mean, 10mm is cool, but the whole issue with 10mm is the caliber itself, because the production of it is so sporadic and not at all standardized on like most other cartridges. So it's just a pain in the ass to actually use. At least for a self-defense cartridge. For just target shooting, who gives a shit, you know?
Yeah.
Yep. Was that the? Or are we still going back and forth on the question? I don't even remember what the question was, but.
It's like 9mm versus 45 as a self-defense cartridge.
I think
before the question before that.
You can. I just wanted to do a fun one.
I just couldn't remember what it was. I remember what we were talking about vaguely, but I don't remember how we got there.
It was, does America have a moral responsibility to help refugees? Okay. If so, how do we determine who we help?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we pretty much more or less answered. On the help first thing, like I said, national security, I think is probably the number one, especially when accepting people. And national security is definitely 1A, 1B type deal when we're talking about helping other nations elsewhere. So, our police
True.
gang.
Our police gang.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, depends on what you consider a gang to be. I mean, in a sense, they kind of are, because they run the, protection racket of the state, if you want to call it that. But, that's just kind of how it is living in a civilized society. Gang is just like a localized government inside of the government that is outside of the government. That's a lot of fucking words to say nothing.
Yeah.
I just realized what I was saying there. I was saying nothing.
Brother had a degree in Yaponomics for a minute there.
For real, dude. I realized, wait, what am I even saying? I'm just talking to talk.
Talking to talk. I guess we move on to another topic on the thing.
All right.
Well, we can get specific too. Bump if you guys want to, stretch it out a little bit more. Pause. I know Bumpkin doesn't support. So you're saying that we agree on it, and I'm saying that I support. Humanitarian assistance, asylum, military aid, all this stuff. Essentially, what the U.S. kind of not status quo per se, but essentially status quo. At least the way that we assist, not necessarily who we assist. But it seemed like you are in a disagreement about that before. So I was wondering if you could clarify what you agree about that, about what I said at least.
I genuinely disagree with asylum seekers. I don't think it should be our job to bring in asylum seekers, especially considering a lot of these asylum seekers, there are plenty of countries on the path to the United States that could successfully they could successfully seek asylum with. Now specifically with South America or Mexico, I think that's just too much of a volatile state or area. We have no idea if these people are actually asylum seekers or if they're legitimately just gang members trying to benefit off of the America's openness to accept them in so they can then peddle drugs or do other stuff.
Okay, so you do so generally speaking, you're like, I don't believe in any asylum seekers. However, you feel like we're going to be accepting them regardless. Therefore, since we are going to be accepting them here, like the people who I would not be against coming versus who I am cautious or against coming at all.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And what about military and humanitarian aid?
Nah. Yeah, we shouldn't be the peacekeepers of the world.
Okay. Well, we weren't for a little bit, and it just the world can't get their shit together because we're just superior. And so we made them get their shit together.
Let them kill each other, bro.
Except it ends up coming to our borders or threatening us.
When has it ever come to our borders?
Well, I don't know too much about it. Maybe you guys know more.
There was that cartel war on the border a year or two ago.
Well, not that, but can I just say any word on here?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, so Nazi Germany, the scientists that we got from there were definitely influential in a lot of things. The scientists that ran away from what was happening in Europe to the U.S. were extremely influential. However, if they had stayed or had been captured and forced to work for the state there, we would not be the ones with the nuke first. We would not be the ones with the military prowess, whatever that word, power-s, whatever that word is I'm looking for.
Prowess.
So and I don't think that people, leaders that are that arrogant and I don't want to call them ambitious, but willing to take over land and conquer and all this stuff, they're not going to stop at the country they said they were going to stop at 5 countries ago. And they're going to dictate what happens with supply chain routes and a whole bunch of other stuff. I was going in and out. My mic is breaking up.
No, I can hear you.
Someone said it's going in and out.
Angry Snowman, get up on the panel. What's going on? You're a panel goer.
Okay, my bad. But
I was understanding what you're saying. I mean, even in that example, I wouldn't necessarily hate the idea of them getting the nuke first. So
I think, and this isn't necessarily a shot at you, but I think that we are very comfortable where history has placed us, and can say, oh, well, I wish we had done something else, 70 years ago, not knowing what actually, not knowing the bad things that would have came from it. And I think this is kind of an example of that, where it's like, oh, well, I wouldn't be that upset if they had gotten the nuke first. The U.S. had a nuke before I don't remember when the USSR got a nuke, but it was years, if I'm not mistaken, after
There
the
was
US
like
had
a
theirs.
year or two because some of the Manhattan Project scientists were Soviet spies.
Okay, yeah, so it was well after.
all right, we got 2 new panelists in the back. I don't here what we're gonna do.
Yeah, they got theirs in 49, so a couple years
got ours
after.
Say a few
We got
things.
ours in 45.
Say a few things, Jacob.
What? Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
How's it going? Where are you coming from? What platform?
Discord. Straight from Discord.
Straight from Discord? All
Yeah.
right.
Discord gang.
All right. Yaren Brooke, what's up,
What
man?
is this? What is this?
Yeah, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. What's going on?
What's up?
I'm also a fellow Discordian.
What Discord?
Do y'all know each other?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
So-
Discord was it?
Personal.
It was a
like,
white
friend.
supremacist Discord server.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Just joking.
The silence was too loud. He was like,
Giggling
actually, no,
away.
it wasn't.
Yeah, giggling around.
Going on around. All right. So you guys aren't going to do any funny business?
Nothing. Absolutely
All
nothing.
right. Sorry. I literally saw that your camera's like on, but it's blacked out, so I had to be a little precautious. You know what I mean?
I didn't even know I could stop it. Yeah.
You're good, homie. You're good. There's people out here. Oh, and Marty's in the back. I know Marty. What's up, Marty? Okay, we got a panel now. By the way, I'm engaging in this Colosseum. For people new on the panel, here's how this works. It's an open panel blood sports debate show. We have 10 topics. There are a bunch of stuff that chat can do. Let me pull that up real fast. Right. You can remove people, $1 a minute, $20 for a 1v1 or 2 people on the panel, $50 for a permanent removal, $40 for a revive, $2 name change, and $3 mute for 5 minutes. That's what the chat can do. How this works is we run it for all of the panel topics, and then we run into forced 1v1s. We force people to 1v1 debate for 5 minutes at a time until there are only 4 people left on the panel, and then chat decides who wins. Whoever wins gets a cash prize, depending on how many chats I get. The baseline is $20, but that goes up depending on how much cash apps I get. Boom, bada beam. And I have been consistent. I will send the money. I always do.
Yeah.
Orthodox guy is hosting. I'm actually going to engage in this Colosseum, so I will be openly debating.
Yeah. Can you buy me a Netflix subscription if I win?
Can I buy you?
Yeah.
I will. Yeah, $20 via Cash App.
Is that even enough nowadays?
Probably not.
I doubt it.
They raised the prices. It's probably like $26 or something.
I can buy a loaf of bread. with
Yeah. Confirm if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
All right. Audience members are instructed to remember that for $35.88, they are able to request that a panel member strip naked on camera.
Yeah, Marty, that's not happening. I don't know why you're.
Wait. Can we get this petition open? This is a good idea.
He's about to send himself $35.88.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that one.
They can't. They can request it, but it can be denied.
Okay.
Yeah, you can request it. I'm not going to do it.
Can I do it for free?
I mean, if you want to do it for free, YouTube might not like it, but
Marty, stop DMing me about it. I'll do it. Okay. Stop.
Okay. Anyway, yo, Bumpkin, let's kick off the first topic.
Orthodox guy.
You guys are late. But yeah, we'll restart from the top. We'll restart from the top.
What are we,
What
a
is
fucking appetizer?
what is Negro fatigue in your own words, and do you think it is happening in the U.S.? You go, Marty. Go ahead.
Now keep in mind we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube, so.
All right, I will moderate
already
my
violated the
response.
rules.
And keep in mind, I'm using like a very bad mic, so bear with it. Negro fatigue is basically where people like us are tired of dealing with black people and their pernicious influence in the society that we live in. From like DEI, for example, but also to like controlling of the social narratives as well. You know, you had BLM just 5 years ago. I remember I got red pill during that, right? And also, like their insistent like cries on racism and whatnot. Like in all areas of society, they are present and they are also loud. Like they never cease, and they are annoying in every aspect that they like inhabit. Moving on to Jacob.
Oh, you want me to? I completely agree with him. Honestly, there's no difference. Negro fatigue is a good way to put it. I don't know. I think that people who are sick of a miscegenated society and want a better society with better cultural cohesion, and you can't have that in a multiracial society. Everyone tends to go back to the roots. Why would a white guy want to live in Mexican culture?
Interesting question.
What did you say, Fax?
Interesting question.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to reply?
Yeah, I've done this to myself, and I'm very happy with my life. Okay.
Oh, Marty bounced for some reason.
But yeah, I agree with Marty on everything but the DEI spiel.
Well, again, because you have a DEI girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly.
The government implanted a girlfriend in your life.
Thank God, dude. Holy shit. Best thing that's happened to me in a long fucking time.
Everyone deserves their own freaky Hispanic girl.
Oh, not for real, dude.
All right. Josh, Noah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I for the most part take probably I'm like the antipode to you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I in many ways I do believe in a lot of Enlightenment principles, a lot of French Enlightenment principles. Emile Durkheim talks about this to where we can't. I do think to some degree, like what are societies really premised upon? What are they for, right? And I do think that they're built for, civilizing people, if that makes sense, right? 1850 or 1860, I believe, right? The French actually had this idea of civilizing Africans and making them European. I don't necessarily disagree with a project like that. I think that can be applied holistically to all people, contemporaneously speaking. The whole black fatigue thing, or Negro fatigue, as you guys said, I think that really comes from socioeconomic pressures that are on all people, not just on races. I don't think it's particularized to races, but I do think that it really comes down to people's wallets are getting tighter. People are becoming there's an excess of consciousness because of that, I believe, to some degree. And this has sort of like led to people taking a little bit more extreme stances, in my opinion. Just like even like with a lot of my work with Blizzard in the past too, I've had a lot of people, dude, for the most part, who know, right? For the most part, who know that, you can't talk about certain topics, but simultaneously they won't take like extreme stances like this. But that's just me.
Did you?
That was not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I thought you and Jacob know each other. Are y'all cool? Or did y'all? Oh, okay.
No, yeah,
So y'all
I'm
just
a
have
little bit more
opposing
liberal,
viewpoints
yeah.
on it?
We're
Okay.
friends, yeah. I'm just a little bit more of a liberal, yeah.
Cool.
Got a question statement from Moxie. If you're white and American, you've never been to Europe, spoiler alert, you have no culture and you're poor.
Hard disagree. Literally all like the global culture is literally American culture, buddy. You wear blue jeans and a t-shirt. You eat like Hollywood has like literally infiltrated all of the world's culture.
I have to say, kind of just like a food for thought. During the 1700s, right? when we started to talk about Americas and Europe, do you think all of the innovators, all of the engineers, all of the colonizers, all of the leaders didn't think, oh, hey, a whole new continent with unarmed civilians? Don't you think the smartest people tend to go to the most actionable places that haven't been claimed? You'd think the best of the best Europeans would have gone to an unclaimed continent, right? It's almost like we were founded on the best Europeans and the smartest Europeans and the people who are willing to go and endure a unbuilt society and built it from the ground up. I mean,
that's not the 1700s though.
That's not
Yeah, it's more like the 1500s.
I'm just saying, like the 1700s, I think is one of the biggest
Jim-
points when Europe started to move to.
Jim in the house. Hold on, wait, guys. Jim in the house. Welcome, Jim. Thank you for coming. The greatest weakness of the majority of men is that we have two heads. Unfortunately, many follow their small head.
Real.
Cough, cough, hysteria. Sorry.
If you've never been allured, if you've never been allured away by a freaky Hispanic girl, you ain't a white man. How about that?
Hispanic chick stabbed me in the arm. Hispanic chick stabbed me in the arm.
Yeah,
Thank God.
And you fear. you
Yeah.
lack,
How did
lack
you even?
the Aryan.
Who says you fear that? Who says you fear that? Why would you fear that?
I'm saying to Pumpkin. Pumpkin's like, this is scary to me.
Yeah, why would you fear that,
Aryan
dude?
spirit of conquest, Pumpkin.
Pumpkin, I don't even know how you managed to. I don't even know how you managed to bump into a Hispanic in North Dakota.
Wait, hold on.
I didn't grow up in North Dakota for starters.
Wait, hold on.
There's
Bumpkin,
Hispanics.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to verify. Great. Move on. Bump is fat.
With what you said, I disagree with almost everything, except I do agree that our founding fathers were some of the greatest people to ever walk this earth. But pretty much everything else I disagree on. Yeah, I'm not sure. Could you elaborate more on what you were saying about what you were like, kind of like what your opinion is on the? You were saying like if there's unclaimed land, defenseless people are essentially something about inventors and whatnot being wanted to go somewhere that's they can action their thoughts, I guess.
Yeah, they can actionize the new free world. That's kind of what I think about America. I mean, we can just look at the United States versus Europe even today, and how these countries were built and how we were built. And the United States was built to protect the civil liberties of everybody and to represent all. And as we see America form into the 21st century and Europe form into the 21st century, we can see there's a lot more censorship of speech, a lot less scientific advancements, and a lot more bureaucracy. Now, that's not saying America is great, but it's definitely saying that America is far better and has surpassed Europe in almost every metric without infringing on quality of life.
Gotcha. Tamika, for your question, I'm mixed, and it's our founding fathers because I'm in the U.S., which makes me an American, which makes your founding fathers, if you're an American, James Madison, George Washington, Roger Sherman, Thomas Jefferson, etc. It doesn't. There's not a race thing here.
I'd never said it was a race thing.
Oh no, not you.
I would.
I'm talking to someone in the chat.
Well, it was.
I would beg to differ right now.
Okay, you can beg to differ all you want, but as long as someone is American, then they're founding fathers.
How are you seeing the chat faster than me? Because that race question just popped up.
So
I have no clue.
My contention is like the idea that someone who's of any other race than white, they come to America, or maybe they were born here like 50 years ago or so. They think that they have the same ties to this land by blood that as someone whose ancestors were here since the founding. That's preposterous.
I don't think
the idea that because you believe that owning a gun is good means you're an American. That's like neoconservative shit.
I think what makes an American is if you're willing. I mean, America was still founded on the building blocks of representing everybody, and we can talk about let's say pre-1960s why people were still pretty segregated socially. It wasn't that we didn't have a multicultural society; it's that we knew to segregate ourselves and to divide our ideas. And we knew our place. I had no issue with the black community in America when they knew to stay with the black community. But now we have forced communities and forced integration. The state, had to. Well, yeah, but you can look at the statistics of this and argue that. That's like saying we can't talk about the Roman Empire because, well, you weren't there.
But you said you had no issue with it as if you experienced it.
You gotta give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, have you seen black women? Like, no wonder they don't want to stick to their own.
I definitely, the multiculturalism and conflict is definitely a thing. And however, if you want to look at like the pre-segregation, or I'm sorry, after segregation, the crime rates. Yeah, thank you. I'm tripping. Post segregation, and like immediately after in like the 70s and 80s and the drug, crack cocaine epidemic and all that stuff.
We can
Crime
put
high, and then it continues to drop, which I think puts not a nail, but it goes against the argument that you can't have a multicultural society. Because if that were the case, then I think that in the 70s and 80s, people that were making the same arguments that you guys are making would have pointed to the crime rates at that time. However, when the 90s, post like mid to late 90s, 2000s, etc. came around, crime dropped dramatically.
I'm gonna answer this right. $20 via cash. Sorry, $50 via Cash App is a permanent removal for the night unless someone pays $40 to revive me. I'm a panelist tonight, so I can be kicked down.
So wait, if they're paying you, could you not just pay the $40? Put yourself back on.
I could, but I like money more.
Yeah.
But if the money's going to you, you're just paying the $40 to yourself.
I just really want to know, like you say, like our founding fathers. It's you're using the word "our" when I don't think that you are. I mean, your genetics are that of an African, correct? You are
I
not
think the
American.
founding fathers wanted to like not have.
Wait, hold on. Could you name me an African American founding father, please, or an African one?
I don't care to. But I gotta go because I'm going to watch.
How would that be salient?
No. You said I don't care to, but could you?
Why is he getting upset?
No, I'm not. It's just like you use
Okay,
language
relax.
incorrectly. Wait, hold on. Allow me to finish my
As
point.
an
Allow me to finish my point.
I gotta go, so I appreciate you guys having me.
Excuse
You
me
can finish your
for
point.
a minute.
Appreciate y'all having me.
There's another BLM guy here. We can
Good
just
night.
ask him.
Be safe.
All right.
Be
Right,
safe.
hold on.
And have a
Okay,
good night.
so hold on, but you won't answer my question.
Come on, AR.
Bro, if he has a question next time I'm on, he can ask it. I told y'all when I got on, I didn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, you don't answer the question.
And I told you guys earlier or yesterday.
All right.
Late nights are bad.
Let's not get into the semantics of why he's leaving. Let's just accept him leaving.
Yeah, I can explain why he's leaving.
And Josh, appreciate you popping up.
Anyway, AR, like we're going to like talk about you leaving, and it's going to be very funny. So anyway, bye.
That's fine.
I don't know how that's salient to like anything, but
it's adding to the fatigue, adding to my fatigue.
Right? Yeah, the fatigue is definitely added to. The face of the
respond to his thing though.
I gotta explain myself though. You should know.
AR here is the face of the felted, as they say.
Hold on, I want to bring up the big issue with crime has gone down, but you can look at like racial categories for that, or where multiculturalism is most, and crime has only increased there. So cities, for example, cities haven't gotten better; they've gotten worse. So that's just a pretty simply put point. Just look at where the crime is coming from in the most multicultural, multiracial regions in America.
Don't say that.
You could also,
as well.
Yeah, you could also, what?
Usually inner cities as well. Why is that?
Inner cities are usually white, you'd say, right?
Well, I don't know. I live in on the outskirts of a urban area.
I live in Philly.
Oh yeah, never mind. You probably have a very similar existence as what I do then.
Yeah, so I was around South Philadelphia, the whiter area, so I don't get the full experience, but I still understand what it's like. And you don't need to pinpoint a racial issue. I think it's more just giving everybody the right to discriminate, and it'll naturally happen. Most people are racially conscious, right? Like to deny that African Americans aren't racist towards whites, it's kind of a joke. I don't know.
We're not allowed to have that conversation.
Just live in a black community. They literally call you whitey and beat you up for being white. It's horrible.
Yeah, but you can't, it's lost on the public if one of us says that. It has to be one of them that says it.
I don't know. I think you'd be surprised how many people are actually racially conscious, even white people. Like even the trashier white people, I think they kind of acknowledge it. It's just there's nothing they do about it because everyone's so consumed with modern life.
I'm pretty open. I'm pretty openly this way. I kind of yeah. I mean, I've had to live around awful ones. Tons of dealers, tons of awful people in like a poor urban environment.
Yeah.
All one race generally. I'd say 9 out of 10 of them are all one race.
Yeah, it can always be the inverse. You know, there's white trash, of
Certainly.
course.
So if you're in like Iowa, all your dealers are going to be like, from the trailer parks.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna say the N word here, but there's N word isn't exclusive to just black. So it's a behavior, but you can correlate it to black, because you
It
see that
definitely
behavior in them more.
comes from them. It's definitely popularized through their culture.
Yeah, but you know, as I can
It's what they
say,
are. It's what they are.
How you behave is how you behave. I'm still gonna I can't control the immigration patterns of this country, so I'm still going to look at you and say, well, how do you dress? How do you think? How do you speak? And how, you know, that's how I'm going to judge you per basis. I can't just ignore everyone sociologically in person. You know, I don't have that choice. But I understand. I sympathize with the argument.
Not laws 2 on the chat. Spell antithetical correctly next time, and we may listen.
Wait, no. Did he say something? I can't see what people are saying. I don't know why.
It's in the comments section.
I'm looking at the. Oh, okay.
They can't spell.
I had private chat open.
Yeah.
I don't know. Not laws. I think L.A. is pretty fucked. I think L.A. is like righteously fucked.
Hold on. Wait.
Don't
There's a
you
lot
think,
of
like,
there's a lot of
it
people.
fundamentally comes down to
not laws. I would pay more attention if you could spell correctly.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, are you guys talking about the southeast of the United States? Because we can look at the African American population density. I remember people talking about that, like how all the red states in the southeast are crime ridden, like and then you actually
remove
look
blacks
closer.
from the equation.
Yeah,
and then,
you look
then
closer,
it's over.
and it's African American. No, don't get me wrong. If I were to argue on a public stage, I'd argue from an economic standpoint. This like racially conscious point can't be used to make anything happen in America. You have to go through like the economic side. But
that may
nobody
be
is
true.
murdering somebody over they can't afford food. Like I've seen what people get killed over in these areas. It's bullshit.
Well, I'm sorry. I gotta say one more thing. So actually, it's in contrary to that guy who just commented his point. L.A. is fucked, but the red counties of California are actually they're actually better.
Northern California is completely different.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's beautiful there. There's like militia. There's even militias. You know, a lot of even blue states. If I had the money, I'd probably move to a blue state. Right? I live in Pennsylvania. It's a blue state. It's actually a nice region. It's Philadelphia that drags the state down. It's Pittsburgh that drags the state down. Everything else is actually pretty pleasant and
That's
high quality.
every blue state. That's every blue state.
Yeah.
Washington State's the same.
New York.
Oregon's the same. New
Oregon's
York.
beautiful. Yeah. New York's beautiful too. It's just the cities. And people love the cities. And it's not like blacks are voting for Democrat the most. It's actually white Americans that are voting for Democrat the most.
True. But like
look by demographics. If you look by demographics, it's still pretty overwhelmingly black.
The majority are white American. But yeah.
Welcome to the panel, Gar.
Doing the thought experiment. Like doing a thought experiment, like, you know, if you remove blacks from these equations, then, you know, the crime would go far down. So, like, as to the chatter's point about like crime being high in red states, it's like, yeah, remove blacks from the equation and like it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, it does exist in some areas. There's some really white trash regions.
No, I mean, like, it doesn't exist in terms of like, you know, it wouldn't be as high.
Yeah, of
like
course.
The disparity wouldn't exist. Like, it's not these whites doing the problems.
Example.
Yeah, like, you know, the whites in Louisiana are perfect, but like, you know, the blacks there are just like, hey, yo, give me your shit.
No, actually, some southern states have very civil African American communities. I haven't seen an issue with.
Some, but like, you know, as a whole, they're just bad for everything.
Yeah.
All right.
What do they do? What do they do that's like good, like for anyone?
I mean, like I said, it's the separations of cultures that matters.
I like the rap music.
I like the jazz. There you go.
Hey, bro! I've turned up the Chief Keef before, but like, you know, that doesn't mean that they're good for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not going to be able to remove.
Wait.
Hold on. I got it.
Right, and you know, just my experience, generally speaking, working with and like I said, like just working with people of color and broadly speaking, people of different backgrounds. So specifically with people that are like Black Americans, right? They've shown to, for the most part, be exceptional in the fields that they're in. Especially, like, for example, I worked at Blizzard Entertainment, right? Part of the balance team for Overwatch. And one of the things that, like, a lot of the people, a large part of the people that made up, I would say from the years 2018 all the way up to 2022, I would say, like, about a quarter, if not a third, basically were African Americans, right? And even female African Americans. So, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily fair to say, okay, well, all Black Americans are for the most part, they act this way, or they're for the most part, they engage in these type of behaviors. I don't think that's necessarily being honest too.
Well, they mostly vote Democrat.
The majority of them do.
Okay, by the way, these companies
and
produce
Bumpkin,
slop now.
You know, just philosophically, you know, I'd like to pose a question to the panel and, you know, perhaps the chat if they'd like to answer, if I may. So, you know, I would like to ask all of you, does your lineage reflect that of the Caucasian who tended to the smokestack?
I don't think it does. I would hope not.
You don't think it does?
Yeah,
What does
I
the
would
chat
hope
have
not.
to say about this?
How come I'm getting like an influx of all the messages now? That's weird.
Yeah, we'll kind of stream by.
I mean, I think I think regardless of your opinion on like the blacks issue, especially with down south and stuff, I mean they're important to the local economy, I guess. I mean that's probably your best argument is that they're good for unskilled labor, mainly because of the IQ differentiation. But I mean
That's
hey,
actually a good point, man.
If I get a better job as a white guy because I'm more competent and they stay at McDonald's, I mean I'm not really opposed to it.
I do machining currently, dude. There is one Black machinist out of like 60 people.
Yup. There is an industrial electric engineering company. It's one of the largest in the United States. They have I knew a guy. He's one of the work leaders. There's only like 12. I don't remember the exact, but he's maybe seen 2 Black people in his 15 years of working in it. And they go international fixing generators for nuclear power plants. Like they're a winding company.
I mean,
they really like assembly work.
But I mean, we also see a large uptick in the amount of Black Americans going to STEM fields as well.
Yeah, but they're low level.
People that are, I mean,
Well, it's not even just about them being
not
low
necessarily
level. It's
true.
about the DEI fucking based high college practices. I mean, they're just on admissions.
They're very
So
low
based.
level. They don't get past a certain point. I don't know about you, but I've seen even, for example, the cybersecurity space and Africans when they participate in it, they stay at the lowest fucking level possible and they take the easiest certifications ever. And they constantly they're like, oh, I'm gonna get it done.
Here's my thing. I don't really have an issue. Like, I obviously DEI bad because, discrimination based hiring, at least going off our current civil rights laws and the court of public
It's only bad
opinion.
because it negatively impacts white people.
I mean, yeah, well, it's not even just that, but it's like I would much rather, McDonald's wants to do their DEI initiative and hire a bunch of
Someone just brought up
that's fine, but I don't think you should be pumping them into the doctor's office in the nursing field if they're not equipped for it, and the testing standards are being lowered.
All right.
To such a degree that these people are.
I'm about to drop a hot take in this bitch. I am pro DEI because the policies don't affect me, but affect my girlfriend, Lamau.
Hold on, wait. I want to respond to people.
And the true chat lets his woman go and work and bring him money,
No, dude, straight up. Once all said and done, she's gonna make so much fucking money. It's gonna be great.
Downtown Kensington is a very funny reference. Kensington and Philly, very Black, very crack-ridden. Love it.
Well, not just crack-ridden, it's the fentanyl.
Can we represent?
You know, I think that, just in general, I think that it's a masculine trait to be honest, to be real, and to be direct. So I'm going to be very direct about my problems with DEI. It's negative to white people, and white people built this country. White people built the West in its entirety, and it should be, yes, prioritized for white people. White people should have an easier go of it.
I don't think.
Let me hold on for a second. I'm not really done speaking, but
Okay,
I appreciate you. Don't worry, you'll get a chance. Here's the thing, the idea that white people in America need to compete with the rest of the world for jobs in America in the tech sector, that isn't America first. That is nonsense. Oh yeah, I need to compete with the entire fucking world to get a job in my own country? Really? Is anyone doing that in India, for example? Are droves of white people going to India? No, I don't think so. So yeah, it's an unfair standard that we're being placed in. And the
Well-
idea, like, oh, the market is okay with it. The market demands we do it. Well, then maybe we need to take a closer
don't-
look at capitalism. Then
I don't think there's any efficient way, like at least in free market infrastructure, to have like any based prioritization and hiring practice. I mean, it should
exactly
just be based on
under the liberal.
By the same token,
and
I mean,
notice
most of the-
I say liberal for a reason. I mean, liberal.
most of the
like,
people being,
conservatism is
I
liberal.
mean, most of the people being shipped in for jobs from international countries, though, are usually people that are applying to specialized trade fields that we're lacking in. I mean, like that H-1B visa thing that everyone criticizes Elon for. It's active diplomacy with India, number one, but number two, we're getting skilled laborers in industries we're lacking in.
Ooh,
and
what
it's
do you
going to
mean
only-
skilled laborers? Because they're getting a degree from usually an Indian school or university or college, right? So therefore they have the Indian standard. So
Well,
not
yes,
like
but
our
we're getting
standard,
access
right?
to
The
tech
Indian
sector that
standard
we're
is
currently
typically
lacking,
lower.
But the point of it is diplomacy at the end of the day. But I guess it just goes to show. I mean, most of the immigrants that come here are efficient at what they do, and they're being taken in on work visas, among other things. And I would say that them being in more higher level positions has the ability to create more economic mobility if jobs are created from it.
Hey, by the way,
It is $50 to remove anyone up on panel, bro. It is $50.
Real quick, can we get not laws too up here?
He won't.
He won't join. Not lost never gets up.
That's gay.
Yeah. He's a chat tard. He won't come up on panel and actually debate with his voice.
Can we get
he called me-
Tamika Doshatavius Jackson in here? If
Hold
you
on.
have these
Tamika-
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I got a question. Hold on.
The host is trying to change
Alrighty.
topic.
Yeah, we're going to change topic to the second topic. What is your opinion on the South African refugees and the status they currently hold?
In America?
Don't care
Yeah.
about them. They can do what they
Okay.
want.
I mean, I guess like in terms of like American history, I mean, immigrants flee when they're discriminated against, and South Africa has such a legal code where it's just disproportionately against white people down to a systematic level. So I mean,
See y'all.
we can pump
Y'all have a good
South
night.
African whites
See
into
you later,
America.
sorry.
I don't really see an issue.
Yeah, I could do that. I could do since it'd be $100 for two. Let's do 75 for two.
Stole my
Who's
thunder.
the other
I was gonna
people?
say it.
Okay.
How much to pick the topic? I could add that on.
$100 pick the topic.
I'd say $10 dues.
$10 dues. Yeah,
that's pretty cheap.
$10 for 10 minutes, $1 a minute, going right.
I am curious, Marty. Do you think like Black Americans that came here? Do you think that they haven't in any way, shape, or form become sort of disparate or even distanced themselves from the culture that they formerly possessed to now? Like I think presently,
let's try to.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, Josh, hold on. No.
I was asked the question.
I don't care. I'm the host. Let's stick to the topic.
Where'd Marty go?
I'm sick of the bullshit. I'm sorry. I am also a third host. I'll let him back on.
Hold on.
You know, can you not the fucking host? I'll answer the question myself.
Let's limit this, right? Let's limit this. Obviously,
A lot
right?
worse,
I'm
Bingo.
not hosting this. But this is a Blood Sports Open panel, right? We're
it's
going
Bloodsports
to
Open.
we're
Cool.
going to limit how much we drop people down to the back chat, please, for the love of God.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. Like listen, bro. I'm just gonna tell you this. You guys can hear me, right?
No.
Epic. So yeah, you being a host, that's great and all, but pay attention to this. I was asked a direct question and you stuttered and spurred to answer it.
Oh my
Well,
God,
I don't care about you
man.
being a retard, bro. Knock your head into a brick wall until you're
Bumpy, please.
I
can
don't care. I don't care, bro. Do
He's
something.
gonna be a
about it.
smart ass and not participate.
No. I was
What
asked
was
a
the
question.
topic, by the way?
I can
It's
answer
so
the
much
question
funnier with the
as
Chihuahua PFT.
opposed to listening to a retard stutter and
Okay. All right. Oh, fucking
You see
right.
why I
Marty,
dropped him? You see why I dropped him?
Marty, why are you being like this right now? Marty,
Being
why
a
are you
woman.
being like this right now?
Marty is peaky divided by 3.
Marty, just calm your tits. All right, calm your tits. Okay.
All right,
All right.
Martian, we'll
To
get to you.
summarize
We'll get
Josh's
back to you.
question, do you want to kill Blackie or not?
What?
No, but I would like to be separate from Blackie.
That's fine. I'm talking about kill, sir.
No, he just said no.
Well, I don't think my question necessarily entailed killing. It's more
I mean,
so,
with the way
like,
Marty's talking, he's like, bro, we need to crusade these.
yeah, I just think it's a little bit too extreme. I think that, like, really, for the most part, we do live in a, you know, I think we live in a fairly enlightened and liberal society to where I don't think we can take these extremes, like, for example, killing. I don't think, for example, I think it's a LARP to begin with, like the whole, like, oh, we're going to kill a bunch of black people or a bunch of colored folks. I think most people just take that extreme for the sake of being edgy. It's the 2020 effect, you know what I mean? So I don't think
know.
people actually believe this
I do
when
want
they
to
get
hear
there.
it from I do want to hear it from Marty's mouth, though. I'll unmute him if he does. If he wants to not be a smartass.
Wait, hold on. So, before we unmute Marty, wait. So, Josh, how would you summarize the question at large? It's pretty ambiguous.
Right. Can I be heard?
Yeah. Do you think that black Americans, right, have over time become, and you even said yourself, you think Africans for the most part are kind of uncivilized. Do you think that black Americans have distanced themselves from that culture of being uncivilized through American culture?
And I will also interject. This is supposed to be chaos. This is supposed to be blood sports, but the chat also has to understand what is going on. So that's why we.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yeah, bro, you can be heard.
All right, amazing. So I was asked the question originally. I won't harp on that, but yeah, you having these blackie moderators isn't helping the situation at all.
Marty,
Stop talking about talking and talk, you faggot.
I'm not trying to interrupt Marty. It sounds like you're talking through.
Yeah, it's not helping that your mic is muffled, man.
I was about to say, it sounds like
Marty,
you're talking through a fish tank.
Mike, we're trying to help you.
Can't understand you, Marty.
Your mic is too muffled, Marty. We can't hear you.
We are trying to help.
Triple 11.
Help you, sir. What do you?
Oh God, here
Marty,
we go.
your mic is messing up, man.
Bro, can I get a sentence out?
No,
we can't hear you.
We can't hear you, you
muffled,
stupid
bro.
idiot.
Your mic is muffled.
Oh,
Bro,
where'd he go?
Hold on, let me try to fix it.
Marty's mic.
Racist, try to learn technology, challenge impossible.
Marty is literally being this black.
Marty be literate.
Dude, I love it when like so-called race realists they sort of have this hubris.
All right,
and
hold
they can't
on.
even understand basic technology.
That's better.
Is this shit a bit better? Okay,
That's better.
cool. Okay, so with regard to Bumpkin, saying oh, we need chaos, blood sports, and whatnot. I get muted twice because I offended the moderator.
Stop
bro,
talking
really?
about.
No one cares about this shit. Answer Josh's question.
Marty, you're acting, Marty.
But yeah, not if I'm gonna get muted every 2
Marty, you're
seconds,
acting like a real
cocksucker.
blackie right now, bro.
Marty, you're acting like a liberal
Listen,
right now. Okay.
Like I say, bro. Like I say,
This
I
is
can't
Marty
get a sense
right now.
This is gay cocksucker bullshit. I can't even answer the question. Some faggot ass moderator mutes me for no reason. Shut the fuck up.
Call him the word you want to call him.
Give me your hand.
Bro, who's touching me in the background?
I was for what? I didn't do anything. Give me your hand. I did not do anything.
Sorry, guys. I'm at Chick-fil-A right now.
Bro, that's a bit crazy.
That's Marty right now.
Stop
talking and talk and talk. Stop talking about talking and talk.
Bro, okay, ask the fucking question then.
Josh, re-ask your question.
Yeah, ask it for the third time, please.
For the third time.
Yeah. Maybe I can give the first answer then with these faggot ass cocksucking moderators.
The next time we deviate from topic, there's gonna be a $10 charge. Pumpkin.
Okay. Like I said, you claim that blacks, for the most part, have an uncivilized culture, and black Americans have been in this country for over 400 years. Do you think that they've developed a culture that's, for the most part, been distanced from that uncivilized culture? Do you think white American culture has? You don't think so?
No, they have not distanced themselves from savagery at all. If anything, they have embraced it. Look at hip hop culture, rap culture, and which
what
is
about
what they
jazz?
gravitate to. So they have not distanced themselves from savagery and from violence. They have in fact embraced it as what it means to be them. Which is in line with them. them. Yo, cocksucker! I'm not done talking.
Okay, my bad. You took a pause.
And anyway, so this is in line with who they are genetically. They are not capable of being anything more than that. What you are seeing in this hip hop culture, that isn't them being subverted. That is them being who they are. Just learn that, accept it, and deal with it.
I think.
All right, I got a follow-up question for Marty. Marty, how would you get rid of black Americans? if they truly possess a problem to this country?
I wouldn't get rid of them.
What would you do, sir?
I would marginalize them.
How?
Remove their right to
Give
vote.
specifics, please.
Cultural discrimination.
That's
yeah,
it.
I would. I would basically make it so that the power structure of the United States operates independently of them. They are not able to hold power.
ethnocentric.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
that's
Let
what
him
I would
finish.
do.
Let him finish.
I would make it so that they are unable to hold positions of power or influence, including local positions of power. And then, they would either leave or they would deal with it. I wouldn't forcibly deport them, but we don't need Judge Katanji Tyronson on the Supreme Court, doing their thing. And yeah, I'm only stuttering because I would use other words right now, but we are on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Yeah, he know how you really.
You can't even talk without using.
You can't.
slurs,
Yeah, I
dude.
was gonna. Come
Jesus
on, man.
Christ, dude.
Come on.
No,
Have you ever
Okay.
been in a professional environment ever in your life? Good God.
Wait, hold on, guys. Host talking.
We interrupt this exercise in cowardice to grift. All right, this is give me money.
Give me.
Just give it to me.
How
Just give it to
give me
Hit the cash.
anything. Need the.
I need money. Money me now.
Hold on, Bumpkin. I have a question. Am I allowed to say the hard R if I censor it?
Perfect. Oh, so you think we're all?
Can you censor
You
it?
think we're all rich?
Like that?
You can censor it real time. Hold on.
Yeah, I can censor it.
Well, yeah,
Hold
he's
on,
got
do
a
it.
soundboard.
Yo, run it. Say it.
Okay,
Say it.
okay.
Censor it. Run it. Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can.
Okay, cool. I just don't want to get in trouble if I drop the hard R and you hear the end of it.
Now it all depends on whether or not you can time it right when you actually want to say it.
Oh my
God. No,
Watch
John,
you be in the heat of the
hold on,
moment.
so-
you miss the button.
So I did want to address what Marty said though. Rather to answer Josh's question. I mean, if you look at it from a holistic perspective, I guess in full view, I would say that blacks have definitely deviated from civilized culture, even that of their roots. I mean, there's certain African countries that are still more or marginally peaceful than even the black communities in America are at times. That said, though, the perpetuated rate of violence that Marty does bring up from a certain amount of eugenic information definitely does pose a factor in the matter. But I mean, when you look at pre-Jim Crow and pre-crack epidemic and everything, it's not like blacks weren't able to integrate into American culture at large or the system of values that we have, but it's not even really just an issue of blacks. I mean, there's no cultural cohesion between any race in this country at a societal level. There's no set in stone values. It's very subjective from area to area, which has also contributed, post-genetization in those areas to the high crime rates that they see. I mean, you can argue all day long about the semantics of socioeconomics, but I would say that whereas they have both stepped away from it, when they are stepping back into being aligned with American values, they pose much less of a risk, especially when you look at blacks in the South that do kind of codify those same values that you would say are probably, white Christian, or at least going off the generality in society. I mean, they're not a complete flight risk so long as they do have a measure of cultural cohesion, but I would say marginally in city infrastructure and the common residences of blacks, they're definitely far removed from their culture.
If it ain't the fourth
from
host, it's
American
good,
culture,
Snowman.
rather.
What it do, fellas?
Don't piss off Mr.
this-
What's his name?
Is this
What's his name?
YouTube
Marty.
channel being miscegenated right now? What's going on?
By all, dude, if we can, absolutely,
Bro, what a fucking
We're being replaced. YouTube has
that's
fallen.
YouTube has not fallen. All right. So
what are we getting into tonight, gents?
Here's how it goes. This is the Colosseum Blood Sports Open Panel Debate. I've been hosting these for a while. Angry Snowman, you are entering as a panelist. Gar, you are entering as a panelist.
Yes.
I am also a panelist. The only actual moderator here is Orthodox Guy. Now, obviously, if we need help, if he needs help moderating, we can step in. Obviously.
Can I ask a question to the panel?
Oh shit! I
I'm
forgot I
pretty
had that avatar up, man. My bad. I'll change
You
that.
got that $10 cash up for the question?
Yeah,
I didn't know. I thought we were on the panel. I thought I could say something. Okay.
No. You can make statements, not questions.
Make statements, not questions. Everybody in chat and on panel, $10 to add to the questions until we
Oh,
get
you
to
guys
the list.
fucking suck. Do you have like these like pre-written ahead of time?
So you're shaming the white man for being organized. You're shaming us for being organized.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was.
I'm sorry, bro. We can't act like N-words today.
Well,
We can't
you
just
know,
go
being
off
on
rip.
time and having good work ethic is considered white supremacy now.
Yeah,
so.
look at us flexing our white
Yeah, I know.
supremacy
Oh
on these
god.
peasants.
All right.
Oh god, we're all white supremacists. We're all wignats in this chat now.
I mean, hell, I rolled in straight up on some real black person time, man. So I don't know.
All right, just refreshing everyone on the panel and everyone in the chat. This is what you can do. $20 for 1v1s, specifically for the 1v1s. If you pay $20 for someone to have a 1-versus-1 debate, everyone else will be dropped down. Besides those two, there will be a topic that is picked that they disagree on, and then whoever loses that debate.
Hold on, because Not Lost is not qualified to make that comment. I'm just saying.
Oh dang.
He's Canadian.
He's Canadian, for crying out loud, and he wants to say who's white and who's not.
Ooh,
you're Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're French and Canadian,
dude. They're what the French didn't want. They're the leftovers.
That's crazy work.
They're not no. You forget this. It's not even just the French. They're like the Creole of where everywhere didn't want, like the English Isles, partially the Irish.
They couldn't even
you got
make
the
it down
Native
in
Americans
Louisiana.
There, you got the French there. No one wants any of them, bro.
You guys are like the armpit of the world.
Right. And in the 1v1s, whoever loses via chat decides, via poll, whoever loses gets removed for the night, unless they're revived.
What constitutes a 1v1? Is that like something you guys?
Everybody,
just
I'm assuming
somebody will super chat, say I want a 1v1 between such and such and such and such.
Oh, okay.
I don't like this new UI I'm looking at. Can you go back to the original? I feel uncomfortable. Thanks. That's even worse. All right, there we go.
What, you got a problem with the old cauliflower colonizer, sir?
Yeah, we don't like this. Not approved.
I'm gonna raw dog you. Stop showing me Darth Vader.
Okay, what are we doing right now? What is going on?
I don't have a fucking.
I don't even
clue.
remember the.
All right,
topic.
we're saying.
I bet Josh loves black people.
I mean, they're American.
Hey, by the way, is
they're Americans
over
just
here?
like me, just like you, just like everybody else in here. I think.
Yeah,
it's
but
a
I
little
think
bit
I'm a little
ridiculous.
more American than them.
Yeah, but
I
they're
think Josh is a
instrumental
homosexual.
in the means by
I
which
would
they've
concur, John.
created. They've created. I mean, and I've seen them, and like it's so crazy. You guys bring up stats regarding, so-called stats, by the way, in quotation marks, because I think it's just conjecture. But like the idea that, for example, blacks in the STEM field aren't like, there are studies that do show that, and we have seen it, right?
Hey,
There's
Josh,
been
I got one thing
updates,
to say to you, buddy.
I've seen them
listening
in
to everything you're saying, but I
Jesus,
want
I
you to think
haven't
about
finished
one thing
talking.
real fast. I just want you to think about one thing while you're talking real fast. I'm sorry to interrupt. So, if you look at the demographics of our infantry in the Marines and the Army, you're going to find Latinos
I'm talking about
and
the civilians.
Caucasians. All right. Well, I'm just saying Latinos and Caucasians are willing to sacrifice a lot more for this country than black people if you look at the demographics of the infantry forces. Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted you to think about that.
I don't know how are you even measuring that?
Well, you can just look up the stats. That's how you're measuring it.
Well, where do you
I
find the stats?
I also like how every time someone talks about sacrificing for the country, we're literally just fighting wars for rich people that don't benefit our country in any way.
I would sacrifice my life for Israel.
Yeah, I just want to say.
You want to go kill
war that wasn't a corporate war would be North Korea.
But even then, that's ridiculous.
You want to go sacrifice for
World
NAM
War
for
II,
no
and
reason
even
and
in
get
World
nothing
War
out of
I,
it? You do that, sir.
In both World War II and World War I, you had black infantry troops that were willing to sacrifice their lives.
That was like such a minority of the wartime population, though.
But
because
still, I would probably make the
We
argument
got-
that there were more blacks than there were Hispanics or even
Hold on,
Asians.
hold on. I think
I know,
has a
but
lot
we
to
also
do-
had a much
though.
more homogenized racial population.
Sure, and I'm not disagreeing with that. However, the problem is when we sort of stir this narrative that blacks and I actually have criticized the black community for this, right? The whole we're perpetual victims. I do think that they have rightful and legitimate grievances at times. Okay.
Wow.
They have legitimate grievances, and I do believe that we should address these grievances. But to address them through perpetuating this victim narrative,
Maybe
I
you
don't
could
think
start
it's good for
with
either
your own
side.
money.
I mean, to some degree I do. I mean, but even then, like I even said, I've worked with fellow, Black Americans, and really, yeah, like I've had Black coworkers who work.
You
who
worked with
in
Black
both-
Americans?
But what do you do with your
excuse
own
me,
money?
in
Out
the
of
design?
curiosity.
Excuse me, sir. In both design for Activision, for example, I've seen lots of Blacks work in Activision, and same thing can be said conversely about in Blizzard. I think it's just a little bit too
I
presumptuous.
gotta do a host jump in. Is that why, as a gamer, is that why Activision and Blizzard are starting to suck?
No, not gonna lie. I think it might have something to do with.
So hold on, I want to speak on this.
It's
I'm
a lot
actually
more
When a hoe ain't on
hold
the
on.
clock, a real
I'm
pimp's
actually
money
pretty
stop.
knowledgeable on this subject. I don't really care about your work experience, but Black Ops 6 is like one of the bigger things that Microsoft pushed out with this Activision Blizzard merger. So they've gone to a point of losing an amount of staff, cutting off jobs that they already had in studio for Microsoft. Same with Activision, well, merging units together. And for Black Ops 6, it was 65% of the developers that worked on that game were first-time developers, the majority of which were DEI hires from Microsoft.
Whether or not that's the reason why Black Ops 6, I think, is a huge conflation as to why Black Ops 6 didn't do well. I haven't looked at the numbers for Black Ops 6 sales. I heard they didn't do really well from
Highest sales ever, or launch day, according to them. They have all three past COD games combined in COD HQ based on their player
So the
counts.
worst COD game had the best sales.
Yeah,
That makes
well,
sense.
no. So it's really funny though, because Steam, rather PC, accounts for 50% going off of their financial reports
little-
of the Call of Duty player base for the main series, not
Yeah,
including
but like
mobile.
games like Fortnite,
And
Epic
they have
Games, they have
60,000 concurrent on Steam between Modern Warfare 2, 3, and Black Ops 6.
Yeah, but to say that that's DEI is so just incredibly reductive and just honestly.
Go look at like any of the press trailers for
because
Black Ops 6. It's like all
it doesn't
lesbian
matter
black
because
women
what
with,
about like Epic
septum
Games, right?
piercings.
Fortnite is at all-time highs. Like
Yeah, but Fortnite also is coasting off of a completely different market, especially because it's free to play. It's a full live service. There's no product attached to it. It's based on collaboration, but also community-made games. I mean, like it's sort of like Roblox with Fortnite Creative. You have the battle royale component.
Yeah, and you have a
build. I mean,
extremely diverse team for
Lego
both Fortnite,
Fortnite.
games like Valorant. Extremely diverse team.
Yeah,
who,
well,
for the most
Valorant's
part,
in the
work hard, and
shitter. I don't really
a
think we
lot
should
of-
be talking about Valorant.
Well, then you got League of Legends, the most DEI platform in the world. The game
Yeah, I
sucks,
just think it's
obviously,
a
but
little
everything else about it is pretty decent.
Actually, if you want to talk about DEI, Josh, the entire reason that Valorant was made, and this is going off of like direct quotes from senior advisors, Riot had a bunch of sexual assault allegations, and
breast milk
mainstream mainstream tabloids, especially in the gaming division, had gone after them about it. So they said that they wanted to make a shooter to derive a female audience from, as it was absent in the FPS genre, and the entire reason the game was made was specifically to be compliant with female standards. So I mean, like, there's definitely a component of DEI there.
Okay, well, I mean, I think to say that DEI is the reason that game was successful. Then
it wasn't
in the same way that
successful, but it's still
Overwatch
not.
1. Hold up, in the same way when Overwatch 1 released, won Game of the Year, right? Major sales, right, off the first month off of initial release, right, and probably one of the most popular esports games from 2016 all the way up until
Yeah, and look at
2019.
Overwatch 2. Every character design
Overwatch
is
2
like
is
gay
completely
with
different,
they them
but-
pronouns, and it has
But
like a
Overwatch
20K player count.
Overwatch 1 also had these quote unquote, as you guys say, DEI practices. You had, Symmetra, you had Indian representation, you had all types of characters, right? The different Tracer is a lesbian, Soldier 76 is a homosexual.
Okay,
right?
that's a little that one's a little bit contentious. I know what you're talking about. There's not.
I
Like,
got
proper
one for you. It's
confirmation.
not a Western one though. I got one for you. What about Street Fighter? Street Fighter both.
Oh
5 and
yeah,
6
Street Fighter
do
got hit
DEI.
hard.
Yeah, but the weird thing is they're still selling pretty decently. They haven't sunk it yet.
That's because
Especially-
people are gay.
That's
Well, that's
the point
also
I'm
because,
making,
like, you're
though.
looking
These
at a
things sell. Does
pre-established
DEI sells
franchise
my
from
question to
Capcom.
John Doe.
No, it doesn't. It
Yeah,
absolutely
but Call of Duty is also a
Do
pre-established.
you want like the be all end all to this, Josh?
But John, you just admitted Fortnite's at all-time highs because of its marketing format.
No,
You
it's because
also-
it's marketed to kids. It's none of that bullshit.
Well,
Sure,
it's also
but there's still
marketed to
DEI,
boomers.
quote
It's
unquote
marketed to
DEI
everyone.
practices.
No, Josh, I'm
Okay,
I'm
hold
with
on.
you on
Josh,
that one.
Josh, you're
DEI
going
isn't the
away.
only thing that can
So
sink a
you
game.
asked if DEI was lucrative. If that's the original question, well, I have a very easy rebuttal to this. BlackRock invested about, I think it was $200 billion into ESG in the gaming sector, and they've already made 50% loss on that investment, and they're pulling out.
That's good news.
I'm not
They
familiar
have
with
never
those
made
numbers.
profit on it. All of their ESG and DEI investments in mainstream gaming in the AAA space that they invested hundreds of billions into has not turned a profit even once. And when you actually look at like the DEI stuff when it comes to consulting agencies, like especially for Sony's a good example. The Last of Us 1 sold, I think it was about 60 million units. Last of Us 2, 40 million. Spider-Man 1, about 80 million units. Spider-Man 2, 40 million.
Man,
Ragnarok,
dude, speaking of DEI,
sold
Last
half
of Us
what
Season
the
2.
original 2018
Fuck me.
did. What all three of those games have in common was
Shit
Sweet
story.
Baby Inc. consulted on all of them, like the DEI consultant agency. And the profits over compared to the original first entry in the franchise were half of the sales figure. So I mean, like it's clearly not lucrative.
They also had a shit director and
It's an
writing
interesting
team too.
economic analysis, but like most financial focused reasoning, I think it falls short by ignoring other important human motivations.
These games don't have microtransactions. They're single player releases. They are based on unit sales and unit sales solely.
Unit sales, yeah, but I'm looking at we're looking at unit sales. I'm primarily looking at the way that wait these single player games like.
Are we really debating video games?
Yes, we are. We ended up getting sidetracked so
This is
daggone
fucking insane.
Our time is now, old man.
Josh
got
is
mental illness.
gerrymandering this
What of it?
debate. Okay, I vote we slap his balls, bailiff. Someone smack him.
Why does that always?
But I don't know. I mean, alongside like acquiring health, I think human beings, just generally speaking, desperately want a sense of belonging and purpose. And so, like, more and more riches are required, right? And so, underlying a lot of the social need will often take over. It's like sort of a primary motivator. That's why, like, people bring up like BlackRock, right? The CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink.
Man almost said BlackRock.
This man is a crack. You're talking about crack.
Everyone
rock?
wants to talk about black cock. I've never understood it.
Yeah.
No.
But someone like Larry Fink, for example, right? He's nothing more than a common street wandering addict looking for his next fix, right? He's kind of people like him, for example, right? He's kind of what's the term that people describe? I forgot. I remember reading an article on him. Someone said that he was self-doping, right? Yeah, but I think a lot of it fundamentally comes down to marketing pressures and deadlines, just unrealistic deadlines being set on people. Like, you know, one of the biggest problems actually with Overwatch was effectively was that there were major deadlines that was set on certain, like really certain.
Well, if you're going to make the argument though that the artistic integrity or rather design of the product is ruined by deadlines and corporate greed, then you would also have to accept that removing talent in favor of unskilled people in the industry is going to, you know, for cheaper labor costs is also going to negatively impact them.
But what if those same people are the quote unquote DEI? Like, for example, would you really say that? Okay, well, let's say. Like, I don't know, some Asian guy.
Name me a gaming franchise. Name me one gaming franchise that's like in the mainstream, not even AAA, but just like in the mainstream that was not founded by whites. So I'll wait.
That was not all founded by whites?
Yeah. That did not have a white development team.
That's not.
No. It can be AAA. I'm just saying, like any game that's in like, the purview of the mainstream.
Assassin's Creed.
That's a terrible example because
I was gonna say Street Fighter because that was in the mainstream for a while now.
Yeah, but Assassin's Creed.
Yes, Wolfpack. $40. Sorry, no, $20
for
a
Ubisoft
1v1
team in France. They were all fucking white. It was 2008.
What was it? A white team that started the Grand Theft Auto franchise? I'm pretty sure that started over in
was an American
Japan,
company,
didn't it?
So most likely.
Rockstar's an American company.
It wasn't Rockstar originally, was it?
Oh wait, hold on. No, I got one. Dark Souls.
Well, no. Okay, well, that Japanese is its own market, but yeah, I would say that. Also
Yeah, but that
falls
counts.
under
You
the
said
same caliber.
Yeah, I was going to say that counts.
I mean,
no, it doesn't count because he's talking about
Yes, it
DEI.
does.
No. Wait. You're okay. Okay. Let me reframe what I said. Fine. White or Japanese? Like which of these development teams that make these?
That's moving the goalpost
now
a
you're
whole
moving
lot,
the
though.
goalpost. Yeah, no, John, don't move the
Hold on. I'm
goalpost.
conceding, but like I'm just asking. Like the question is like, out of all of these development teams,
Genshin Impact,
which
to
ones
answer your
have
question.
like this diverse cast of characters that aren't like some homogenized development team?
Street
Well,
Fighter.
I don't think anybody's gonna make the argument on this panel that DEI, as far as development choices, are good for gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, also,
they're
I
pretty
wanna
bad.
bring up
unless
a
it's in a
comment.
porn game, that's pretty hot.
I do want to bring up a comment too. That
no.
Yeah, what? No, I'm
Hold on,
telling you, bro. If
let
they did
Josh talk.
DEI and every chick was hot, I wouldn't have a problem with it. No one would.
That's
You know, we need to do DEI, but instead of like making them ugly, we should make them the hottest chick.
Yeah, just make them
Honestly.
hot.
Well, I mean, they did that with Stellar Blade, and then they got slandered.
It
and
had
they
one
did-
Asian woman. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
You said they did that with Stellar. You said they did DEI with Stellar Blade. That was one Asian one.
Yeah, I know, but the
hold
entire
on.
reason that game got slandered was because Eve was like unproportional, or so to speak.
Yeah, but then it made it all of its money back in like a month.
Bros will literally
Well,
not
yeah,
debate.
but that's not DEI.
Yeah, it's not. That's what I'm trying
It's
to
the
tell you. It's
opposite.
not yeah, it's not DEI.
Dudes will
You
literally
can't
not
have
debate
DEI
foreign
and
policy.
make
but
it
will
I'm saying
debate
you need to have
DEI.
DEI and just make all the women sexy.
I do want to bring
It's
up
the
something
opposite of
too. I think this
DEI.
is salient to the premise
Oh,
of our
who else bounced
conversation,
out?
which is Notlaw's brought it up in the comments, but he says conservatives shrug their shoulder on climate change and social issues, but literally load their diapers because Hollywood made Captain America gay or whatever. I do think it is kind of
Not gonna lie, that's kind of true. That is kind of true.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, you
climate
could
change.
you could talk
That's
about
climate
social
change.
issues. I mean,
Because
you could
climate change
regard that
is
as
a
social issue.
I do think climate change is a major issue.
Liberal.
Yeah, the climate changes every
all of a
second
sudden-
of every minute of every hour of every fucking day, man. It's never going to stop changing. It's going to change.
Liberal propaganda. We
That
have
is
more
true.
ice in the Arctic coming up than what we're losing.
Well, climate change
not
is
even
largely a
that.
natural
Climate
process.
change
Don't you
started
find
as
it
we were
ironic
getting
that
colder,
that they
and then
changed
now
the
we're
whole
getting
idea
hotter,
to
and
climate
now we're
change
going back to
with the
colder,
climate
okay?
changing when prior it used to be global warming, then it was global cooling.
Yeah,
now
exactly.
it's climate change. I mean, come on.
You want to talk about perverse like government incentives? There you go. Climate change.
Just to clarify, Wolfpack. Just to clarify, Wolfpack, a 1v1 is only $20. If you decide to send one in, just
I
in
want
the
a 1v1.
notes, in the notes, just put name.
I want a 1v1
name.
Wolfpack.
We can set it
I
up.
want a 1v1 John. This nigga sounds retarded.
That sounds gay.
Fuck you.
I'm black, by the way. I'm black.
That sounded like he was implying some homo shit.
Yeah, that's some pretty gay stuff, man.
Oh no! Oh no!
Everyone, quiet down. I'm turning on my camera. John's doing the same.
Uh-oh.
See who finishes last. That's how we debate.
Yeah, no, not laws in the comment. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Like most of these development studios that would be quantified as like DEI either via
So
you know,
DEI has to
hired
involve
on
ugly women.
zero
Okay.
experience
I didn't know that was a
developers
requirement.
or just via demographics. I mean, they're commercially unsuccessful and most successful franchises like someone brought up From Software earlier with like Dark Souls or whatever.
Yeah.
That's a very good example of it. Like homogenous Eastern studios are what dominates the gaming industry at large. You can see that with Korea's gaming division, China's, Japan's. They trump us in terms of like American revenue earned because we have higher expenditure for consuming costs in America for Eastern games, and they have they have more profit from it because we buy in, and it's from homogenized development.
Hold on, this entire fucking argument was about. Never mind.
No, I was just responding to what he said in chat.
No,
Okay.
this is
we're-
retarded.
We started
Yeah,
to
we gotta
respond
move
to
on.
chat, so let's get a new topic.
Oh, right.
You should already have topics on the ready.
What if
They do.
They are on the ready. Let's see. We're gonna move past the South African stuff.
I think we already answered that one.
Well, it was the third. The third one was gonna be what if any benefit or drain will the South Africans cause? But we really didn't
We're
even.
moving past that one.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid. They're all farmers, so
All right. Do you think Trump really is pulling away from Israel and AIPAC, or is this
No.
a stunt?
I think it's a matter of foreign affairs. I mean, most of East Europe is very against Netanyahu, as is the UN. So it's probably just more of a staging, just to publicly disperse himself from Israel, so we can keep our trades intact without risk of any other social issues with other countries.
Does anyone disagree with that?
Yeah, no.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, like, we have to go through APAC regardless for like presidential or congressional or Supreme Court candidates.
God, that's so insane.
So I mean,
that's such
like,
an insane concept.
I was about to say it's an insane concept, but like that's not going anywhere. We're just like saying, okay, well, let's say Palestine should exist so we don't fucking lose all of our trade partners in East Europe because they want to fucking gun down Netanyahu.
What if, and if you question it and say they have too much power, you're anti-Semitic. That's crazy.
Oy vey.
Well, shit. Damn. All right.
Damn, I thought there was gonna be more contention. No contention from you, Josh, on that one.
Fuck them all.
No, he's gone.
Josh, surely you love Israel, right?
Josh, surely you love Israel, right?
I don't know. Look at his profile picture. He looks like he might descend.
I mean,
He looks
regarding
pro Hamas.
I mean, regarding the Israel-Palestine issue, it's a very complex affair. I haven't personally
it's
dug
not.
too much into it. I mean, I think it's. I just don't speak on things that I'm ignorant about.
It's
I haven't
really not
looked too much
complex.
into
One
it, but I
person on
do
one
think
side of
that-
the sandbox is fighting another person on the other side of the sandbox for the other side of the sandbox that nobody wants to give up. It's really that.
Yeah,
simple.
if you've ever had an actual sandbox with two kids in it, that's kind of it.
That, but that's like
Yeah,
historical
one person
stuff
had the
that
sandbox for
contributes.
the last 1,000 years. The other person has kind of had it for the last like.
Well, they've both been fighting for it for the same amount of time. Let's
Well,
keep it
also,
real.
I mean, one person on one side of the sandbox commits public genocide in 1960s with the Nakba diminishing their population by like 30%.
Yeah, that was in the 60s. This is
Yeah, that was in the 60s. They don't. I bet
you
you millions of dollars they actually don't care about that shit.
No, via definition, I mean, like, they're still doing it. They're still cutting off infrastructure and causing undue civilian casualties. It's a genocide.
Well, maybe people should do what they're fucking told and they won't cut off infrastructure.
It's a matter
are
of
in
foreign
their
affairs
country.
with Israel because they basically bar Egypt or any other country that's offered support to Palestine. They've
I
denied
thought Egypt
them
hated those
access and
motherfuckers. Didn't they
threatened
build
them.
a wall just to keep them out?
Maybe
Egypt
Palestine
doesn't
needs
like
to keep their hands to
Israel, but
themselves.
They threatened Israel threatened Egypt if they sent supplies to Palestine, and they've done it to a couple other nations. They're also exchanging shots with Syria on occasion. Israel.
How about
is, I mean.
Packy?
So
Okay.
I
Before
just
we
know
do
my whole
anything-
lifetime there's been a war somewhere over in that damn desert, and nothing's come of it. But you know,
Oil
a bunch of debt as far as the taxpayers
Before-
concerned.
Yeah, before we do anything, Wolfpack with the $30 super, Cash App, not super chat. He says, John versus Gar. I will put the topic in chat. Let's wait for
Gar?
that topic
Okay,
in
that's
chat.
interesting.
All right, let's go.
Topic in chat. Waiting
What's
for
the
that
topic?
topic. Waiting for that topic. But yep, I'll put you guys down.
Okay, so what's the topic gonna be?
I don't know.
He wants to put the topic in the chat. Does the Scarlet Letter portray religion as a primarily negative force in society?
Oh my God, he's like
Yes,
my English
end of
teacher. I
debate.
gotta
The
look this shit
Scarlet
up.
Letter. I have. Oh my god.
all right. So since Pumpkin doesn't have the layout set up for us to do it, I'm gonna drop everyone but Gar and John.
No,
And
I'll just mute.
what's
I'll just
the-
mute.
What's the time limit?
I have no
Time limit.
idea what the fuck this is. I've never read the Scarlet Letter, bro.
Yeah, the time limit's 5 minutes.
All right.
Am I supposed to fucking read the book?
I mean, I guess you're just fucked. Make something up, wing it.
Okay, Wolfpack, if neither of them know anything about that, is it okay if we can find something they'll actually be able
I was
to
about to
debate
say,
on?
I don't think we can.
I know a little bit about the Scarlet Letter, but I think that'd be cheating. Just the fact that I know what it is.
I was about to say, like, it's a matter of like no information versus limited information.
Just make it the fuck up. I think that'll be funnier.
I think
All
it
right.
has a
All right, wait,
religious.
time out.
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
I'm dropping everybody.
I can't debate this. We need a new topic. What the
No,
fuck is this?
I
All right,
win.
let's get it on. Your time
Let's
is
go.
starting.
Okay.
Matt, your time is starting as soon as I drop. And okay, so all right, John Doe, Garion, think
Okay.
of a our drug drug consumption rooms a good idea. That's the new topic. All right.
Okay,
What's a drug
okay.
consumption room? What are
I
we
know
defining
exactly
as?
what he's talking
A
about.
safe place for drug addicts to do drugs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'll have this discussion.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
cool.
Well, do you guys disagree? First off,
I say yes.
You guys
I
are
think it
really
is
going to
a good
debate legal trap houses?
I don't think.
Yes.
Legal trap houses.
I'm going
Yes.
to be on the opposite end of this. I don't think it's a good idea.
All right.
All right.
all right, here we go. Yeah, let's run this shit.
So, all right. I'm gonna do a random number generator to see who goes first, and then I'm gonna drop, and your time starts. Let me see real quick.
I'll share my screen with the timer if you want me to.
By the way, Wolfpack, since I actually know what the Scarlet Letter is, I will answer your original question after this debate.
Hold on 1 second. Y'all, yeah, talking. Dead Air is a show killer, so y'all two argue with each other, I guess. So I can
Yeah. Okay. I will. You know what? I kind of don't want to go first, but it depends.
I'll go first if you want me to.
All right. Yeah, that's fine.
all right. Well, we have an agreement, so I don't have to find a wheel spinner. All right. When I drop, your time starts, and I'm starting it now, and let's get.
All right.
All right. So I don't think that the drug consumption rooms are a good idea. I'm a very pro-liberty person. I don't like infringing on people's autonomy. I just think that the federal regulations around like class 1 substances are within reason. I don't think people should be able to do substances in which would inhibit them to an amount to actually be a risk to themselves or others should be advocated for in society in any way. I don't think we should have a safe area for them to indulge in. Many people make the argument that, if you let drug users do it, you decriminalize it, it'll lower the rate of convictions and crimes. But I think that it just leads to a very unstable populace. You can see this in Oregon and similar places where their deregulation surrounding those types of controlled substances only contributes to their crime rate. So no, I wouldn't say the drug consumption rooms are a good idea.
Okay. To counter that, I would like to ask that when it comes to the concept of drug consumption rooms, there is no specification to where they are either private nor public.
Okay.
So I believe that if corporations or some sort of, no, it doesn't have to be corporations, it can basically be anybody, would have their own ability to rent out drug consumption rooms. For example, Airbnbs. They have specific spaces that allow you to smoke. You can't smoke in any other area except for that. If something similar to that were to be tacked on to an already existing an already existing property, something like that, it would easily be able to be regulated, especially if it has to be something that's where it's recorded. I also believe that the specific type of drug also has to come into consideration. If it's something like, I don't know, let's say weed. I don't know if you think that weed is a drug or not, because
I don't think it's class 1 like the government looks at it as. No, I think
okay,
marijuana should be
but I will
decriminalized.
use weed as an example, just for example's sake, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. For let's say weed, for example, let's say you had specific rooms for specific drugs. Each one has the various necessary facilities or the various necessary the necessary tools that you need in order to take said drugs. Let's say the crack room had spoons, meth drugs, egg needles, stuff like that. There would also be something like that for alcohol as well, since there's a wide debate on whether or not alcohol is good for society.
Wait, so we're supplying them with paraphernalia to do the drugs?
Yes. Especially if you live in a society where it's extremely hard to regulate the income and the import and export of drugs, which is the case for America. We've been having a war on drugs for the past, 20, 30 years now, and drug use has only increased in the past.
Well, I don't mean to sound facetious, but obviously the federal government's involved with that, with the crack epidemic, among other things. But I mean, just in general, I think that the drug epidemic kind of comes down to lower income communities and having a dependency and reliancy on these things, and it's not cracked down upon enough. You don't really see people even in white society where you have let's say on the far end, like the white trash trailer park types. I mean, it's pretty cracked down upon even those areas. You're a meth head, you're getting arrested, whereas in black communities, we kind of turn the other way, which those are most of the convicted offenders for most drug charges anyway. I don't really think it's going to stop the amount of crime or anything just because we're letting them run out in the street. And if anything, I think it's going to negatively detriment us for that exact reason, as we've seen in areas that have already done it.
Which is the reason why I think the rooms are beneficial, due to the fact that it funnels those same crackheads into a specific place to where they can easily be monitored and regulated. Crack
Okay,
rooms
but
have
you're not keeping them there for like the entire duration of their high. That's unrealistic. You'd be renting out these.
I'm not
rooms for,
saying
like,
that at
hours
all.
and
Crack
hours
room
and hours.
like yeah, but in the question specifically, crack rooms were never specified to be permanent resting places. They're not like
Well, I'm not saying
prisons
it's
or
a permanent
jails.
resting place, but I'm saying like what is the purpose then if they're just going to go right back out on the street anyway after they're done getting their fix?
Because it would be much easier to regulate them in a specific location to where they can be monitored and get help instead of just being on the sidewalk, getting in front of people's ways, potentially attacking people. It's a good way to funnel them into a place. It's kind of like they basically function similarly to homeless shelters. So instead of having the homeless man pitch
Well,
his
again,
tent
these people are
at the bus
tripping
stop.
balls for like hours and hours and hours and hours. I mean, you're not keeping them there. For
And would
that
you
long.
rather have him do it in the street or in a specific place to where he's not hurting anybody?
Well, again, I guess we have to define: are they keeping them the entire time in that room for like the duration of their high, or are they getting high for the first hour in there and then leaving?
That would be specific based on whoever the heck the host is for these crack rooms.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stand on my point that if they're just being like released back out anyway, it's not really solving the problem in any meaningful way.
Do you think that it should be a form of permanent residence, or should it just be ignored altogether and be replaced with a greater emphasis on cracking down on drugs?
I think we need to crack down on drugs more. I don't think that it's something that we should
Like
look at
how we've
favorably
been
in our
cracking down on drugs
society.
for the past 30 years and how it's done literally nothing.
I mean, you could say it's done literally nothing, but
Well,
it's
not literally nothing. Obviously, there have been more facilities
Well,
being built in order to facilitate this.
I'm not trying to be semantical and be like,
I know,
literally
no, I'm
nothing,
messing with you.
obviously, but like, I guess what I'm saying is it's a very complex issue to tackle, and decriminalizing it isn't going to solve the issue.
I don't think Yeah, I agree with you there when it comes to the whole decriminalizing it thing. I don't believe that decriminalizing it is a good way.
You kind of have to decriminalize it to look the other way for the drug room. I mean, they're hand in hand in concept.
No, the drug room does not have to go hand in hand with decriminalization. It just has to be a way to funnel in drug addicts so that they can get their proper help. They don't have to be decriminalized. They can still be arrested.
But wait, so how is this going to be like a legal form of business then?
It's not a legal form of business. A drug room is just a place to where well, technically it kind of is a legal form of business, similar to how and I remember reading a story in California to where nurses would hand out needles to heroin addicts in order to, help them out with their heroin. I know it sounds stupid as hell, but that when I found out that shit was real, I thought it was insane. And I was like, why not just have them go to a specific location to where they can get their needles and just stay there instead of going back out on the streets?
People have autonomy over themselves to harm and damage their body. I don't think that there should ever be a circumstance wherein which people are just, especially by medical professionals, are being allowed to hurt themselves in such a manner. I feel like it kind of defeats the purpose of those services in society.
I also believe that if those people if those, the states that they're in would lead to them hurting others, because, most of the time people are not usually by themselves when they take drugs.
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's the exact issue. I mean, if they go in the room, if they're being spit back out after, you're still running into the same issue. So the room isn't really stopping them. It's just giving them a point of entry to have ease of access to doing the drugs rather than actually keeping them down.
That is true. Only if it's only being solely used as that type of point anyway. I could understand that if it was the only method of, interacting with the drugs as a whole.
Most of these people are homeless. They're not...
That has to be 5 minutes. You guys can keep going, but that has to be 5 minutes.
Okay. No. I mean, I'll rest my case if Garion doesn't have anything else to say.
Oh, no. I'm just saying that the specifics of the whole program would be...
10 minutes, my bad.
No, 5 minutes. You're good. Yeah, so we probably went over the mark, right?
We're only at 8 minutes.
Why did you interrupt the debate? You should have let him go, you dick.
No. I said 5 minutes. That was good. All right, Ortho. What I need you to do? Wait, am I a mod in your chat? Can I make a poll in your chat?
You should be able to.
Okay, let's find out. Because your chat is the most active right now. My chat is not.
Who won, Garion or John?
Yeah, I was about to say pick your victor. It was a battle well fought. Gary can go fuck himself. This was totally not cordial. I was at his neck the entire time.
I think it was a draw simply because they didn't have enough time to finish the debate.
No, I mean they would have way less time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I was about to say. I mean, we got an extra 3 minutes out of that, which I appreciate. I mean, it was a good discussion.
Yeah, it was.
You can't cover all your bases in 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right, poll started.
Bro, I would kill myself
Is
if I
it?
was a tap
Oh, yeah.
dancer.
All right, keep
All right,
in mind.
apparently, Gary, and you don't exist. You're a tap dancing AI.
Oh, okay. King Shenard, you mud cookie eating mucky, go fuck yourself, sir.
Okay, keep in mind, whoever wins in the polls, we're running for a little bit. Whoever wins in the polls gets to stay, and then whoever loses gets removed from the panel, and they can be revived for $40 if someone
See you,
decides to
Garion.
do so.
Okay.
Did Garion lose? I didn't pay attention.
You know you're gonna get voted out by the chat.
Yeah, I got too many. To be fair, I got too many haters. I do got a lot of
That
haters.
is not what the poll's showing right now. That's all I gotta say.
What?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm being.
I'm
banned
surprised because usually
I'm
everybody
not a
hates on
druggie.
Garion.
Yeah, I got 3 of my haters in chat right now. Shout out to Wolfpack. He's the
I'm
the
a
only
first
non.
timer.
Garion's a whole
I'm used to
tap
taking
dancing
the
coon,
blows,
man.
so that's fine.
Yo,
That
who's
suckles
burping?
the milk from the white man's teat.
Yeah, who's
I'm not
burping?
suckling on anything right now.
Who the
All
fuck
right,
burped?
seven
There was like
votes.
4 burps just went off.
All right, we're gonna need some more votes here, guys. We need some more votes. 8 votes.
Shenard's parole officer.
I don't know, bro.
I'd do it for free. Just tell me who he is.
You mean Shenard? You mean just chess?
Have I ever even? Jacob,
No,
have
he
I
means
ever talked to
checkers.
Garion before on Discord?
I don't even know who Garion is. Is he in the
Oh,
call?
okay.
I've been here for a while.
I was about to say it was the one I was debating.
I don't know. I see Gar. I don't see Garion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gar
that's-
is short for Garion.
Yeah.
Gar, shirt for Garfield.
Or guarantee.
Gar what?
All
Guarantee.
right. I have the real debate question. What does titty milk taste like?
It tastes
like-
amazing.
Yeah, it's actually quite sweet.
Dude, it's fucking disgusting. You guys are on drugs.
A tang of honey. Tang of honey.
Gay.
You're literally gay.
Dude, I tried putting that shit in my coffee once, and it wasn't.
No, you don't. Put it warm.
You don't
gotta
put it
put
in
straight
coffee.
from
What
the
are you
You
can.
put it
talking?
in coffee, you freak.
First off, if you've never
Hold on. I have something very important, Bumpkin. Tamika asked how much to get someone to snitch Shenard's parole officer.
I said I'd do it for free.
Hey, can
I
we
mean,
highlight Moxie's comment? The newest
In order to do that, we would have to get in touch with General Barbecue.
I hate you so much, bro. Disgusting. All right, we got 10 votes. I think we're
getting
gonna
banned.
call it there. If you want to end.
Bye,
that
John.
poll.
Yeah,
You
I
wanna end
figured.
that poll. I'll give you some final thoughts, John.
Before John goes, I want to say this. All right, if you've ever
I can
sucked
do it on-
titty milk, you got to do it from a woman who just had a baby. Tastes amazing.
I did,
That's why
dummy.
That's why my Discord. That's why my Discord name is the Breast Milk Bandit.
I guess my send off will be if I had time to elaborate further. I would have gone into detail about how druggies should die from their drugs and they should be discouraged. They can.
Okay, yeah, you lost them automatically. I'm sorry.
All right,
John,
all
it's
right.
not your fault. You were trying to appeal to a bunch of fucking degenerate fucking drug addicts.
Yeah,
Hey,
I know.
hey,
I know. It's a
listen,
little difficult. They're all
John-
so tards. It's fine.
Tell everyone if there's anywhere where they can find you. If you do anything besides just trolling on YouTube.
Yeah, you can find him on Pornhub.com/JohnDoe33.
Woes Quill on YouTube. I post gaming stuff.
Woes Quill on
post,
YouTube.
Post a link. Hold on, before you go, John. Before you go, I want to invite you guys to the Discord.
All right, sounds
Post
good.
the link and post the link. We are building a group where you can post your content, network, talk about politics, gaming content.
Talk
culture.
about how great it is to be white.
Oh, perfect. I found a great community. Oh, perfect.
And the Discord. There's the Discord for you guys in the back chat.
Where's that? Private chat? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
the private chat and the Discord link should be posted in the stream
All right,
comments.
let
section
me
as
in.
well. All right, if
Oh.
anybody, if you don't see anything, you get a roll because you got to be
Yeah, I
vetted.
don't see
yeah,
anything. I'm
let me
gonna
in.
need a roll.
If you join now during the stream, you don't have to be vetted late. You don't have to be vetted later.
All right. With further ado, buddy, thanks for playing along. Thanks for being a good
All right.
sport and good debates. By the way, everyone, you can revive people for $40. So if you want to revive the man, $40 via Cash App.
Bring
It's
it
all
back.
on
If
the
you, bring
barbecue.
it back if you're not a brokey.
I burped too much. Now my body wants to keep burping. I don't need to. I'm scared.
What, you think you're gonna blow up or something?
No, it feels like it if I don't keep burping.
Oh, man's getting preggers by his own
I'm
gas.
getting literally preggers, dude.
Okay.
All right,
You
let's
said
do
it, I
a
reframed it.
topic change. How about that?
Abortion for men. Okay.
Oh my God.
No financial abortion. Use that as a topic.
No, fuck no.
What's wrong with financial abortion?
Let's just
Wait,
not
hold
do
on.
it.
Hold on. Let Ortho get his question out first.
Anywho, yes. That's why my title is. Wait, what, Bumpkin? Why do you have titles off? Oh no, hold on, real quick.
Why do I have titles off?
There you go. There we go. Oh, it's gone. Hold on.
Nigfinity Gauntlet.
Hold on.
Maybe turn titles off again.
Nigfinity.
Damn,
You know
I
what
forgot
makes
that
it-
was under there.
You know what makes it?
Quest for the Nigfinity Gauntlet of Power.
Oh god.
You know what's funny is the fact that you go on black panels with that.
I know, right? And nobody ever says anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say they don't really
I've just
care.
been around for a long time, Orthodox. That's all it is. People
is
know
why-
that I'm trolling most of the time.
That's why the single mother enjoyer is my title.
How do I
especially
put this on my thing?
You just click the three buttons. You
What?
click three buttons and you hit headline, edit name and headline.
Okay, yeah.
But so
Wait, hold on. Question for you, Ortho.
I guess there are now.
Uh-huh.
what is the question?
Are there blacks in the Discord? Shenard, silence African. Ooh.
We don't let them in the server. We close the borders. They made the
Oh.
water too dry.
Yes, there are blacks in the server.
Yeah, there's like 4 of us.
Why is your name Fat Nigga, dude? Oh,
You're
Not
black,
Laws
you
is also in the server.
Yes.
I'm black.
I was gonna say, Gary, you're black. I was like, yeah. When did I say I wasn't?
Garion is the
Yesterday.
founder. Garion is the founder of the Coon Platoon.
Yes, sir. I am the
The
third.
Coon
I am the
Clan?
third. We are the third faction in the race war who doesn't care about Negroes, sir.
Yeah. To be fair,
All right,
I did
Uncle
steal
Ruckus.
that.
Uh-huh.
I did steal that name from him.
Oh no, you're
technically.
you're cool, man. You're cool.
yeah.
Anyway,
John
what was
Doe, you're good to stay in the back. By the way, if you're awaiting that revive via Cash App, you're good to stay back there, homie.
Yeah, he's probably going to be waiting until the end of the night.
Yeah, it's okay though. These
I'm,
things happen, but I will have to remove you out if the back gets too full or something. you know
I'm
what I mean?
John's lawyer, so.
You're John's lawyer.
What's the maximum
much.
amount of people you can
Why
have?
do
in the
white
faction?
people always have lawyers?
Why people
10.
be like?
You can only have 10.
I don't know.
No, I can have 15, homie.
We do like financial fraud and stuff.
Oh, we
need
can have
lawyers.
15. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
only 10 on panel, but 5 extra in the back chat. Yeah, because we have the nice stream yards.
All right, so I have a new title that was bestowed upon me by Woody.
Why is Tamika afraid of me? I mean, what you think I'm gonna bite him? I might bite her.
Bruh, I have to say this. Like,
DM me on Discord for welfare fraud, black only.
Oh.
I know how to get-
hit my email up. I've been
I know
looking
how
for
to
somebody I
get,
can buy food stamps
Snap-
off of.
Yeah, I can get you SNAP benefits tomorrow like that. Facebook Marketplace style.
Man, I wish I
Oh, dude, you are my guy, bro.
You might get shot on the way here, but it's worth the risk. You get $500.
Gar, he did want to hear you debate the first topic, but
Oh yeah, about the Scarlet Letter. Yes, I do. Oh, what was the question?
It was a
again?
red letter. That's it. End of discussion.
Oh, it wasn't that gummit. It was a precursor. It was a precursor. Good debate for sin.
Well,
I forgot what his question
No,
was.
not even sin. It was infidelity. Infidelity.
Just infidelity?
It was more so about women going out and basically just handing out their box.
no, Garion's right. It was sin specifically, and how people can be judgmental.
Does the Scarlet Letter portray religion as a primarily negative force in society?
Because
Yes.
the whole premise of the Scarlet Letters, they specifically chose adultery because it would get passions up and going. Because
Adultery is probably the most sensitive topic in all of society.
I feel like a
Yeah.
6-year-old jumping for his turn at the water park. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Can we switch?
But the Scarlet Letters, they represent they had more Scarlet Letters than just adultery, and you had to sew them onto all of your clothes for whatever sin you did. It was based on a
So was the Jewish star a scarlet letter then?
It was a warning sign because it was yellow.
Shalom.
Ooh.
Hello?
I'm here.
Oh shit! I just heard dead air.
No, we're waiting for the we're waiting for the question.
Oh.
My bad.
You were ortho.
You are fucking disgusting. You know, kids have
there are
That's
requests in
liking it,
chat.
bro.
There are requests in chat. Okay.
And he said shalom to it too. That's crazy work, bro.
What are the 10 panel's opinions on the Department of Labor?
I think that's the last department I've researched ever. That really sucks that you asked that.
Not the Department of Labor, the Department of Education.
We should privatize. We should privatize education primarily and just use government.
That's
subsidies.
retarded. Well,
And
that's
retarded.
Yeah, no. Privatizing education. would
Someone
lead to
pay
so much
for a
bullshit.
1v1 against me and Jacob, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, please do.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say you want to have a bunch.
I don't want to get banked on.
You want to have a bunch of cultists, Jehovah's Witnesses, and black supremacists running around.
Mormon versus black church.
You want to make the commies correct, dude.
Yeah,
privatize all education and make that class divide even wider, bro. It
won't even be just a class divide; it'll be a fucking thinking divide.
It would be a thinking divide, exactly. You privatize it and you legitimately allow mass majorities of populations to legitimately just be more educated, more intelligent. Without absolutely, at least with public education, you have some chance to have some level of
unified. No, honestly, I think the concept of a unified country thought is ideal. If you were to privatize education fully, you would have so much divide within your borders. You would have wars starting in almost every state.
If we're looking at it from a lens of who's more educated and who tends to succeed more in the academic spheres, it seems like autodidact seems to overperform than academics. You have people who regularly think, right? And for one, when you're talking about private education, I brought up subsidies. I wasn't able to end that point. Subsidize it to lower the cost of the private education, especially for high urbanized regions. You're acting like market competition when it come into play. If public schools didn't exist, then other schools would come into play, and it would still be affordable.
Yeah,
it would lower the tax incidence on people.
Bumpkin, what's the amount? I'll give it to you.
For a 1v1?
Yeah, for Jacob.
It's $20 via
Hold
Cash
on.
App.
Give me a minute. Let me get my phone.
Yeah, you're gonna do a 1v1, you and him?
No, for you and Jacob, because I'm kind of interested between you two, since you guys you guys are going to be doing most of the arguing anyway. I'm kind of with you on this one. I think fully privatized education is a bad idea, and I know
that's why I believe in the subsidies.
Yeah, okay. We'll get into it in a second. Hold on.
I think education should be solely in the state's hands because each state's going to be different. Not everything's squared out. Federal, and not only that, if you look at the Department of Education, the whole reason why it was brought in to begin with was to streamline education and to make things better. That way, all kids had a fair and equal chance. And if anything, the Department of Education has just made shit worse.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Orthodox, John in the back chat said he wanted to rejoin that Discord.
I already told him.
Then on top of it, all the tax dollars that go to it, how much of it is actually funneled into each school?
Well,
Most of it's going to bureaucrats than it is to the schools.
Since this is going to be a one-on-one debate, I'm going to jump in here and tell you my opinion. Capitalists breed their own enemies. This is how you get communism. This is how you stoke class divide. And this is you literally give credence to communist arguments by
Essentially does the opposite.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll let you and Bumpkin debate that.
See, but I do understand where you're coming from. I would agree on certain parts, but that's like I'm not like an anarcho-capitalist that believes the state shouldn't be involved in anything. I think that's stupid. I think that the state could monetarily incentivize. So instead of using our tax dollars to create like an education system which doesn't work, we can allow other education platforms to compete on higher level scoring people, right? So like I don't know. I think the SAT and all these other things are pretty useless for a lot of people actually. Same with IQ tests. If every school can demonstrate who comes out of it and who's more successful in the workforce, then that's a bunch of competition. But when you nationalize the education system or even bring it down to the state level, you're letting less control on what the parents can say for one and what people can teach. So like I as much as I don't agree with, let's say, a Satanist school or even a Christian school, those can exist and we can see what's more successful. And you can see those markers and more will breed in time.
Did you get the money? I just sent it.
Potentially. Yes, sir. I got it. Boom, bada bing.
I personally just don't understand why we need a Department of Education to funnel taxpayer dollars. I mean, isn't the whole purpose of each state having a lottery program was for that to actually fund our schools? Where's all that money at? Why do we need federal? Why do we need federal federal subsidies for our schools when we're supposed to already have private funding through the citizens?
Since here's the thing, right?
I don't understand the question.
Here's the thing, right? Garion, do you care if either of us get thrown off? Because here's the thing, right? I'm not going to participate in the final thing, right? In the final vote from chat, okay? When there's only 4 left on the panel. I'm not going to participate in that because obviously, right, if I win, I just keep the money, which would be kind of fucked up. You know what I mean? I just feel like that's unfair.
If you do get kicked off, you can just, if you want, you can send me the money back.
Oh no! If I get kicked off, if I lose this debate, then it's all good and well. I was just saying, like, if he gets kicked off, right? It's kind of like, okay, well,
You see how he was automatically assuming that he's going to win this debate.
yeah. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Me?
Well, honestly, I'll see. Yeah, I'll see how the debate goes, and we'll figure that out then.
Yeah, we'll figure it out then.
Well, can someone please send a cash app to revive John Doe? He was a very valuable member to the panel, and I do think Bumpkin is going to win this.
Hey, tell him to reach into his wallet and pull out some of his own moldy money.
Yeah, I just sent the money for this shit. I'm not spending no more cash.
Yep.
Fair enough.
People watching in the ether, right? Hashtag Bumpkin123. It's $40 to bring him back on panel to hit that revive. I also have $40. I also have really cool edits for all the revives. And I didn't hit my edit that he was booted off. Oh shit! I
got you. Hold on, I got you. We're doing the way back. We rhyme.
Dude, don't do it. This is
that shit sounds.
If you miss it, you miss it. Don't make.
No, he double fucked up. That's not even the right one.
This is the one you have labeled as it.
Where's Snowman go? Oh,
that was a cool edit, but it was really gay that you just now did it.
No,
I did it because I booted that bombed you.
No. Hold on. This is the proper edit. Let's just run this shit real fast.
No, don't run it. Wait until after the.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Wait until you're the one getting kicked. That way it can be shown the first time being used on the owner of the channel.
My hubris has no bounds, sir.
Not gonna lie, that would be ironic as hell. And
that would be funny as fuck. I would hope.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
We can make that happen.
Especially when you see the edit, it's gonna be really funny. All right. I'm gonna remove Snowman. I'm gonna remove Gar.
Wow. Right. I have.
You see how I'm already sowing seeds of dissent in the chat.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
The man is a Hebrew influence. All right, gentlemen, we are doing a one-on-one debate. $40 to revive whoever loses the debate, which is wild. But
you can do this, Jacob.
You are set for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And all right, your time starts when I drop, and let's get it.
Ho ho ho! The Department of Education is a very, I wouldn't say it's a perfect system, that's for sure. The Department of Education is not a perfect system, but I would say in regards to completely demolishing it and making everything privatized, we know how that works. We do not live in a free market system because a free market system is not possible. This idea that private entities wouldn't just conglomerate and create a monopoly is insane. Like if you want a completely hedonistic, consumeristic society, completely privatize education. That's how you would get that.
Trends show, since the 1971 Legislative Reorganization Act, that government intervention is where monopolies came from. For example, the lobbyists weren't able to actually do anything in Congress till we opened the doors to lobbyists and allowed them to listen into committees. A good example of this is our food regulation industry. When we opened the doors to Congress and allowed lobbyists to see the decisions of Congress and the writing of bills before they were passed in the debate trials, lobbyists were able to influence the decisions of Congress members, right? But pre-1970s, they were able to put money at a party, not just a person. So I would actually argue that the government regulating anything in corporate interests and allowing corporations to see how Congress operates, both inherently are anti-free market. Now, if you remove the factor of open source Congress and the sunshine reforms, this works.
So bribery is a thing. So therefore, I would say that the mega corporations for sure bribe politicians to push that into effect. There's no way to prove it's like chicken before the egg, but for sure.
No, I can.
For sure.
I can prove it statistically. Everything.
You can prove it statistically that there was never a bribe sent before.
I can prove that the rate.
You can prove that
the rate of quality of life precipitously depreciated. I would say over 4 times, and medical care costs increased by 10 times after 1971. When
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the claim that you made.
No. Corruption exists in any society. I'm saying I never would claim that corruption doesn't exist in any society. I'm saying that it increased to a point where it was intolerable, and we opened Pandora's box to a system which cannot operate anymore. So as long as you get rid of congressional transparencies or congressional transparency, companies cannot monopolize because they do not control the state.
Yeah. So what you're doing is you're using the goalpost like as a V8 engine and wheels. We're on this topic currently as we speak, right?
Yeah, and the reason why
if we completely privatize education, you would have monopolies. I don't care if this happened later on or how we have monopolies now. I do not care about that. We're on this topic directly.
Fine. Then let's talk about how the education system works. What makes the Department of Education more functional than private educations, considering private education has higher scores on the SAT?
Private education has higher scores on the SATs because it is funded drastically by rich people. Yes, this is true. Absolutely. They have better educators. Absolutely. Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not advocating, right? My advocation is not to completely remove private education. I'm advocating for a 2-tier system, right? But you are the one that's advocating to completely do rid of public education and make it only privatized.
Right. Yeah. I believe that if we subsidize the market, we can lower the cost of private education. It's been proven in other markets.
Yeah, lower the cost of private education, but you're going to up the cost for everyone that cannot afford private education.
Well, that's why we lower the cost.
And then therefore you would lower the quality of it.
No, that's not true. We would subsidize the market.
If you're going to subsidize private education, you might as well just have public education, bro.
No,
they
make just as much, if not more.
It's literally the same
because of our subsidies. No, they're not making.
You're going to subsidize private education, so you're going to have the government pay a corporate entity instead of just making public education where the state dictates
they already do that.
Proper learning curriculum.
Yeah,
it makes zero sense, bro.
Statistically, it seems like the state doesn't know what they're doing about it, though. We implement the Common Core math, and it's done a lot worse than math before. I mean, so
listen, I'm not advocating that the Department of Education is a perfect system, whatever. Like obviously it needed to be reformed, or it needs to be reformed, absolutely, right, with an updated curriculum. But to advocate that we should just stronghold education completely in the private sector, you're asking for a ridiculous class divide.
More schools, that wouldn't be a class divide. More schools would pop up and more market competition.
Or schools would pop up, and then they would conglomerate into a monopoly.
I got a question. How many rich people do you think there are? If more schools pop up, they have to adjust for the lower income populations.
It's not even necessarily about how many rich people there are.
It's time, gentlemen.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not even about how many.
Time.
Yeah, maybe we should up that time later on. But it's not even. I'm gonna keep talking. It's not even about necessarily how many rich people there are. It's about the fact that mega international corporations. Welcome back, Josh. No, by the way, he wasn't voted off. Mega corporations would absolutely monopolize on that, like BlackRock or Vanguard, to completely teach the youth of the.
Lumpkin, how well has the No Child Left Behind Act actually done for our education system?
I'm not debating if Doge is a good or bad system. I'm just saying that it needs to be reformed.
Real
completely throw it all the way to the private sector is just it's idiocracy. You would build a system. You would build a system that would just be corporations teaching your children to buy their fucking products. I don't know.
Well, I agree.
Don't know why.
Privatizing it all together is a bad idea. That's why I say give it back to the states.
Yeah, sure. Give it back to the states. Whatever. Fine.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the federal government is actually regulating far too much, far more than what they were ever intended to regulate to begin with.
Correct, which is a result of the 1971 Legislative Organization Act, which is why I said that. It's important to have context to my ideas as a whole, or it goes skipped over. Like the lobbyist issue wouldn't exist, and companies wouldn't be able to influence the decisions of the government if this was never passed. So I think the Department of Education would have actually not had these issues at all. Maybe we don't even have to have this conversation of privatization if this was removed to begin with.
Jacob, if you believe that the government is the main reason that the public of or that the God, I can't even get my words out.
It's all right.
No, it's okay. I'm laying down. That's why I'm having a hard time talking. If you think that the good old education sector is being directly financed by the government is the reason for its whole corruption, do you believe getting rid of the government entirely would lead to some sort of change?
It would lead to a terrible change.
Do you believe that would also be a form of? Do you believe that privatization would also not come from something like that as well?
Well, privatization would come from obviously if there was no government, we would just balkanize. I don't know. That's an extreme question. I don't know how to answer that. That's never.
All right, hold on. Everybody,
that's really far.
Vote on the poll. It's up right now, so please vote on my channel.
And I Moxie, I do agree with Moxie's point. Giving back to the state is a start. I don't know. There's a structure, a made structure in how the United States works. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just kind of distorted how it operates. So I mean, inherently, I don't know if you guys are familiar with how committees worked in Congress, how they work today and how they worked then, but everything got a lot worse when there was cameras faced at the congressmen that were making our decisions. You have to
I might have an Icarus moment here.
Yeah, you have to consider certain factors. So, for example, committees were meant to be like there was war room committees, there was health committees, and it was congressmen that either agreed or disagreed and were able to, in privacy, like the Supreme Court, make decisions and then go in front of Congress publicly and have a cohesive argument, right? Before then, it was just congressmen. Today, it's now anybody can come into the room, lobbyists and media alike. So you can see how maybe congressmen might be pressured to make decisions not within the interest of the people. They might be able to, we might be able to point a finger at actually who is pointing these ideas out. Let's say, for example, AOC, just a random politician, don't think about the name itself, went into a committee room and argued for more privatized healthcare. And there was no lobbyists and there was no media in the room. Whether or not this point is a good idea, the fact of the matter is it's going to be influenced by lobbyists and what makes them the most money. Because now they're not pointing and looking at a party and funneling money to a party. They're funneling money to a person. And you can use political intimidation for that too. Sorry, I'm reading, so I apologize if I'm stuttering, but
no, you're fine.
It's a transparency issue.
Are you telling me that ChatGPT just wrote out your argument?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at this image. I want to put on my OBS
yeah, no.
thing. Yeah, no, I'm trying to get something on OBS because it's actually a really cool image I want to show.
Are we really letting him up here?
That's up to Bumpkin. It's his show.
All right.
I mean, it is open panel. I would be kind of a hypocrite, wouldn't I?
Who's coming up?
King Shenard.
Shitard.
Alrighty, the poll is closed, and Bumpkin has it with 9 votes.
66% to 33%.
Daggum.
Jacob, you did amazing, buddy. Jacob, you did amazing. You did that was good. What's up, Chris Lestrange? How's it going, buddy? Holy shit.
Real quick, can I show this or no?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, everybody gets final words.
Let me get these 2 images because it's really, really they're great images to be using. Really fucking scuffed, but it's gonna work. Trust me.
It better not be a fucking helicopter dick.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get my virtual camera on and see if it does it. Do you know how to do that, or
you can just share your screen, homie?
The African knows how to do it.
Wait, you can do that?
I also know how to do it, but it's too much to explain.
Yeah, you can just
Yeah,
share your screen.
just share your
okay.
screen, man.
Let me. How do I do that? Present.
Yeah, present. And then
Share
choose
screen. And then let's do window.
And keep in mind, even after Jacob's gone, you can drop $40 to revive him.
You can see my screen, right?
No, okay, I can't. No, you're showing the StreamYard.
You're showing the StreamYard.
Okay. So I just got 2 images up. This is pre-1970s. Very easy to look at. This is like excellent 2 photos, right? These are pre-1970s. Congress was able to discuss ideas freely without discrimination, right? This is post-1971. Lobbyists in the room. Have you ever watched, easy example, look up the Mark Zuckerberg Congress trials. Do you see the background behind Mark Zuckerberg?
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't matter that. Look at the people behind him. They're all lobbyists and people on the Hill. They're actually not a part of Congress, and they're not a part of government. The majority of them are people who aren't even supposed to be in the room. They're just allowed in because this free speech, open room law. Do you see how that might be a little bit of political intimidation? If I can't answer things freely to the people relegated to that task, I'm now being intimidated by people behind me that might be a part of corporations or higher vested interests. Well, there you
Yes, I am against lobbying.
No, lobbying is good.
No, I see what you're saying.
We're missing the idea.
What you're saying actually makes sense if you look at the fact that the way lobbying is done is even different now, being that each member of Congress actually has to call the lobbyists themselves and make promises to them in order to get money.
Let me say one more thing. For every congressman on the Hill, there are 32 lobbyists.
Okay. Is that the last thing you want to say, buddy?
Yep. Okay. Goodbye.
Alrighty. Goodbye.
There we
That was so gay.
I like it. Orthodox likes it.
I bet you would, you fucking narcissist.
Shut up. What do you mean I'm a narcissist?
Let's debate narcissism next.
Your entire persona, Snowman, is Darth Vader. Shut the fuck up.
It is Starch Vader, sir. Get it correct. Starch Vader.
Hey, yo, Josh, come back, buddy. Josh, come back.
Wait, where'd he go?
I don't know. Jacob's still in the back chat, guys. Keep in mind, $40 to revive him. $40 to revive him. Chris Lestrange, how's it going, buddy? How's it going?
All right, Shenard got the link dropped.
Yeah, Shenard got the link drop.
He said he's coming up in a minute. Speaking of, he's probably
I still want to see a Series 7.
He's probably gonna go 1-on-1 with me. He's gonna have to pay for that shit though.
Yeah, you have to pay for 1v1s, or someone in the chat can pay for a 1v1 if you want a 1v1.
Yo,
What's
peace,
up, Shenard?
Yo, so what are you
Remember,
doing?
off topic is a $10 charge.
All right, so Bumpkin, let's talk about the South African thing. You know what I'm talking about, right?
All right, which South African thing we have? What is your opinion on South African refugees, and what benefit or drain will South Africans cause, or what? Or well, hold on. Let me see. Does America have a moral responsibility to help refugees? If so, how do we determine who we help first? And are the South Africans cowards for fleeing?
You still there, Bumpkin?
Yeah. Which one do you want to do?
I mean, listen, I just want to know, because I know you spoke about the Indian, what is it, the H-1Bs back in. Remember that conversation, right?
The H-1Bs.
You said some
that is not a topic.
Some derogatory
right
shit, man.
now.
Right. So I want to get your stance on that. Like, do you see it as a positive?
That is not a topic up right now. If you would like to pay $10 for that topic to exist, drop $10 cash. Unless
No.
you can overrule.
I was gonna do it. Fuck.
Bumpkin, do you want to have this well, I guess Bumpkin wants to have this conversation.
Oh, okay.
No. We can talk about South Africans, but King Shenard, if you want to specifically have the H1B1 conversation, then it's $10 to change that topic, or someone in the chat can change it. But if you want to specifically,
I know you're hungry right now. I get it. You need some bread. I get it. I didn't mention anything
I'm
about.
gonna slap the fuck out of you if you actually want to have.
Stay on topic, right?
Yeah, stay on topic, right? You want to talk about the South Africans?
Woody, post the link. I want to see a highlight. I want to see the highlight video.
Okay, what specifically about the South Africans do you want to talk about?
Bro, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, we might know what you're talking about, but it's a $10 topic change.
Yeah, so if you want to talk about the South Africans, which is not a topic change, we can do that, King Shenard, but I want you to make the claim.
Yes.
What is your claim?
Yes. We can have the debate.
Yeah, what is your claim though? What is the claim?
Bro, you know what I'm talking about, man.
I'm going to strangle myself.
Hold on. King Shenard, do you know what a claim is?
Oh wait, hold on. Woody, which Orthodox and Snowman highlights? Which one is
For
that?
real, I am unaware of this.
You guys have highlights? Okay.
I didn't even know how. Yeah, I didn't even know I had
Do you
highlights.
think the South African thing, whatever, is racially motivated by Trump?
What?
And all the clowns that voted for him.
Do I think it was racially motivated? There's no way to claim that it was. We accept asylum seekers. That is a thing that we do currently within the United States. So what stops them from being asylum seekers?
Okay, let's have the debate. What stops them from being asylum seekers?
Yeah, this is open panel though. No one's paid for a 1v1, so everyone else can also chime in.
Yeah. That's what I said. Like, that's why I came up here. I know you're hungry.
Okay.
So how much is that?
How much is a 1v1? $20 via Cash App.
All right, put your Cash App in the chat.
It's in the banner, sir.
It's in the banner.
You gotta put your Cash App
across the bottom of the screen.
Here. It will be in the back chat for you, if that's easier for you.
Yo, what's good, Snowman? Long time no see. What's up, man?
Not much, man. You know, being a dad, all that good shit.
I know how it is, man. Yo, remember when Bumpkin was at the RNC? And,
yeah, I was there with him.
No, I know you were. And someone pointed the camera at him. I'm like, damn. This dude look like a fucking balloon attached. His head is like a basketball.
Hey, someone sent me a picture of King Shenard looking like a troll doll with his big
Hey, yo.
like those
I
long
thought I
balloons.
sent that to you already. Hold on. What?
I need you to send that shit to me again, bro. That's just about to be pulled up on stream right now.
Hold the fuck on. Give me
you
a
look
minute,
fat.
sir.
At least I don't look like a dysgenic fucking troll doll, King Shenard. Holy fuck. You look like you haven't touched grass in 5 years.
That's crazy.
Hey, brother, it's okay, dude. I understand you like trade stocks, but it's okay to see the sky, bro. It's okay. At least I was out doing something. I don't think I've ever seen a video.
Wow. Tamika says Shenard having to convert EBT to Bitcoin to US.
That's crazy.
That's crazy work.
I did not yet, sir.
Yeah, hit his Cash App. Blimkin123.
Bumpkin123.
Damn, this thing you can't.
Yeah, I did not get that yet, sir.
You got White Castle in your area?
This man gonna send you money via White Castle sliders.
Yeah.
That's crazy work.
How many burgers you worth, Pumpkin?
Hold on, wait. Make it 30. You can get like a crave case. Make it 30. For this is a special debate, so it's more expensive.
All right, all right, yeah, no, $30 is fine. 20 for the 1v1.
Actually, no, 35. 35.
and then 10 for the 10
What
for
kind of
the.
special we talking? We talking short bus special?
Well, he's changing the
price went
topic
up.
to what he wanted to talk about. 20 for the 1v1, and then 5 for an extra. So it's gonna be a 10.
Do we need to get bump caps for the participants?
But here's the thing, right? Are you the one sending the money, King Shinar? Or are we waiting for people in the chat to send the money for the 1v1?
You know damn well that nigga broke.
I couldn't. Your StreamYard is acting up.
like clockwork.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
All right, so yeah, 35.
All right.
Where the heck is that picture, dadgummit? I thought I saved it.
And in the meantime, I need to talk shit real quick. Let's see. You know, I know you guys like to make the claim that I pocket watch. I don't even understand that stupid term. I don't get it. How much did you? Because I saw a tap dancing stream earlier. Checked it out, and I'm thinking that the money that you gave to a tap dancer, you're trying to earn back.
What's up?
Am I right with that?
What the fuck is he talking about?
I know he's trying to change the topic. Without
No, just waiting for your 35 to come in.
I don't think it's going to. I don't know why.
Well, I don't think it's gonna come in.
I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough demand for the supply you got.
You know, and I warned what is it? The other fat.
Nah, that's dirty, Tamika.
Yo, you still have that video that y'all played earlier with the you know who the other pig? Can you play that real quick?
What's he talking about? Oh, never mind. I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, that was funny.
All right, we got a name change from Wolfpack. Seems like
you
that's
gotta do
coming
someone
in.
that was a part of your organization like that.
We got a name. We got a name change.
And then y'all arguing online,
for
beefing with
King
each other.
Shinar.
You don't gotta make that shit public, man. And now you're creating memes about each other.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm telling the truth. Because I warned Bumpkins, fat ass, way back. I told you stop letting these kick these tap dancers out. Now look, you're making memes about them.
I don't know who
On a
added that.
channel
Wasn't
like
me.
that. You can't talk in private. You can't just squash this shit.
Bro, okay. No, it's over, bro. If you mention that shit again, I'm going to personally remove
I
you.
think my stream went out again. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
That shit went out.
Shenard, where's the money?
Look at it, he's hungry. Yo, send him that 35. Look, how many people?
All right. This is why we can't do it with him, bro. This is why we can't do shit with him.
I told you, man. Y'all let this happen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Shenard, but you gotta stop bringing that up. I agree with
It's
what
like
he was
trying to
saying.
argue with
You
my
gotta stop bringing
fucking 5-year-old.
Yep.
Damn, I
I mean,
can't
I
find
think-
this photo. I can't
Yeah,
find this photo
so
anywhere.
Bumpkin, check Discord, Bumpkin. Run those funds, son.
Son.
That's crazy. Snowman, did you add that clip?
What clip?
The clip Shinar was talking about.
The one with Jay.
Yeah, the one with Jay falling asleep.
Oh yeah, I did.
Oh.
Let's
all it is Jay falling asleep. It's that's for when people ain't landing their fucking plane and they're being annoying.
Yeah, but let's not.
Why?
I'll tell you later.
We'll tell you later. It's a big fucking thing. We'll tell
Doesn't
you.
matter. He's now canonized.
Fuck.
Canonized.
Fuck.
He's part of canon. You can't get away from it, dude.
Fuck. That's a good argument. God.
Fair. I deleted it, but you can add it back, I guess.
God.
Man.
God damn it, dude. That's a good
Found it. Fucking found it. Finally.
I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't want to give anybody any reason to bitch because I'm over drama bullshit. And the next time people come after me, I'm going scorched earth.
Yeah, but he already knows that I made that clip.
I mean, no, I don't think it's Jay that's the problem. I think it's everybody around him.
Here's the thing. We're not talking about that right now. All right, we're gonna try Shenard again, buddy. We're gonna try Shenard again because Wolfpack did do a $2 name change for him, so we're gonna run.
You know,
that.
it's just going to be a waste of time.
I
Speaking
know.
of, no, it won't be. It won't be because I got that photo. I'm sending it to you now.
Hell no. I look crazy for that.
Hey, somebody pay for it. We got to.
Okay. Bumpkin, check Telegram.
Yo, apply that $2. So now it's 33.
Took me a minute.
33 now.
Bro,
don't change my name.
Quit
back
acting
either,
like
man.
you're going to send money, Shenard. You're not going to send shit. You never do.
Yeah, no, until I actually see money. And
30,
if you, change,
what is
and
it?
if you
33.
change your name again and don't go along with what people
It's
actually
33,
want-
fat boy. It's 33. Don't change my name.
He changed his name. He broke the rules.
Yep, we're gonna try it one more time. We're gonna try it one more time.
Ooh, this is
3
funny.
strikes and you're out, kind of like the 93 Kind Bill.
Strikes and you're out. Oh, Alex Fofo?
Who's this?
this, man? What's up, Alex Fofo? Welcome to the panel. I don't know if I like that or not. Yeah, thank you for doing that.
Oh, all right, listen. So if all the people in Orthodox's chat, I can't see the number. Just send them $2 each, right?
Yeah.
And then,
All right.
add
King
up to
Money
33 or something.
Shenard. Yeah. Okay. We're getting him
That's-
the fuck up out of here.
Oh
Sorry,
no, not Cash Money Shenard.
King Money Shenard. Yeah.
King
that's what he
Money.
said. That's what he said. Yeah, we're getting him the fuck up out of here. Sorry, Wolfpack. He wouldn't play along with the rules of the stream. If
Does
he won't
Wolfpack-
play along,
Does Wolfpack need to get a refund?
Wolfpack, do you want your $2 back, buddy?
No refunds. No refunds. Sorry, no refunds.
No soup for you.
No refunds. Sorry.
What's up, Alex Fofo? How's it going, buddy? Can we get a mic check on you? Can we get you to say something, please?
God, Tamika is just going in today. Black man begging people for something. This is new.
Yeah, black women are the most racist. Makes sense.
Oh, yep, that's a porn bomber.
Oh,
Damn.
not gonna
Those
lie,
are
pretty-
nice tits.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice pair. Not
Nice
gonna lie.
tits.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's probably on a dude.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I can see the YouTube channel that you logged in with.
Which one was it? Share it.
It's oh, should I say it? Should I say it?
You
Yeah,
might as
should
well.
post it in the back.
Yeah, he's a
It's a first and last name.
Absolutely say it.
Yeah, Jose Gomez. Jose Gomez. That's fine.
It's a spick.
Jose Gomez. Yeah.
I
Any relation to Selena Gomez?
Those are some brown woman tits. To be fair.
Oh, now the screen went black.
Yep, that's a ban. All right.
Yeah, I was hovering over the band, waiting for you to say it. Those were some nice brown woman tits. Not gonna lie.
No, watching that, watching
my
that
bad.
ugly fuck squirm and run was worth the money. Yep, thank you.
Nice.
Anyway, I would wholeheartedly recommend you take that photo I sent you, Bumpkin, and make it not a banner. What do they call it? An overlay? An overlay.
Oh yeah, I already downloaded it. I'm about to add it in right now.
Damn. Jose Gomez. Why is it always fuck? Never mind. I ain't even gonna say that on the stream. I'll save that for mine.
No, say it. Why is it always the Mexicans?
No, why is it always why is it that even though I bitch about black people, it's always the Hispanic people that I got the most problems with, that are always trying to fuck shit up. I don't get it. It's always the Hispanic people.
Might
I don't even get.
be a proximity thing. I don't know.
I have higher proximity to blacks.
You mean it was probably Gary? Oh, this nigga's talking shit.
It was probably Garion. I don't know. I've never seen Jose Gomez and Garion in the same place.
Oh, what you talking about? You just saw.
You also ain't never seen me and Batman in the same place at the same time either.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, I remember this. This is part of my lore. We're gonna have to cover that court case. I hope it's still on YouTube.
Well, you tried to intimidate John Galt.
No, I tried to. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's peak right there.
Yeah, that
damn
dude that
it.
was just talking massive shit. This is what he looks like.
That's
every
what,
time.
dude. That looks like Mr. T had a fucking love child with a baboon.
God damn.
The mud cookies hit hard, bro. I'm sorry. It's all the minerals.
Jose Gomez, you're making my people look bad.
Oh yeah, I forgot Moxie. I keep forgetting Moxie's Latino. She's so white looking.
We are a diversity. We are a diversity panel, all right.
Uh-huh.
We are diverse. We have everybody.
We are
who
really
watches
pretty
our
diverse,
shows.
though.
Yeah, it is kind. That is kind of crazy.
Remember, YouTube, you're racist if you ban any of us because we're diverse.
All right, I think I want to lower the revive.
Look, this panel's nothing but DEI.
I think I want to lower the revive. I think I'm going to lower the revive.
I'm gonna be real. A revive.
I would
should
lower
be
it until you get more
5 to
traffic,
10.
at least.
Yeah, what do you think?
Bring Jacob back.
20 bucks. I think
20?
actually a revive should only be 10, man.
A revive should only
The
be 10?
revive should be less than the boot off.
Sure. All right. We're dropping the revives to $10 via Cash App. I think that's justifiable.
I have a mango in my hand, and I'm wondering, should I eat it, or would that make me a Mexican?
What the heck? You get a mango?
You
Don't
can throw
worry
it like
about
a
it.
turd.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So fuck, we're in a fuck situation here. Only 4 of us are left. What are we going to debate about?
I don't know.
And we're all fucking hosts of the panel.
Yeah. We also I don't think we disagree on many things.
That's the crazy part.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
We've played ourselves. The grift machine grinds to a halt.
Okay.
Grinds to a halt for sure.
You want to bring Jake? Wait, hold on. $10. Oh, Wolfpack says he's pick a topic. Okay. Wolfpack, try to pick one we would generally not disagree on. I know it's gonna be kind of hard, but
Who is the best rock and roll band of all time?
Metallica.
You are gay as fuck.
Oh, you motherfucker. All right, I think we found our topic.
Okay. Rock and roll? Are we
Yeah,
just
because
in
first
rock
off,
and roll?
Metallica wouldn't even be considered rock and roll. It's the metal.
Is it? Freaking how?
Because Metallica is the metal genre. That's not rock and roll. That's metal.
All right, come on, chat. People that can be revived. Jacob and
I like
John.
that. Pink Floyd or the Beatles. I'm going with Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd or the Beatles? I'm also going with Pink Floyd. I'm not a big fan of the Beatles.
Yeah, the Beatles only had a few good hits.
We definitely need a revive.
PlayStation or Xbox?
PC.
Dagummit.
That wasn't a choice.
I mean, if we're choosing consoles only,
That's what I said.
all right, I'd probably say current lineup Xbox, but only because of Game Pass.
Does language determine knowledge? Nah.
No. If you have a word for a concept, it doesn't matter.
Language.
Language is language.
Yeah, I was going to say you can have a.
Is a hot dog a
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Now
That is
that's a debate.
question.
Now that's a
Yes,
debate.
It is in all facts of the matter. It is.
No, that's a debate. I'm
How do you figure it's a sandwich?
Well, number one, it's not a sandwich because the two parts of the bread are conjoined, which makes it one loaf of bread, so it's not a sandwich. I mean, not loaf, like one
Well,
slice.
technically, you can do that with a sub, though, too.
And a sub is considered a sandwich.
Do you think the contents determine that it's a sandwich?
A hot dog, right? A hot dog can have, right? Obviously, you can put mayo, mustard, ketchup, right? Those are all things that would go on a traditional sandwich. You can also put lettuce on a hot dog as well, and pickles as well. Pickles, i.e., what is it called? It's basically pickles, but it's small little ground up pickles. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, those. I know what you're talking about.
Relish.
Yes, relish. Thank you.
Relish. Yes. Then how come hot dogs are not really traditionally classified as sandwiches? What makes them
They're
different?
not sandwiches. They're hot dogs.
I know. I think they're a completely different design. I can say they're maybe related to sandwiches, due to the fact that their contents and how their makeup is very
That's
similar.
like, to me, that's like saying a fucking a sausage or a brat is a hamburger.
Well, a hamburger, it's not called a sandwich, but it would be.
But it's still a sandwich.
Is it? I mean,
Yeah, but when you look on, let me ask you this: when you look on a menu and they offer sandwiches on the menu and they have the sandwich section of the menu, do
And
you
the
ever
hot
see
dog
hot
section,
dogs in
yeah.
that sandwich section?
King Chenard wants to try again.
Fuck King Chenard.
Did he pay? Did someone pay to bring him back up?
He wasn't. No one paid to bring his ass back up.
I mean, he wasn't kicked traditionally, but
he wasn't kicked traditionally.
It doesn't matter. We took a vote. He was fucking doing his tap dancing fucking bullshit, trying to, dude. All he was doing was disrupting the fucking panel to begin with.
Yeah, his
He was
brain
trying to
was.
he was doing his King Chenard shit. Fuck him.
Yeah, his brain was tap dancing too hard, and we had to kick him off because of it. It's causing collateral damage. Anyway, would you also concur that not just a hot dog is a sandwich, but also a corn dog is a
God
sandwich?
damn.
Well?
What's up?
I said
Fucking motorcycle just went flying past.
Oh. Would a corn dog also fall in the category of a sandwich as well? Since it's also a
No,
form
that'd be more like
but with breading.
I don't think so, because that's even on an entirely different thing. You're eating it off of a stick, so it's more like an ice cream cone.
Is a corn dog a type of popsicle? That's the next one. Anyway. That's so fucking stupid. I'm still standing at the fact that a hot dog is related to a sandwich, but it's not.
It might be a
directly
distant
sandwich.
cousin, but it ain't a
Yeah,
sandwich.
It's not a sandwich.
If anything, it might fall into like the hoagie category.
Oh.
But that's if you're actually eating a Frank, an actual Link or something. These cheap ass bar Q fucking Walmart brand hot dogs aren't. I don't even think those are even hot dogs personally.
I think this is a agree to disagree type of argument.
Me and you're the only one that are arguing, and I think we're on the same page.
We are on the same page. It's not a sandwich. It's related. It can be related to a sandwich, yes, but it's not directly a sandwich.
Jacob, no one paid for your revive. Jacob, no one paid for your revive yet. So until I get that $20 from someone in the
10,
chat,
10, it's 10.
It's 20.
No, you said it was 10 for a
You said it was
revive.
10? Oh.
Dude, I'll go back and play the tape.
Do y'all know what two chunky white guys and a skinny African guy got in common?
What?
When I came back, they were talking about the intricacies of a sandwich.
Yeah, and you eat fucking hot dogs the long way.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, you know what? You suck dick the long way.
Ooh.
Damn.
I'm not even going to entertain that with a fucking response.
Yeah, no, you're gonna go act upon it.
Yeah. You're going to tell the guy that's got fucking 18 different kids with 22 different women that he sucks dick. That makes a whole lot of sense.
The average
guy
black
that doesn't
guy-
even have any kids.
The average Pookie has like 1,000 kids, but he's secretly gay. Let him go to jail.
All right, we'll do it. $10 to revive someone. $10 to revive someone.
I'm sorry, sir, but prison gay is a black thing, not a white thing.
I mean, I think that's one of the things that doesn't really matter in race. I think that's one of those things that don't really matter. You in there?
Yeah, I was going to say I've never heard of race-based prison gays. Race exclusive prison gays.
Well, we're coining the term right now.
There is race-based exclusive gay gangs in prison.
I know. Well, yeah. There's
Imagine getting beat up by the fairy skins, by the glitter skins.
Well, I can understand that because there's a race-based gang for dang near anything, but I don't think that's exclusively in prisons, which is insane.
Imagine if there was a gang in prison called the Booty Bandits.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be absolutely 1,000% honest.
All right.
I'm going to throw an extra $10 on top of the fee of the. You get $30 via Cash App tonight, because I'm doing that. I'm just going to put that as I'm reviving Jacob because we need a dissenting opinion. All right, does that work for everyone?
Yes.
Boom. There we go. Thank fucking God. Okay.
All right, Jacob.
Hold on, I have to unmute the thing. Okay, yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm sorry that you're not a mod because you didn't get to see them awesome brown woman titties.
Whoa. What?
Were they brown women? I don't think it was a
Yeah,
brown
no, that was a brown woman. She had brown areolas.
Yep.
So, who let me up?
I did. I'm just.
I personally think that was a brown dude pretending to be a brown woman.
That was not a dude. Too perky to be a dude.
Yeah, them titties were
way too perky to be a dude. He was just trying to porn spam.
No, those were so perky they looked fake.
So
I wish you would have posted his YouTube link.
What was the conversation? Because I had muted the.
Whether or not hot dogs are sandwiches.
Yeah,
they are not classified.
Let's go, baby.
And why I say that is because
I'm a fat black guy, and I'm not about to talk about fucking food.
Okay, think about it this way: is a hoagie a sandwich? Yes. Why? Because the majority of it is covered by bread. It's completely engulfed by bread. Like a hoagie doesn't really have much opening. You're squeezing it down. With a hot dog, you can't do that. Half of it's always exposed. It's not a sandwich. Fuck you guys.
Is a sub not a sandwich then as well?
Subway?
No, it's like a sub, not a sandwich.
No, Subway.
No, this is a good argument. I will discuss this. And by that logic, is a gyro not a taco?
Well,
a gyro is a taco.
No, because a taco is on a corn tortilla and a gyro is on pita bread.
No, I think he means like in form, but in definition, no, because it has to be specifically corn, like Snowman said, in order for it to be a taco.
Does it? Because
technically, a flour tortilla isn't even a taco.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an Americanized thing.
Okay. Well, tacos
is a burrito a sandwich?
Tacos use
no, because it's
corn
fully
or
wrapped. Try again.
What?
Uh huh.
I don't like this.
Not gonna lie. I think Wolfpack opened a wormhole.
I think
I feel like we should change the title. To
I don't have the credentials.
Technically,
for this
a burrito should be classified as a taquito.
What?
That's the same thing. It's fully enclosed. The only thing that's different is that one's flour and one's corn.
You know what? Yeah.
I think it's time that we run the final vote.
on what? What?
On who wins.
Oh wait, I missed out on like 4 different conversations.
No, you only missed out on 2. King Shinar was not a conversation. Yeah, the King Shinar one was not a conversation.
Yeah, King Shinar.
I think we can all agree that King Shinar did not win.
Yes. Wait, what'd you say, Jacob? I'm sorry.
We went through all 10 questions.
Yes.
Wow, I really
in a sense, yes.
Zoned the fuck out. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. All right.
I got it.
So it's literally just Gar, Snowman, or Jacob. I'm not participating, obviously. I'm not just gonna keep all the money. That would be.
I'm gonna immediately invest this money.
Into what?
Bitcoin.
Funny. No, fuck no. That's only a 2x.
Trump coin.
No.
Melania coin. Melania's got a coin.
Trump went down $3.
The fact that you're tracking it proves our point.
No. I didn't invest it, but it did go down $3. I'm an Ethereum guy.
Hey, you know what's crazy? I was out dumpster diving the other day, and yeah, I do that from time to time just to see if I can find any stuff. Found 2 totes full of old Beanie Babies in it, man.
Dude, what are you gonna do with those useless things?
I knew a guy
I'm gonna sell them on eBay, dude, because some of them are worth a few $100.
Funny you
They're
say
still
that.
being sold. That's insane.
I knew a guy a few years ago. He went dumpster diving. He would go dumpster diving every night, right? Go behind like the JC Penney's. He'd make $800 a night. I genuinely think it is a profitable, lucrative business. If you go behind Home Depots, for example, they will throw out entire fucking things of equipment because it's like missing one screw.
They sure will.
Yeah, go to Home Depot and go to the trash bins. You will make like $800 a night.
Dude, I go to like Best Buy and shit like that.
It is not.
Best Buy has some great trash electronics.
If you want to make money, right, and you're not a pussy, you don't want to get your hands dirty, do that. It's perfect.
Dude, one night I was in a dumpster behind a nail salon, dude, and brought the wife home like fucking 40 bottles of high-end fucking nail polish.
Unless Wolfpack, if you want to revive any of the other panelists and bring them back up here, and we can start forcing 1v1s, and you could prolong the stream that way. If that's what you want to, if that's something you want to do, that's only $10 to revive other panelists.
Well, why don't
There was
why don't
another night I went out and I went to a dumpster that was behind a Moe's they were closing down. And when I got in there, I found like fucking $1,800 in Moe's cash and got free Moe's from the other Moe's in town for
know.
like,
Yeah.
dude, we got free Moe's for like 6 months.
It's so dumb how people don't see. This is the shit that people won't do. I'm like, well, we're both agreeing saying this, but I swear to God, nobody will take the initiative to do it. You could live and pay your rent and make so much money doing this. Like it's not despicable or shameable.
No, actually, what I do is I run a lot of the stuff. What I'll do is I run a like year-long fucking garage sale.
Yeah, dude, this is extremely profitable, especially if you're a college student or something. I swear to fucking God, get a pair of clothes and do it.
The only issue with it is it's highly illegal and considered.
No, it's
theft.
not.
Nobody cares, and no, it's not.
It's only look. I've already looked into it. It's in almost all the 50 states. It's only illegal if you go on to private property.
Not gonna lie, Snowman. I think the gates around almost every trash can in my town says otherwise.
Yeah, because like I guarantee you, I live in a small town, so there's not really any opportunity to do that.
Yeah,
But
same.
if you go into the
Look,
town,
the thing is if there's gates around them, you're right that you can't get in them because they're enclosed and that's
I've never
considered
seen that in
private.
my personal
But if
opinion.
they're not gated and they're out in the open, then you have 100% legal right to get in it.
Damn, I guess I'm only robbing gas stations.
Officer, I was throwing something away and I dropped something inside the container.
they'll hit you with a trespassing charge.
No, they won't, dude. I've already been stopped, and a lot of it has to do with what state you live in.
Okay, new topic: is dumpster diving legal or not?
Okay, hold
It's in
on,
Indiana.
hold on. Let me please hold on. Who else is back there? No one else is back in the chat, but Jacob knows John, and John's the only one that can be properly revived. Everyone else dropped themselves off. So you know John, right?
It
Jacob?
is not. Yeah, it is not illegal under federal law in the United States. The Supreme Court
So-
case, California versus Greenwood in 1988, established that searching through trash is legal as the individuals have no reasonable expectation of privacy.
Bro is addicted
Items
to
are discarded.
debating, bro. Bro is addicted to debating.
No, no, I'm
Hold
just
on.
saying.
Look, the thing is it is about whether or not digging through the trash is illegal. It's whether or not taking the trash as your own personal property afterwards. Is that considered theft?
No.
So
It
if
has been
someone,
discarded.
so Jacob, if someone revived John, would he pop back up?
Probably not. He's probably smoking pot in his car or something.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Damn.
Well,
Okay.
Don't do it then, Wolfpack.
I'll if he DMs me, I'll let him up. Yeah, I don't think he will. He's in a VC right now.
Where's he in a VC at?
A private server. Like I'll message him. Here.
Nah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
But no, I found a lot of cool shit and made a lot of money dumpster diving.
Does the private server start with an N?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. I know. One second.
You know, another good place to check out dumpsters behind fucking public libraries.
Oh shit, that's actually not a bad idea. Nobody would check that. Yeah.
There was me and a buddy. We checked out one back when we lived in Ohio, and this public library threw away 3 reel-to-reel players with a bunch of blank reel-to-reel tapes.
Yeah.
And I was able to use the parts of 2 of them to rebuild one, and sold the one that I rebuilt for like $800.
Nice. That's insane. Yeah. You guys want to debate something though? I'm fiending.
I mean, we already kind of clearing up the topic.
This man's scratching like, hey, got any
See,
of them
this is
Oh,
why.
I have plenty of topics.
See. Oh, here he comes.
All right.
I'm back on. Who paid for me?
Nobody. I just
Nobody.
petitioned.
We kind of ran everybody off, and
Did it get too boring without me?
Yeah, because 4 of us pretty much predominantly agree on about everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm generally pretty aligned with Sir Jacob here, but I mean, I definitely will try my best to contribute.
Yeah, he's young Jedi. Okay.
Bring shithead backbiting. My name for him is reinstated.
He sent me.
This
Dude,
chat, bro.
Bumpkin makes bank off of this.
Yo.
He at least made $80 today.
I
right?
paid 52.
Okay.
I did not get that Wolfpack. I have not gotten that yet. So
That's not bad.
So what's the topic of discussion right now?
So you're saying I can make money for doing like the thing I like? Let's do this.
Is dumpster diving legal? Yes or no?
Yes, it is. Supreme Court determined it.
Is dumpster diving? Yeah, I would say that's illegal.
Okay.
Well, I
It's
mean,
illegal. Wait, hold on. Did you say
Like
illegal?
I said, it's only illegal if you're going to private property.
I was
because
about to
it's
say,
considered
unless you're
theft and
trespassing, dumpster diving is legal, especially with
Oh, okay.
permission.
It's legal, yeah, in all 50 states.
Another
Damn.
man's trash is another man's treasure. Okay,
I know one
that's-
guy. He was checked in. He goes and checks
All
dumpsters behind bank
right.
man, and he's found banknotes that got thrown away in the trash. And
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the poll is null and void because we are continuing to stream.
Who would have won?
Snowman.
Snowman.
Oh yeah.
So, well, what's the topic of discussion? Do we have like anything on the itinerary?
I can say something. Okay.
Today's topic: slavery. Begin.
Yeah. Today's topic: is slavery okay?
Technically, yes.
Yeah, me and Garen are actually pro.
Yeah, I was Gary's
pro
yeah.
slavery.
I did not
as a,
get it.
Technically,
yeah. As a person with slaves, I can't deny that it's not. I can't deny that.
As a person with 8 Chinese kids working the slut shops.
No, Garen is African. His grandmother ironically owns slaves.
Yeah, we have two families under us.
Awesome.
Yeah, we have two families under us working our farm. So yeah.
As an African, I can confirm that we own.
wow.
You have to be a namestay, John Doe, for that alone.
I like this guy. I like this guy a lot.
Yeah,
Whenever I go live, I'm gonna hit you up. Which one are you in Discord? Just ping me. I'm Breast Milk Bandit.
Okay, I'll reply to you. I'm Quill. I'm Quill on the server.
I didn't want to say your name because I didn't know if you was okay.
No, it's fine. Well, I made the alt specifically.
Really?
Because, like,
You're
I mean,
Star Lord. You're
be
Star
Shed-
Lord.
Quill.
That's the name you chose is Star Lord.
No. It's my channel name. It's Woes Quill. I'm just going by Quill for short.
Also, you never posted
Okay.
your channel in. Oh, you never posted your channel in the background. If you
No,
have,
that's gay. I said my name. If they want to go look, they can look.
well, I'm lazy.
There's no other search results for my channel but my channel, so I'm not worried about it.
Okay, woe is Quill.
I was about to say, I only have like one video I have uploaded right now anyway. I still got to get back on the grind. I got something coming out in a couple
Sounds
of
like
days,
you
so-
never got on the grind.
I was. No, I had like 100K views on the channel. I just wiped it because I wanted to do different content.
The average.
Trying to change your algorithm. I got you.
Is
Yeah.
the average repo experience because
Dude, I've been trying to get out of black YouTube for going on 3 years now, and I can't get out.
You haven't.
No, you
Don't
haven't.
lie
You
to me.
still hit up channels regularly. You
Especially if
That's
black
because
men
they're
are around.
suggested to me, Dick.
you
I
can
come
just
on-
say no. Yeah, like you can't say no.
I was
Okay.
about to say, I mean, I'm coming on
it's
for
like
fun.
if someone
okay?
hands me a meth rock, I can't say no.
Wolfpack. I just got the $10, and it says your pick. My pick on what?
Topic.
Topic. I was about to say
Can
it's a
I pick?
$10 dono. I think
Can
it's
I pick?
topic.
Pretty please.
Okay, sure. Here we go.
Jumping. Okay. Let's talk about China.
Oh, okay.
Oh, specifically, what is the claim about China?
Okay, we're going to talk about their steel dominance and their relationship with Africa and its
Okay.
resources. This is my specialty. John can confirm.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you, Wolfpack, for the $10 cash app, by the way. Yeah,
I
we can
think,
do that.
I mean, I'll definitely have some contributions to this as well, so I think this will be interesting.
All right, let's do a 2v2.
Okay.
Oh,
Bumpkin and Snowman. Or wait, hold on. Gar, you can't do China.
Yeah, I
You know
can't do
why?
China. There are multiple reasons why.
China!
No, there are multiple reasons why I can't do China.
Me and Gar have an affinity for Asian women, so we would be biased.
Well, that's all right.
Okay,
You
here's
can't
the
talk
problem.
about the economics. You have too bad of yellow fever.
No, I no.
Yeah.
Also, due to the simple fact that I might wake up my wife, and I do not want to get CCP propaganda blasted at me for waking her up. So
She's gonna rush. You're gonna
Look at my title. Look at my title.
You're gonna be
Ooey,
talking.
wooey, we love China. Here's my
love
thing, right? I don't
First
think
thing
I
she wakes up to is just fucking.
like. What is the claim here? Like, what is,
Okay.
Is that what you wake up to, Gar?
a little
Wait.
bit, yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Stop! It won't stop! Fuck! My bad. My sound
Well-
pad didn't work properly.
We'll go off of this. What do we know about China?
I think I'm turning Japanese. I
Let's-
think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
What the fuck? What do we know? What do we know about?
Sorry,
China?
he's a boomer.
Okay, we'll start here. Who
I am not a
supports-
boomer, you faggot.
Who supports China and who supports America? Come on, we'll start there.
I mean, I obviously.
I only support America. I think everybody in America should be an American nationalist. End of story.
Okay.
Okay.
That was Snowman, right? Your thing doesn't show up when you're talking.
All day
so no
long.
idea. Okay.
Yeah, the snowman.
What about? Wait, so who else is involved? Pumpkin?
Yeah, I'm also a staunchly American nationalist.
Okay, perfect. We all agree.
I feel like it's going to be
Um,
more of an infographic than it's going to be a debate.
Yeah.
Then, 'cause I'm gonna-
If I may, I mean, I guess to start with the China thing with like African.
Oh, Gary, get in there. now we can debate.
Okay, I see how it is.
Oh god.
All right, are you guys pro China?
I'm pro anything with yellow.
They're
pussy.
pro Chinese box.
Yeah, I'm pro.
They're pro Chinese pussy, not
Yeah,
actual
They're part of
Chinese.
like the CCP bots, like
You have the
fucking
botnet in your
downvoting
dick.
comments.
I'm wearing the I'm waving the American flag while I'm piping out the next Chinese woman. I'm sorry.
He's piping Xi Jinping's
You fucking
daughter.
colonizer.
Hey man, that's my man. Black man gotta get a turn every once in a while.
It is kind of your birthright, though.
Yeah, it is.
You know, I found funny. I was talking to this Dutch guy a few days ago, and I said, "Tell me one thing." I don't know if it was me that said that specifically. It was someone. I think it was John over here. He said, "Tell me one thing the Dutch have contributed in the last 150 years."
That was me.
He talked about the Dutch international trade that happened 250 years ago. He couldn't even name something within 150 years. I think Dutch people need to just be eradicated off the map. What do you guys think?
That's how I feel about Polacks.
Hold on, aren't the South Africans the white South Africans?
Are we supposed to be talking about China?
Okay, I don't
Yeah,
think
but
we can have a debate about China because we all.
I'm only
tend to
good at
agree.
debating China and understanding China if someone disagrees with me. So unless
Well,
honestly,
look, I am curious on what your opinion is with the whole African Chinese relationship thing.
Okay.
Karen, you're gonna wake up here in this debate. Your girlfriend's gonna pull out your wife's gonna pull out a loudspeaker and start blasting fucking Xi Jinping.
I don't care. I'm prepared.
I have that on my soundboard, but I need to fix it because that one's really fucking ear rapey.
Bumpkin, I'm gonna change the background for just a second. Oh Lord, everybody got dropped. That is fucking wild. Sorry about that, fellas. I gotta play something for y'all.
It does that every time you switch from one user to the other.
Are you doing this on OBS? I don't know how StreamYard works.
We're doing it on StreamYard.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
StreamYard is better for open panels. OBS open panels suck.
OBS doesn't allow you to do open panels unless you pay a lot of money.
Yeah,
well,
you
you're
get
thinking
that
Streamlabs on base OBS. I mean, if you know how to set up your widgets, it's pretty
It's
easy.
so shit. No, it's so shit.
No, it's garbage. I'm with Jack on this one. It's garbage.
I mean, I used to run a couple when I used to do streaming. It's pretty easy.
I need 300 plugins, and I need to go to GitHub with two.
You don't need
people that upload it.
300. You just put on the one web plugin for the mics to
Yeah, the one glitchy web plugin that needs to update every 2 days.
Yeah, and doesn't work.
Since we are all ingrained in meme culture, can someone find me the rest of this fucking song?
What
I
song?
want it for a clip.
Oh, I can find it right now. Hold on.
This is gonna be what Gary's wife blasts into his microphone.
I found it.
That shit goes unnecessarily hard.
It really does.
Yeah, I found it. It's actually a full fire. I'm gonna put.
I was
it in the
about to
private
say
chat.
I already have the song pulled up too.
There you go. It's in the private chat.
I'm gonna
Hey,
also.
damn,
post
man, we
mine.
need these guys on our team.
That is what I am working on. This
Yeah,
is
we-
called
I-
networking.
To be a real China hater is to know China. All right.
Speaking
If you need people for analytics and marketing,
Speaking
let
of
me
Asian-
know.
speaking of
Okay, I know
Asian,
what to
the
do
network-
for YouTube.
If you need a Ministry of State Security head, I'm right here. All right.
Speaking of Asian and networking, Dr. Chink is a bust. I tried to get a lot of info on him with the chaotic.
Dr. Chink.
Yeah, that's his name. That's his name. That's his name. He chose that.
Oh, that's great.
He chose that. He's a bust. Yeah, we're gonna cut ties with him.
Really? He's been
He
posting stuff
busts?
in the Discord.
No, he has, but I've been asking for a lot of like personal stuff when it comes to the 111 stuff, and he has just been leaving me on red.
I mean,
Maybe if-
listen, if he's bussing, he's probably too busy gooning.
Probably. He does seem
Hey,
like
give him a few more
Okay,
days.
so if you guys are
before-
interested,
I'll
so we can
give
get
him-
back to
Wait,
so we can
can
get back
we-
to a debater
I
discussion.
was about to say we're getting a little off topic.
Yeah.
I want to actually play a video, and then we can have a debater discussion about what's discussed, and it's a
Also,
real
real-
quick one.
All right.
Before you start the video.
Watch the music, Snowman. Watch the music.
It's
do
no
wanna
music.
I do want to say, Not Laws 2 has had the most shit to say and has not been on.
Well, that's because he's a Canadian. He's used to being ignored. He's trying to get attention.
He's probably a communist manifesto person. We don't need to worry about him.
Oh my
Yeah,
god. We know this
no, no,
conversation's going haywire when Nick Fuentes is on the screen.
All right, so
Oh, God.
let's watch this and then let's debate have a debate about it.
We're
I don't
debating
live
Nick
around black
Fuentes.
people. I just don't. It would be
irresponsible if I had a wife and kids to live near black people. It just would be. And that's not to say that every black person is violent. It's not to say that every black person is the same way. But we watch the news. We read the papers. When you drive downtown in Chicago, you know who you got to look out for and worry about when you're thinking about whether you're going to get carjacked, when you're worried about catching a stray bullet, when you're worried about who's going to pull up on the side of the road and literally shove a rifle in your face and steal your iPhone or shoot you point blank, execution style, in Lincoln Park. We know who's doing it.
Lincoln Park.
I don't want to live near them. I don't want to be near them. They make me nervous. That's a survival instinct. And the way this story unfolded, it's sort of interesting. Apparently, this white student, this Austin Metcalf, confronted a friend of the killer, presumably black also, and said something like, hey, you're sitting in the wrong spot. You're in my spot, something like this. And that's when the black guy jumped in and stabbed him to death. Unfortunately, we just don't know. When you're on the subway, when you're driving in your car, when you're in the city streets, you don't know whether the black person in proximity to you is one of the good ones or one of the ones who is going to summon an unbelievable, I mean, literally, for people like us, an unthinkable level of spontaneous brutality, senseless and merciless violence in an instant. We don't know. There's ambiguity. You're sitting on a subway. You look across. You see someone acting strange or aggressive. Is this someone who is going to pull out a knife and in 2 seconds slit my throat and kill me? Or is this just someone who's having a bad day? We don't know. I'm not willing to risk my life to find out. It's not worth it to me.
The question is, are you willing to risk your life to find out?
Wait, risk your life to find out? Okay.
No.
Well, I mean, I guess, are you guys fine if I lead this one?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I think Nick Fuentes has a lot of bad takes. I don't think this is one of them. I think it's a very simple analysis of the matter, regardless of any subjective morality when it comes to the idea of racism. The fact of the matter is you have a low-income, high crime community next to you. Obviously, you could do whatever song and dance with the statistics. The fact of the matter is black people, at least on average, have a very disproportionate rate of inflicting violent crimes onto others. When you look at the statistics in particular, black on white crime is the most common in America. So him saying that it's irresponsible to want to live around them and, if you should take that risk is a reasonable statement. Obviously, you have the caveat of, the appeal to the minority rather than the majority. I mean, obviously there's the minority of black people out there that have the same sensibilities and values that can cohesively ingrain themselves into these otherwise low crime communities. But the fact of the matter is that you have to assess people based on the majority when you're not assessing them on an individual level. It's one thing to have a discussion with like a black person as an individual. It's a complete other when you're talking about the group as a whole. So you have to proceed with caution. So, I mean, if it's coming down to like, you're in a rough area like that and you're having these confrontations with people, you should probably remove yourself from it if there, with the likelihood that you're going to be harmed. I mean, it's kind of a cost-effective analysis. I mean, yeah, the minority of them might be in your favor, but also the majority of them, in those communities are going to be out to get you.
Yeah.
Or at least pose the risk too.
I think our brains are also physiologically hardwired to identify racial patterns. I mean, we have studies to show that. For example, conservative.
So are you suggesting that prejudice is like a survival instinct?
Yes, and it has been proven, especially in relationships is a great example. Either we can talk about how white women are least likely to get out of the race, or we can talk about. I can source it, by the way.
Hold on, was this a debate? Hold on.
Yep.
Yeah, before Jacob finishes, I'm sorry. Was this meant to be a debate topic? Because I don't think any of us really disagree with this.
Whether it's a debate topic or not, it's something that's great to discuss.
It's something substantive, yeah. Something to actually gnaw on.
Carry
on, Jacob.
Yeah, sorry, Marty is talking to my ear.
Keep going.
On Discord.
Tell Marty to come up on the panel. What is?
All right, hold on, wait. Marty, get up on the panel.
Marty, get on the panel before I
So,
shit yourself,
here,
okay?
He left the call. I think he's going to it. So one of the sources I'll bring up now before I actually bring it up. So mixed race couples, people actually
cringe.
Images of interracial couples evoke a neural disgust response among people who observe. So this has been proven. It's actually not that old of a study either. I'll put it in the private chat. If you guys wanted to somehow bring it up, I'll
pull it up.
Yeah, hold on. Let me put the links. Did it cut out the links? I think it did.
Well, I like how we're trying to have like a
whole lot
discussion in
of-
good faith, and Laws is just in the chat. A source.
Source and source.
So one's
There you
Science Direct,
They're
journal.
all of these links go to the same study. I just linked them, so if one goes down, there's many, and I downloaded them. So if any of those don't work, I'll send you the PDFs.
So the one that
PDF
you
file.
pulled, the one that you linked me was "Yuck, you disgust me." Effective bias against interracial couples.
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
All right, I got you.
So, also with the Dutch thing you brought up, yeah, I do not like the Dutch.
I don't like Polacks.
Dutch hater.
The Europeans did a lot to themselves over the years.
The original reason that I even brought that up was mainly just because he was the person we were speaking with was arguing for like the efficiency of the Dutch and their contributions to society. Basically, we were talking about like the invention debacle, and I was just saying that America and Germany and Japan are responsible for most modern day inventions that you would be using on a day-to-day basis. And he was trying to talk about like how this and that coming from the Netherlands and the Dutch.
I'm gonna
this,
screen
the Dutch
share.
this, and I just asked him, I'm like, what have they done in like the last 150 years? And the only example was the biggest company of all time, like 300 years ago in the Netherlands, was made.
There you go. I have that screen share open, by the way. So I don't know if you guys can see my screen share. Can you?
Isn't Snowman sharing?
No, we already. Yes,
we're
Snowman's
going
already
on,
got it.
I can see the PubMed article if that's
Okay.
what we're looking at.
Oh, doesn't matter. I'll turn mine off.
Hold on. See if yours is the same thing.
I mean,
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I just had the PDF. That's fine though. I mean, point being, I don't think we're going to be able to go through the whole study now, but I did.
Well, no, but it's worth actually.
Yeah,
I was about to say it's worth perusing just for posterity.
Just read.
I mean,
just read. Just
the
read
abstract
highlights.
alone.
Read
It says the current research expanded upon the sparse existing literature of the nature of bias against interracial couples. Study 1 demonstrates that bias against interracial romance is correlated with disgust. You guys agree with that? Well, let me ask you guys this: if you see an interracial couple walking down the street and you don't know who they are, does the sight of it initially disgust you?
Yeah, it does to me.
Not really.
To a certain extent.
I think
it's
it's cultural bias, but this is more of a subconscious process. A lot of the parts of the
I
brain.
don't know.
I'm not
I don't
really
know, maybe because-
disgusted so much as I just have an understanding that in the West, we kind of propagate this sort of thing, whereas in other places it would be a culturally unacceptable practice to engage in miscegenation.
So you're saying that America is a unique situation?
America's a unique situation because we have like such a vast cultural and racial demographic that like the likelihood of people not miscegenating is non-existent.
Kind of
It's just
impossible.
going to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of impossible.
Do you think it's possible for someone who is disgusted with a race to be sexually intimate with someone from that race?
Absolutely, you can hate fuck.
Yes.
In fact, one could argue that hate fucking is some of the best fucking.
Yeah, think about what we did to the Native Americans. Think about
Actually no. If you think about it to every race.
Intermixing breeds genetic redundancies. This person says, no. I mean, yes and no. This works more in a racial category than it does like an ethnic category within a race.
If you're talking
multiple
about
different
like,
races.
I think what he's referencing is that intermixing can breed out certain genetic abnormalities. And,
Yeah, I know.
Afflictions, but I mean, like that's
doesn't work.
When you're actually looking at those studies, it's not even just about like normal, American run-of-the-mill miscegenation. They're talking mainly about Europe, Africa, and Asia, in which surrounding populaces, like for example, Nordic countries had bred around with each other and built immunities to different ailments that didn't affect the other countries at a genetic level. But I mean, there's also the double-edged caveat that in a lot of cases with mixed race people, they face different malignancies and abnormalities that result from the genetic composition. I mean, obviously, some of the same things come up in homogenized people, but it's far less common.
Do you think that the mixture of races in America is why, unlike other countries that seem to be able to come together as a nation when their government is trying to pull a fast one on them, America can't seem to do that?
I think that America is doing it as best as we can. The issue with our two-party democratic system is that you're voting for moderate, Republicans, which are what moderates were like 30 years ago, or you're voting for liberals, which is like.
Well, no, I get what you're saying. What I'm getting at is, like, if you look at other nations, other countries, one thing that they almost all of them have in common is they're all they all have this practice the same religion, they all have the same culture, they all have the same background, they all have the same history.
Here is.
Hold on, Snowman. You're gonna have to give an example because that doesn't always apply to
I was
every.
going to say that's pretty broad.
Well, I'm just saying. You look at places like France, for instance. Most of the French are all French. They all practice the same religion. They all, they all have.
That's not true of modern France.
That is not true. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Not as modern Europe.
Well, you also got to understand in America, because of the freedoms that we have, like people literally will say, "Oh, they're just trying to divide us," or they're trying. It's always some conspiratorial BS that's thrown in there.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, like, in America, we have 150 different religions that we practice here. For instance, I mean, a lot of countries that they can all get to come together under religion, some kind of ideology of some sort, where in America everybody has a different something.
Check the private chat.
It's a rough question.
If you understand what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I kind of get what you're saying. I guess the way
it's kind of.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say, Snowman. I think the question that you're trying to ask is a little too broad. I get what you're trying to say, saying that we're much less unified, but there are multiple factors on why that is.
Well,
at least for America,
I also would like to make the argument that, I mean, to a certain extent, we're more unified. I mean, here's the thing: when you look at like the cultural unity of other countries, obviously they're more intact, especially when it comes to like their ethnic backgrounds, when it comes to their cultural customs,
right,
especially in Europe. But
that's
in
what
those countries, it's so embedded, the practices of a mixed economic strategy and what sectors the government has control of, that there's no real way that they can convince their parliament or whatever other cabinet is in power to actually enact change based on what the society wants. England's a very good example of that. There's a very loud vocal majority against immigrants. There's a very loud majority against transgender childcare, the cash report, among other things. And there's very little reform to be had because the government's obstinate to it, as it's not what the regime has deemed acceptable. Whereas in America, even with our rigged political elections, I mean, America voted right wing. They voted Trump in. Trump was at least able to close the border to facilitate the wants that we had for the immigration crisis. He was able to reopen our gas lines, so that we had gas available to us after, nationally, after what Biden did by closing it down and forcing us to outsource. I mean, we are able at a societal level in America, at least, able to have actual systematic change, like, how we overruled Roe v. Wade, among other things, regardless of opinion on it. We're actually able to influence our legislature in a unified way, whereas other countries may be more unified than us in a cultural aspect, but we're actually able to have government reform where they're kind of locked away from it.
Okay.
What are we looking at on this chart?
We're looking at
This
a genetic
PCA plot.
Yeah, this genetic PCA plot. So I remember because Notlos is the only person that's actually disagreeing with us, but refuses to get up. So I'm basically debating somebody in a chat.
I mean, Notlos wants to come on stream. I'll debate him.
Yeah, but he
never will.
He will not come on.
He won't.
He never will come on.
Not Law's a great guy, but he is.
I've got him to come on stream one time in the entire time I've known him.
How did he talk?
He sounds like a fairly normal person, to be honest.
Okay, good.
I've played some games with him on Discord. He's actually pretty chill. He's actually pretty chill. He's definitely
In
a
a chat.
leftist.
Yeah, he
had the
he sounds
same
more high
idea
strung in the
about
chat than what he
something
really
being
is.
bred in circus. I don't want to, but without context.
He seems like he's
bred in
so bred in
circus.
circus.
Okay, so
Oh my God.
intermixing breeds out genetic redundancies. So over years, thousands of years, and without getting rid of, let's detach Homo Neanderthal and other groups. Let's stay on the Homo sapien track, because if we go that far,
So hold on,
that's
just
a different
before we go down
conversation.
the PCA, an example of what he was talking about, I guess, a supporting argument is that similar areas that were inflicted by the Black Plague in different categories where they otherwise wouldn't have bred due to population sparsity, it ended up breeding with each other after the Black Plague due to the amount of population loss, and it did build immunity because so many different antibodies were involved in trying to treat it at a genetic level so that other people after the fact didn't get it. Obviously humans adapt to diseases among other things to try to keep them out of the pool. So I mean, you can definitely intermix to have resistances against those sorts of redundancies like laws claimed, but there's also drawbacks to that just due to how they intermingle in the first place. I mean, it's whereas you're able to breed those things out, you're also breeding new things in.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, one of the big things with how race is identified is people don't understand how non-diverse Europeans are in comparison to Africans. Africans are the most diverse race in the world. This is a genetic distancing map, which shows the distance between just these groups alone: the Middle East, Europeans, Caucasians, Jewish people, Turkic, and Iranic, right? And it's color coded, so it's very simple to understand. The Azerbaijanis, the Iranian Fars, the Persian.
Hold on. I have an interjection.
The Assyrian.
Damn. Okay. Damn. All right. Nobody can talk shit on Not Laws. I'm not. I won't do that. Not Laws. Not Laws just sent me a picture. Homie's a fucking ripped Chad leftist. All right. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna tell you, his bicep is fucking massive.
I don't think that's him. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I'm gonna be honest.
I'm just saying. I won't. He asked me not to share it around. I won't do that because I don't do that shit. But he is a fucking beast.
I don't think it's him. I think he's LARPing.
I got more respect for you now, Not Lost. That is dude's fucking bicep.
I think you're gullible as fuck.
All right. So, anyways.
Yeah, I was about to say that sounds like a LARP.
Outside of that, whatever this is. Yeah, I mean, North Africans alone are so distant that the North Africans are more distant than the entirety of Europe. And then you go to the Horn Africans. I mean, this doesn't look little, but this is Europe. The orange is all of Europe, right? Russians are completely distant. They're closer to the Turks, and they're closer to the Asians because they're more Asian.
Yeah, Eurasia.
Yeah, that's why the Russians have black hair. It's a non-white gene. But they're all extremely close in comparison. And that's why when you talk about Jews, they're just a mixture of Arabians and Europeans. That's where Jews.
Yeah, they fall right in between.
Yeah. Right. So North Africans alone have more distance than the entirety of Europe, or almost the entirety of Europe. Russians just hit that precipice between Egyptians and the Berber Mars. And then you go here and you see the Horns and the African Madagascans and even the Australians, or the East Africans, the West Africans, the Pygmies. These are all so diverse. To bring this literal genetic experiment into such a homogenous racial group is ridiculous. I mean, the Africans even knew to separate from each other. So why would you want to racially bring together races in this grand experiment? We don't do it with other species. Why would we do the most complicated brain structures in the world? We understand that the human brain is different between races, whether it be by gray matter or human brain physiology. We've identified these things.
Well, I think the original experiment was to bring the best and the brightest from around the world to America, and we've kind of swayed from that.
I mean, if you want to talk about the genetic diversity thing too for breeding out redundancy, an example of that not working is actually the American black populace. they've been subject to a lot of interbreeding, especially because slaves went to different areas. There's Haitians that bred with the French. There's sects in America that bred with different marginalized classes of white people, like the Irish, among other things. They're completely far separated from actual African counterparts, right? That's why Black Americans are classified as African American. But like when you look at like all of the difference in breeding and variations and stuff, just due to the cultural history of it, what you very quickly find is that Black Americans are subject to a higher rate of heart disease, of which we are having trouble finding an identifying cause for outside of just genetics in general.
Heart disease is racist.
Yeah, heart disease is racist.
Yeah, guys, it's racist to identify the difference between race. Although, I don't know if you guys notice this. You ever been outside and you see some black woman or black guy and their skull is literally different?
Yeah.
Say what now?
I mean, it's not even like literally just look at it. I mean, I'm not making it up. Just go into any city in America and a quarter of them have a different skull than us.
I'm gonna tell you this now. It's so fucking gay that you telling me I got to stare at another man for God knows how long.
He
I'm not
isn't
doing
lying
that.
though.
I'm not lying.
I know. I'm not saying he's lying. I've seen it. Not staring at another man.
I can't believe some people haven't seen it. Like I'll talk to people and they're like, I haven't seen it.
That's kind of like you can tell when when you're around a bunch of white inbreds because they all got fucking blockheads,
No,
man.
some people are genuinely just that dumb.
Yeah, well, they're absolute. Most of them are lying. Most people are fucking lying.
Yeah, most of them are lying. I don't think people. I genuinely do not think people are stupid. I think they know what they wanted for. They're just not slick about it.
So this image is me when we have the revolution against the Bolsheviks when we have to deal with not laws.
When we have to deal with not laws, and he realizes that Ziva's included in ACAB. Commies, when
Not
they
laws is-
realize their alt girl officer has to administer their poison at the gulag.
That sucks that the girl from NCIS has got to go though,
So true.
because she is sexy as fuck.
Anyways, yeah. Snowman, what was your original point when it came to your question? Like,
oh, sorry,
it was about
you asked like four different questions.
Well, it originally premised from the video. It was about it's basically I'm just asking, is being prejudiced, is it really a survival mechanism?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what he was getting at. I mean, is it less about racism and is it more about survival and instinct?
I would say, like, looking at it from.
I mean,
at
it does.
least,
It depends on the person. It could have a little racism in it.
I don't
but
have the
doubt it.
sources. I mean, I don't have the sources on hand, but I would say
I
from
do.
like, I guess, just a general layman's perspective, it would only make sense that it would be somewhat of a survival mechanism, just going off of how evolution occurred between Africa and Europe.
Check the
Europeans
Photoshop.
were very, sparsely populated, separated out, very, to their own devices, and that's why we evolved, in the way that we did to adapt to the environment surrounding us. We weren't really so involved with one another, and when we were, it was typically at times of warfare or competition or invasion. When we were dealing with the surrounding places surrounding us, it was a very tribal sort of society, whereas in Africa, they were very on top of each other and constantly intermingling. Sub-Sahara is a little bit of a unique case, but especially in North Africa, there was a lot more intermingling with one another, whereas it would only make sense due to how little we saw each other, let alone any other race, that it would probably be a survival mechanism to indicate that, yeah, this person's from a different tribe, I should probably be apprehensive.
Fair enough.
And that's not even like, and to be clear to like everyone in the chat either, I'm not a wignat, I'm not a eugenics retard or anything. I just like, I think that there's a very fair acknowledgement for the concept of race. Like, it's
Do you think
definitely an
racism and
existing
prejudice are
scientific factor?
Well, let me ask you this: do you think racism and prejudice are two different things, or do you think that they're the same thing?
They're the exact same thing. Racism not being lumped.
Yeah,
in with
racism is a
prejudice
type of
is
prejudice,
college
sir.
bullshit.
What do you mean by
Who
a
said
type
they're
of prejudice?
It's a very specific. You know how I said racism as a type of prejudice, whether it's for survival or not,
yeah.
doesn't really matter. It's
No,
like
it's
being more
definitely a type of
specific.
prejudice.
Yeah, it's a type of prejudice. That's all. That's it.
Well, we redefine
It's kind of
racism
like
as
it's like
being-
how
Well, to me, racism has always been to basically prejudge someone based on race, ethnicity, or religion, shit like that.
Well, we've changed that though to be based upon like marginalized characteristics.
Right,
That's
but see that's the
definition.
thing. We can accept that definitions of words change and evolve over time, but we can't dismiss the root definition.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the root definition of racism would encompass that it's a form of prejudice.
And we naturally have prejudice. The difference is we just don't look at it through color. Color's easier.
So let me ask you this: do you believe that do you believe that if, say, we all had the same skin tone and we were still to judge people, you think we would switch from looking at the color of our skin to like eye color and start to be prejudiced against that?
Absolutely. Any characteristics that
we would go by hair. Honestly, I think the next thing wouldn't be. I think the next thing, if anything, would probably be hair.
Prejudice and racism, I think, are tantamount to our competitive instincts for survival. Not to say like one way or the other, whether that's encompassing good or negative on the human psyche, but that's just an acknowledgement of our history.
Well, I don't think anybody disagrees.
I don't either. That was actually a pretty good discussion.
Yeah, no, I think it went well. I mean, I'm not even trying to optics cuck, but there was like a lot of ways that could have went off the rails on YouTube. So
we
did a good job navigating it.
Yeah. So why are you
talking about race is my thing, man?
The person who said they're not a eugenics retard. I am a eugenics retard. What's the issue with eugenics?
It's more so just down to like the whole IQ gray matter thing. Like that, it's definitely an exorbitable. Wait. So it's definitely an exorbitable characteristic. I'm not denying the science behind it. It certainly is, not only observable but probably more empirically provable than other methods or speculations on the matter, like socioeconomics, among other things. Environmental learning versus genetic learning. I think that it's definitely true that we all learn genetically. I just think that the focus being on in eugenics a lot of the time is one being superior to the other, whereas just solely observing natural hierarchies, I mean, even of people in your own race, at a broader definition, obviously, because whites are a very broad term, you're not going to have the same cognitive abilities for reading. You might not have it for mathematics. You might not have it for IQ. You might not have it for a ton of things. Eugenics comes down to just your general genetic background. I don't really think it's relevant to race so much as just your genetic heritability.
Okay, because I while I do believe in eugenics, I am not a racial supremacist. I think our we evolved our genes for specific living conditions. So I don't believe in racial supremacy. It's kind of weird.
I believe in neo-eugenics. I don't believe in old eugenics. So I believe that gene editing is something that we need to start normalizing.
Get your dumb ass out of here. Get your dumb ass out of here. Get that unhuman having ass out of here.
Yeah.
I do not want no AI. I do not want no AI babies.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know what you mean. You mean gene editing?
Yeah, CRISPR. It already is. It's the technology's advancing precipitously, so it's a good idea.
I would love to have some super highly advanced genetically engineered Negro slaves walking around.
Have highly advanced
actually, hold on, sorry, one more thing. Orthodox, you asked to further elaborate on what I said earlier too. I'm more concerned with the matter of cultural incompatibility. Obviously, not all cultures are compatible, and I just think the gaze of it is more so put on the social drama behind race. You said blacks are inferior, whereas the focus should more fall on being cohesively able to say in society if people can integrate and if people can't integrate, and physically removing as needed.
Okay, I more or less have to agree with that, except for I do think that the genetics affects your ability to think.
Oh, I mean, it certainly does. That's what I said. It's an observable factor. I mean, if you have less gray matter, you're less percept to, being able to do certain calculable activities mentally. I just don't think that IQ is a metric enough to go off of to actually determine someone's use case in society. Many people would look at the IQ disparity between Africa and America, for example, right? And they'd be like, oh, well, all these people are useless. But it's like I said earlier, you know, there's unskilled labor, but there's also, you know, different higher forms of, you know, labor and skills and trades that don't exactly require like full-on NASA level intelligence. You just need to be able to do basic activities in a concise manner, and so long as you can do that, I mean, you can contribute to the economy. So I don't
John.
have any reason to care.
Well, I have to say I agree with you wholeheartedly there.
Yeah, John, I have to remind you, it's 1 a.m. Bread and circus.
42 minutes. I have it pulled up on the second monitor.
So you did the calculation wrong. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, I was just going off the hours.
What's the poll?
15-12 because one of the second no
And then
votes doesn't count.
two is removed, so it's actually 15-10. He's getting banned. Let's go.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I gotta vote on that shit.
Yeah, Bumpkin, vote yes.
Of course I'm gonna vote yes. Man. Fuck you.
It's fucking
Wait, actually, I think you already did vote. Yeah, you already did, Bumpkin.
I got
Already
one
voted?
more video I want to show you guys, and
If it has white people feeling bad about slavery.
do what?
Is it going to be
White
race
people feeling
related?
bad about slavery.
He was masses
Yes.
and shit.
It is going to be race related.
All right.
That's what this is about is race relations.
Can we stop? Can we stop talking about?
Yes,
Not
please.
gonna lie, I'm kind of with Joe on this one. We've been talking about this shit all day.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah, we talk about it every day.
We talking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can we get a break?
Yeah.
Fine, I'll find something else.
Nigga, get a break.
I'll
Give
find
a
something
nigga-
else. Give me a second.
Let a nigga get a.
Should we
Let me-
nuke our stream and play Kanye's new song?
Yes, do it.
No, hold on.
Let a nigga get a.
Not yet. I'm okay with doing this, but not yet. Okay.
Let a
Orthodox,
nigga get a
put up a poll between Gar, Angry, Jacob, and John. We're going to finish this out. See who wins. Who gets the fucking $30?
I'm gonna get my win stick. Yeah.
If John wins, he's investing where I'm.
Wait. So are me and Jacob on the same team, or is this like a
No,
four-way? Are we doing two
It's
v twos?
a free for all, sir.
Oh, okay, cool. I definitely
Free
got
for all,
mine.
like a real. Like
Well,
a
this
real
is the final vote. So whoever wins this poll in Orthodox Guy's YouTube chat right now wins.
Okay.
The entire-
You
Okay,
get
I'm down
a.
for that. That's
By the
fair
way,
game.
but before you make a vote, you get a free rim job if you.
You get a free rim job.
So.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're really going all in.
Yeah.
You're really going all in. You're gonna clean my pipes too. Ooh la la.
I'll shaft the balls too if you make
Damn
it worth
white.
my time.
Damn
vote
honey,
for
I'm gonna have to ship you back to China. Apparently, the white man decided to.
Guys, King Shenard called
The
me.
white
dude.
man
I don't
stepped
know
up.
how
He's
I'm ever
rimming
gonna
now.
Recover from
The white man rimmed up.
The white man.
Pause.
All right, wait. So are
What the fuck?
Hey,
That
yo.
reminds me. You know those buttons on the shirts like flannels? That looks like what his tongue is or his lip.
It just looks like a collection plate that homeless people have.
Yeah.
Or at churches, the basket.
You fucked up the poll. It's John and John, not John and Jacob.
What the fuck, dude? Wow, you really push it against me, huh?
Okay, second John is Jacob.
Hate in the air, dude. Hate in the air. Well, we don't know.
Man,
who
me and
the
him
fucking top
always
is.
get lumped in together somehow. How does this shit even happen?
Not gonna lie, y'all kind of
I'll restart. I'm playing.
No, you're fine. It's fine. I'm fine debating with him. Okay, he's my little butt buddy. He's my secretary of defense.
That sounded rather homosexual.
Yeah, it's always gay with the Anglos, I swear.
It is.
Anglos are superior to every.
I am really
Why
starting to
do
believe
you-
the Anglos are the ones that created gay.
Why do you? think
I
we
agree with
conquered?
Maeve.
Why did the
John
British
Jacob
conquer everything?
Jingleheimer Schmidt.
We needed some brown butt. All right, that's why we conquered. That's why we took India.
Some
That
porn
does-
bomber tried to porn bomb us with some brown woman titties today. They were kind of nice tits. I'm sad we couldn't show them off to the chat.
You're saying the brown girl boobies were nice.
Wait, let me see.
Yeah.
I want to see.
Every womb belongs
Hey,
to the white
Discord.
man.
You're such a gooner, bro. Your immediate first instinct was, bro, can I
Hey,
see?
Wait, no, let me see.
Bro, I need to see.
Let
I
me
need to
see if
see
it's
for
worth
research
colonizing.
purposes. I'm trying.
Yeah,
I'm trying to observe her phenotype. I need to see him.
Physiology. I have to study the physiology of brown women's breasts.
He has
so I
to
can
study the
put it on
physiognomy
a
of brown
PCA,
women.
A cup-sized PCA plot, and I'm going to use this part of my data.
Do you measure your skull with one hand, sir?
I have triple D cups, by the way. Just want to let you guys know.
You as a dude?
Yeah, No, I think they're F cups.
He's
now.
been to my house before. I had to like haul him upstairs in a
I
wheelbarrow.
wear
He's
a
500
bra.
pounds.
Yeah, I wear a bra.
Holy shit.
Okay, this has nothing to do with race.
He didn't dismantle it.
Who has the fattest?
This
who
is
has the
liberal
fattest
propaganda.
niggas
He
fighting
did not
on the fight?
Look,
dismantle the
don't
DOE.
even look at the tagline. I just want you to listen to the discussion.
Okay.
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 Your majors. Business, biology, elementary education. What shape is the U.S. Pentagon building?
Isn't it just a square?
Who won the Civil War?
What's the Civil War? So it's the civilians versus whoever was in power.
How many justices are on the Supreme Court?
Justices. So like when you say that, like you mean like the FBI?
Name 3 states that border Canada.
I didn't know Canada had a border.
What are your
Repeal
majors?
the 19th, bro.
Okay, so my question is hearing that and being that one of them was actually an elementary school major. Do you think the Department of Education needs to, if not be shut down, have some really serious overhauling done to it?
I'm sorry, one of them was an
Absolutely. I
educator?
think we need to drain money from it. They're throwing money into useless programs.
Hey,
and money
more,
laundering.
more proof. We need to privatize education. Just saying.
Yeah, privatize it. I'm not even like fully against the idea of like some subsidized education standards for public schooling. It's just the fact that like
No public schools. All private. It'll become public. That's the
I
concept.
like the idea of charter schools. I know my oldest son, he went to a charter school for the first 2 years we lived in Indiana. And it was actually, rather than funded by the state or federal government, it was funded by Ball State University.
Yep. This all works. It can all.
I was about to say, I think private schooling is definitely what should be the de facto. I just think public schooling should probably stay around for infrastructure reasons.
I don't know why.
I think public school is necessary just for the socialization aspects.
No,
Kids do learn a lot. Kids learn a lot
network-
of skills about how to socialize with each other in a school setting.
Not to mention networking. It's also real good for networking.
Oh,
I've
but private
ended up
schools
getting
are
a lot of jobs in high school just for talking to people. I think it's a good way for people to learn. It's like early college in a way.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I just think
How are
like
you
the
doing?
priority should just always be on private schooling. I think it's far more beneficial to fund schools through our own pocket rather than whatever the government's gonna fucking do with that money.
I agree, but on the same stance, I also agree with. I think it was Orthodox earlier when he stated, or it might have been Bumpkin. That if you make all schools private, then don't you think that would muddy the waters and what the actual benefits of going to private school that we have now?
No, it would not. It
No,
would
not
actually
at all. I
increase the
think
factor.
I think it would actually bolster the curriculum having more consumer activity in the private sector of schooling.
Do you think that the constant, the ability to create private, do you think the ability, since obviously schools in their various curriculums are going to be privatized, each one is going to be customized based on the ideology of the maker. Do you think this would create competition in a good way for ideologies to bounce off one another?
Exactly what I said.
Exactly.
Yes.
Do you not think that that's kind of redundant since we already have the internet and we do anyway?
No, it's not.
We need more
You
votes.
can.
We need more votes in the poll. More votes in the
Okay.
poll.
Teaching formalism, logic, and education can be done in a competitive stake. So if let's say you have a Satanist school that opens up, right? Here's a great thing we can do with the state. Have certain academic structures to prove that there is a success rate or something of the sort, right? Force these privatized schools to post statistics on what colleges their students go to. So 10% of students go here, 10% of students go here. How many do this? And things that are literally branched off from the private schools
So just
to the public
government.
Yeah, wait, hold on,
required
Jacob.
admission
That's the
rates.
same. That's the same thing as the public education system.
No, it isn't. Not at all.
It is the same. That it's the way that it's centralizing it's centralizing all of them so that they can compete with one another. They
Yes.
do the curriculums every time, they reuse them all the time, and they compete on whether or not excuse me, on whether or not they were actually be pushing the kids forward, and then they change the curriculum based on the ones that performed the best. Wouldn't that just be the same thing?
No, but you're not changing the curriculums. It's up to the corporation and the people who run the company and the school. So if there's a high efficacy rate on this specific math program for any group and all groups better than this group, and you enjoy that, then you can enroll your student into that school, or you
Well,
can go a district across. Also, you wouldn't have any regulations on districts. For example, you can't go to another school. You have to go to the one in your district, unless it's full, which never happens. You can't go across district. So if you have like a very high crime area, or you're a town right before another higher quality district, you can't just go to that school, unless you want to pay $50,000 today to be like an inner city private school kid. So there isn't enough competition.
And okay, second question: Are there any preventative measures that prevent the government from just co-opting these quote unquote corporations that you have?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, let's say, I don't know, lobbying's being done. They realize that these insert corporation here decides to, they're teaching their kids really well and they're producing really high end, I don't know, let's say soldiers for like some sort of war effort. Let's say the government decides to pour a lot of money into that school secretly via lobbying, and they decide to basically owning it by not owning it in a way.
That's not how that works. And that's not how it would be laid out. So you can't lobby to secretly pour money. The government gets audited. So that would be public information, especially if you have a contract with a company. That's Freedom of Information Act. And usually they actually just publish that anyway, based on your local municipality. So that's one thing that can be knocked out. Lobbyists, this is assuming this would never happen completely and properly unless we got rid of the lobbyist issue, which is the congressional transparency issue. So we have to acknowledge that most of my policies and ideas only work with a functioning system that goes back to pre-1970s America. So I'm not gonna say that this is going to work now. It will not work. It will get destroyed within the next 5 years if it were to be implemented.
If I had to give like the most conducive way, I think, of like current implementation in our system to solve this problem, I think it's like what I said earlier. Normally I wouldn't be like an advocate of like, mixing the economy between state subsidy and the private sector if unnecessary. But I think when it comes to schooling, obviously we have, our Common Core curriculum, which has, whatever efficacy rates, depending on district, but it's more so based in methodology. I think the maneuver that would be most smart and beneficial to us, at least at the current juncture, would be to leave, public school institutions in, obviously they're still going to be receiving government money and grants and, everything else. But, it's just going to be a matter of opening the private sector to being able to have domicile in the market over actually being able to open these schools.
This public schools should be rolled out over the course of 15 years or let's say even 18 years. It needs to be long. It needs to be a very, very long, slow process, right?
Well, what I'm saying is
I'm saying is subsidize. So, hey, the government can't send any more money to private schools unless it's for this specific reason. Subsidize schools to lower the cost of enrollment. That's it.
All right.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
That's it. You can't influence it any other way. It's that simple. Disallow the government or the Department of Education to use their billions of dollars in any other way. So, one, up the Department of Education's funding. And then two, use that money to subsidize private companies and their schools. And you'll see a lot more and better results.
Well,
especially with athletes, athlete schools are all private, which is what you're talking about military.
Wait, hold on, guys. Let Bumpkin get what he says out.
Snowman.
What?
You won,
Cash
buddy.
App is Angry Snowman 1.
Yeah. Why?
Boom. There you go. 1 second.
Boom.
Oh shit! I won.
Yeah. Congratulations, bro.
Yep. The poll ended up like this.
Like Snowman talked the least.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
John with 0%.
That's crazy.
Everyone hate. Well, to be fair, I didn't really get a chance to get my point out.
That's fair. Gar with 23%. Jacob with 23%.
Dang.
And Snowman with 53% of the votes.
Democracy really is a popularity contest.
Yeah, it really is.
We need a constitutional republic.
Snowman, just confirm that you got that for me real fast.
I bet I would have won if I didn't say I was black.
I think what caused you to lose was you said you were white. Man. Yeah, I got it, Bumpkin.
I didn't say I was white. You know what? Whatever.
I also love how people assume I'm right wing. Most of my public policy beliefs and what I would implement in government is completely center. I don't have a right or left wing policy position in government. What I personally
you are a capitalist, so I would rarely say that
Yeah.
you
I- what I-
economically you lean liberal for sure.
I literally completely like. Okay, my opinions don't matter. What matters is what I want in government. And what I want in government is very center focused, maybe even a little left.
You would actually be pretty right wing, because if you're talking about the political spectrum when it comes to economics, left wing would imply that you're advocating for government subsidy, whereas right wing would imply that you're going for free market practice.
I'm for both, so I'm center.
What the fuck? Okay.
I just said I believe in government subsidies.
Well, I know, but I'm saying like what do you mean by government subsidy? Are you saying like just generalized
We should
welfare?
subsidize, to an extent. There would need to be more regulations on it, but yeah, we still need welfare and healthcare for like disabled people. You know, you can't get rid of that. But we don't need public health care, by the way. We can, once again, we can bring back pre-1970s where healthcare costs were affordable. And
I think this stuff needs to be highly regulated, though, because right now the way it's running, it isn't working.
It needs to be less regulated. It's highly regulated right now. Let's watch the video.
Oh fuck yeah.
Oh, we're actually playing it. Okay.
Yeah, bro. We're duking the fucking stream.
Wow, we're just going to go ahead and nuke it right off the rip.
Oh man, I want to record this one.
This shit's crazy too. I've already seen it.
Just record it and then just snippet this part out.
There's a recording in the StreamYard homepage.
Oh yeah. I really do forget that.
Alright, you guys can hear it, right?
Yeah.
Then they close my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in a matrix. When I bust my nitrous, I am a cook. I like when people fuck on my dick. The shit that I post on Twitter, they telling me, hey, don't say that. How niggas can't see me in public, I'm driving an all-chrome Maybach. With all of the money and fame, I still can't
Now
get
pause
my
it.
kids back. With all of the money and fame, I still don't get
No,
to
if you
see
pause
my
it every 30 seconds, you won't get a strike. If you pause it every 30 seconds and then you talk over for a little bit, I swear you won't get a strike.
This is fair use. This is fair use. Okay.
Where's the fair use tag?
Fair use right now. This is fair use. Okay.
We need a tag,
This is
though.
fair use.
But so far, everything that he's talked about, I mean, is fair. It's the shit that they have done to him.
Yeah, I was about to say it's clear media
Niggas see my Twitter, but
media
they don't see
bias.
how I be feeling. So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
That's crazy.
This shit was hard as fuck. Wow.
Look at the captions.
I need to not sing along.
They
Bro.
don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
All right, pause it. See,
Bro.
I think we should actually just critique this video.
Okay, hold on. Just a second. I love how the captions say fucking.
I don't know if this is
Howl
real
and
or if we're
love.
being trolled.
Not gonna lie, I am offended by the lack of visuals. True visuals.
It is kind of lackluster.
Yeah, it's kind
Okay, guys, these are the original Swedish people, though. That's what Harvard said. So
I mean, that's true. This is true white supremacy. I guess
this is true white supremacy right here. These are the
Are you
real
saying white
Indo-Europeans.
supremacy was birthed by the Black Queen?
To be fair, kinda.
Have you ever heard of Cleopatra, bigot?
Yes, I have.
You're gonna have to show some evidence, sir.
What, that I've heard of Cleopatra?
No.
Yeah, did you hear that we were kangs?
Holy
okay?
shit, dude.
Times
What?
have changed. We're kangs. Okay, learn your history, bigot.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Form
my
of a
bad.
tap dancer. That's
But if we're all kings and we're all queens, then nobody's a king and nobody's a queen.
Okay, when you think about it, though, the real kings and queens was the welfare we made along the way.
Ooh.
I'm back. What? Sorry.
I can't. I don't have no catchy anything for that.
I'm not gonna lie. This is on my playlist.
Okay, it does go kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie.
She wanna fuck with Japan. I put the crumb on the bench. She reaching down
Wow.
my pants.
That looks like Shaq.
whiteface as a black man.
He looks like Shaq.
this is actually very humorous.
Can we like use this guy as a doppelganger in the Old Spice commercial?
Oh shit.
Bruh, this is
All right, play it. We're good.
The rim in the hands.
Yo, is that King Shador? Hold up. In the back corner, in the back left corner. Like,
Damn,
right
Shenard, you knew about this video dropping and you didn't tell nobody?
Right there. Is that him right there? Dang it. Right there.
I see him.
That is King Shana. Hold on, pull
He
up
knew about the he knew about this shit and didn't even tell anybody.
Oh, I think so.
That's nasty business right there.
I think so.
Let's go, baby. King Shana, it must have hurt his soul and pride to be saying this stuff.
Can you guys believe that Dave Blunts wrote these lyrics?
The what?
Dave Blunts wrote the lyrics.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, he did.
I can't put down. Yeah, I can't put down the Cup guy wrote Kanye's new songs. I'm not even joking. It's been confirmed. Dave Blunts even talked about it.
I'm surprised he ain't dead yet. Not gonna lie.
Oh, he actually went to the
apparently
hospital.
put down the Cup.
He actually went to the hospital. He couldn't continue the tour.
Well, you know, at least it makes it a little bit better that Kanye didn't write this.
To be fair, that does seem like something.
But this is definitely
Okay,
what Kanye
here's the thing.
wanted.
Like the beat and the flow got that Kanye to it. The lyrics do not. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like the chanting and the choir and like the orchestra and stuff, especially in the second half of the song, sound absolutely fantastic. That's definitely.
I think that's all the second half is that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's definitely a Kanye sample, but these lyrics, bro, like that's definitely Davies doing.
Y'all more tapped in than me. Jesus Christ, I ain't even know any of this shit. Anyway.
They got. How many of these people do you think were like paid, and how many do you think were like there voluntarily and paid?
To be fair, I think
Every one of them had to have been paid to been there.
No. What I mean is like how many of them do you think did it voluntarily to take?
None of them.
They're like, I'm fine
None of
doing
them.
this.
Not a fucking one.
It depends on where they're from. If they're from New York, every single one of them was like, nah, I'll say that. Have you ever seen black people reaction to certain demographics?
Yeah, you
From
ever
the
see
Middle
black people react to Jews in New York?
Straight up.
They should have been op number one when they found out about those tunnels. Okay, they should have been. They should have been busting down there like Blood Team 6.
I think they wanted to.
Yeah, they wanted to, but otherwise,
Oh shit! Hold on.
Actually, clap back.
Shador actually admitted it.
What happened?
For the
I think
first time ever.
I think he is admitting he was in the video.
My camera accidentally went off. I was trying to figure out who was sitting outside of my New York property.
You should get a property in Egypt, Shenard.
Yeah. Do you have a property in Egypt?
Oh, not this.
The fact that you said your New York property and not your house tells me that it's cap.
I think he lives in his basement, to be honest with you.
I think he lives in a dumpster, to be honest with you.
Well,
right
then that
outside of
means you-
Fidelity.
Well, then that means you get a free slave, sir, Mr. Dumpster Diver.
That's crazy work.
That is crazy work.
All right.
That's racist.
The code platoon.
Bro, that I can't believe he got a
Wow.
feature on this. Okay, you got a feature on this 80 years later. Okay, he's still
Bro,
balling.
I didn't even know he went into an actual speech.
Wow.
I didn't even know he did that, bro.
Bro, okay, he got a feature. Okay. He started this in 1939 and he's still getting features in 2025.
2025.
Okay, that's pretty impressive.
I wonder what his conception of this would be.
Bro, he
Oh,
would,
dude,
he
you
would-
know,
he would
as
know
narcissistic
stuff.
as he was, dude, he would be eating this shit up.
Bro, he would literally be playing this in Berlin as a sign of American support.
I keep having these dreams of an African man. I keep having these dreams of an African man singing about us.
And chanting, as if they were in solidarity.
who was the-
Chanting the Heil.
Who was the athlete that he actually shook his hand? The African guy. Who was it?
Oh,
yeah,
it was
what was the name
the
of that?
African
that?
guy that won the Olympics, yeah.
Yeah, not to mention that one African Nazi guy. I forgot his name.
Mutombo or some shit.
Mobutu?
Fucking.
Okay.
See, you can't even do it right. That's what pisses me off.
Do you guys think that wolf was ethically sourced?
He looks fake, kind of.
Yo, not laws.
That is wild.
Hey, not laws.
That was a
I
banger
think-
for the. How do you have 926 notifications?
That's not mine. That's on a Twitter.
Hey man, my wife bitches because my phone has
Holy
107 missed texts and 98 missed calls.
To be fair, I have 10K unread emails. I can't talk.
Okay, that's not that bad. That's
Dude,
an
I got
email
4,318 unread Telegram messages.
I don't use Telegram, so I don't know how many.
Oh, you like kids? Same.
What?
Oh, you like kids? I also use Telegram.
Yeah.
What?
Come on.
Wait, does Telegram have a lot of pedos on there?
Yes. It's
I did
literally-
not know that.
It's
Okay.
the epicenter.
I didn't know that either.
Discord was the.
It is literally Discord's bad about it. I'll put it this way, right? Discord's
that
like
was
Hollywood,
Facebook.
Telegram's like Epstein's Island.
I thought Facebook was the fucking marketplace for kids. That and Instagram.
No, not anymore.
Baby,
Instagram is-
$50 need money for crack.
Yeah, Instagram is for the e-thoughts. That's where you get all the hoes.
No, that's where the shit posts are.
Nah, man, I'm telling you, Instagram is nothing but a fucking a goddamn mail-in flyer or a fucking Sunday fucking coupon ad for underage kids.
What are you looking at, bro? My
get on
entire
Instagram.
I get on Instagram like on a new account. I boot up Reels and I see someone dying, and then I see Peter
Pedophile,
Griffin saying the
pedophile.
N-word
All
right
I
below
think
it.
we know what your priorities
Mine
are.
was, dude, all I had was pictures of my kids on mine.
Oh. Yeah, that,
The
that might have
comments
done
are
it. That
sitting
might have
there. They're
done it.
like,
Yeah,
"You
that
have
might
a
have-
beautiful family. Where are you from?"
Hey, dude, you know what's fucked up is there was one day I streamed. Me and the wife went to one of my son's after school carnival deals that they had, and me and the boy wanted to live stream, so I live streamed it. Me and him, doing what we were doing, and I ended up getting one of those creepers in the chat that said some shit like that while I was live streaming.
I forget what app it was, but like when I was growing up, sometimes we would like, I'm a little bit of a Zoomer, so we had smartphones. When I was growing up, sometimes when we were hanging out, like we'd live stream on like those alt platforms, not like TikTok or Instagram or anything.
Like Periscope.
Yeah. Well, whatever was on the App Store that was popular at the time because they all fucking, revolving door. We used to, so how it would work is whenever you'd live stream on the app, I forget what it's called, but it would like show like your GPS location of like there was people in your area, and like it was so creepy because like there would be days where like we'd like start up those streams and like, mind you, we're like 12 and fucking like you would just see like on the live stream like this person from chat is in your area, and it'd be like, oh, okay, cool. Now I get to keep an eye over my shoulder. Like at least it's not that bad. Okay, you
Dude,
could
that's
be in
why
a
I
much
won't let
worse
my 10-year-old son
circumstance.
have any social media.
Bro, I wouldn't let a fucking 16-year-old have social media. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Well, look, me and the wife have already discussed it. None of our kids will have it until they're 18 and move out.
Based. Yeah, it's kind of like me and my girlfriend have a similar arrangement for it.
Well, there's really no sense for a child to have social media. All it does is fucking add more to the fucking stress and drama that they make up for themselves.
Ooh, brain rot. That's really gonna help my kid excel. He can doom scroll for 15 hours.
I'm doom scrolling as we're talking, by the way, on YouTube Shorts.
Maybe
That's
the
ironic that you're saying
discussion
that.
for next stream should be the Industrial Revolution and its consequences on society.
It was a good thing. It was a good thing.
Uno momento.
The modern day robber baron era that we live in.
I have that in paperback too. I have the same one, Bumpkin.
Yeah.
Kaczynski's a good read. He's interesting.
Don't let Bumpkin lie to you. He hates Uncle Ted.
I'm not like a huge fan of Kaczynski or anything. I just think he has a lot of interesting comments, especially in regards to contemporary leftism, especially for his time.
I'm not even gonna lie, I've never read any of his books.
I think the chat is dead.
It is.
Good.
Oh crap! My man Napstar had hoes on his panel, and I missed it. Fuck.
He had hoes on his panel?
He had one OnlyFans chick, and I don't recognize this one lady.
Bro, what
Yeah,
kind
he
of
just
fresh
ended-
and fit shit is he live streaming?
Oh no, he does interviews. He does occult shit and OnlyFans interviews. I was on his panel earlier. That's why I said I was gone. We were talking about alien.
Invite me to this, guys.
I'm gonna
I know a lot
start
about aliens.
interviewing OnlyFans girls. My opening question: at what age were you molested?
I wanted to
I was over here chatting when you I was over here chatting when you goofies, and I could have been talking about random white women on the internet.
I wanted to
Whatever.
interview
You win some, you
person.
lose.
Yeah, you could have been getting like the fattest pogs you could
wanna talk
find.
aliens on this
Hey man,
channel.
chubby girls are all the rage nowadays.
All right, let's get this guy a ban. Can we ban Garrett?
I think next debate should be the flat Earth debate.
I think the next debate
We had
should be
that earlier.
fat bitches, bro. Fat bitches need to shut the fuck
There's
up.
a difference between fat and chubby.
You can
sir.
tell you were never down with the clown. You ain't no juggalo.
Oh no,
He couldn't handle all that. To be fair, he couldn't handle all that.
You're right. You're right. I can't handle it.
I think juggalos need to die.
That's the work we outsource.
It's horrible.
I'm gonna outsource all the chubby and fat women to the blacks. Okay, they can have them.
No, give them to the Indians. That way this.
Yeah, give them to the Indians now. We kind of ever since the
Well, they worship cows anyway, so I guess it works.
Yeah, not to mention ever since us blacks been getting more into football. We've been
Just send them to some Caribbean
Wait, Gar,
island,
you're
man.
black.
Fucking-
Which one's the black one?
Ain't nothing but land whales anyhow.
To be fair, I'm two different types. Actually, no, I'm four different types of black.
Oh, okay.
North African, West African, East African, South African.
No, I'm like three different types of horn and.
So what are you? Mild black, medium black, light black, and fucking black?
Probably medium black. Probably.
I have a real political question for you. Is it more demeaning to be called African American or black?
Neither, because I don't care.
African American.
To be fair,
I would think that me personally, I think that it would be disrespectful to call me anything other than American.
That is the case. Yeah. I don't
understand why. That's the thing that's always been lost on me. Why a certain group of people wants to separate themselves from the rest of the country.
Officer, that American over there stole my bag. Go get him. That's real fucking descriptive.
What color was he? Red, white, and blue.
No, I think that's honestly in court, like outside of court, like outside of like.
God damn it!
Outside of criminal cases.
Hey,
it doesn't
speaking of
make
red,
any sense.
That American over there dinged my car.
Hey, speaking of red, white, and blue, you
What
gotta
was
check.
his race? Red,
check
white,
out these,
and blue.
check out these DCs I just got, man.
4th
These
of
are
July.
fucking dope.
But see the black man's putting up shoes.
Tell me those ain't dope. Those are dope as shit.
Let me see you though. Let's see your face. Let's get that
I mean,
reveal.
Oh, come on. Don't make him face docs.
I mean, his face is on the internet.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I've shown my face a million times. I ain't scared.
All right,
I think them red, white, and blue DCs are fucking fire.
I have to get into a call.
Yeah, I think
We're-
everybody
I'm
except
waiting on
the
banning
Orthodox have shown their
somebody,
face.
I'm gonna go through the countdown. John, are you coming with?
Yeah, dude. Why wouldn't I show my face? Look at how glorious
John,
this
hop
beard
in,
is. I
hop
got.
in my server,
Yeah.
VC. Hop in my server.
Yeah.
All right, I'll meet you there.
Invite me to your server, VC. I want to have them too.
Invite him. Invite him. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can invite Bumpkin. I don't have you added. I'm just
Bro, I'm
looking
in.
at your post.
I'm in the other server.
No, I know, but I'm gonna add you on my main to invite you because that other account I'm literally just leaving on your server because that's the channel account.
Okay.
This one is separate.
What the fuck is the minions, dude? They all say right that the minions would have worked for Hitler, but they only work for bad guys. So how's that work?
That's funny.
Viva though!
Would they work for?
They would have been working for the Americans or something. I'm kidding.
Would they work for Stalin?
Yeah, they would.
All right, guys. Thank you everyone for showing out. Thank you everyone
right.
for coming out. Thank you, Snowman, for winning it all. Popularity is
I would
key.
also like an invite.
No, thank you guys for having me on and giving me your moldy money.
Peace.
I
Appreciate it.
enjoy being the stupidest person on air. I would love to attend again.
Well, you know what they say. You ain't gotta be smart. You just gotta be smarter than everyone else in your room.
Yeah. No, you got to be a fart smeller. You got to reek him out of the room.
I'm gonna hit.
Hey, dude, you want to know where you get the best farts? After a night of eating fucking Brussels sprouts, dude. The next morning you will have the kind of farts that'll clear a room.
Honestly, that's a real statement. All right. Well, I don't want to skip over the pleasantries and be rude. It was very nice being on the panel. It was a very fun time. I feel like Donald Trump. I'm an ambassador for myself. I'd like to attend again if I'm not shadow banned forever.
No,
yeah,
you're
you
fine,
guys
bro.
Take it easy.
Yeah, we appreciate having you, man. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, very very nice meeting you, gentlemen. Too. It was a fun time.
Bring another +1 besides Joseph next time.
No, don't. bring that Ma-
Actually,
well,
I have
don't
a
bring
really
that
fun
Marky
idea. Hold on.
motherfucker.
So I'm gonna run this by you guys. I do all this shit through my mixer. I have my mic connected to it. I have a couple of slots for like XLRs and stuff. A lot of the time I have like my girlfriend join me on mic. So I mean, if you would want to do that for the next panel, I can just plug in the mic and she can be on if she's around.
If she's okay with that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I
Finally, it's
mean,
not a
no, I
sausage
mean
fest.
it's not an issue at all. I was just asking. I didn't know if you guys wanted like
Oh yeah,
anti-woman stream.
No, we are not. We're trying to
What?
grow the channel. We're
What?
All right.
all four of the people on here with you. We're all in the StreamYard. We're all in the
Okay.
Discord. So I mean, we're trying to grow a channel and network. So if y'all got any projects y'all want to shill and y'all want to work together, just come in the Discord to be active.
Well, I guess I will shill. I'm working on a video for Demon Souls right now. That's gonna be done and edited in a few days.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be an entertaining one. So I'll be sure to let you guys know in the server when that comes out. And
What
I
the hell's
might
Demon
chill it on
Souls?
stream.
It's a great game. It's a great
I
game.
might chill it on stream. It's going to be funny.
And thank you to the cash warrior of the night, Wolfpack.
Wolfpack, you are the man.
He is the man. Thank you.
Wolfpack, you are an absolute trooper. Okay, everyone deserves nothing but. Sorry, you deserve nothing but the best from anyone. Okay, the next time the bitch turns you out of the turns you down at the nightclub, okay, just
Give me
send
her
her my
address.
way, and I'm gonna tell her what she's losing out on.
Did you
okay?
just say
You're
give
an
me
absolute
her
Chad.
address?
Tires on flat.
I'm gonna
Tires
go to
on
her
flat.
house. I'm gonna like key her car. I'm gonna bust her tires, and I'm gonna tell her she lost the best gentleman in the world.
Bumpkin's a daggum hobosexual. He'll be going from single woman to single woman.
Hey.
He's gonna pull a J Prince.
Hey, dude, I was a couch surfer for a lot of years.
Do you like use the cushion on the water, or like how does that work?
Okay, that's about it for us tonight.
I'm just gonna say, use your imagination, sir. Use your imagination.
I'm gonna hit this revive vid since we weren't able to see it when we
All
should
right.
have been able to see it. I'm gonna hit that, and then I'm gonna hit the.
I
end.
bet it's as gay as the drop vid.
It's not.
What, you didn't somehow superimpose your face on that hand?
Oh my god! Let's get him the fuck up out of here, dude. I swear to God. All right. All
No, it was
right.
fun, fellas. It was definitely fun.
And yeah, it was definitely fun. Definitely.
You know, the more us four get on a panel and have discussions, though, we do have really good chemistry with each other.
We do.
You guys got good chemistry, huh? What are you?
Dude, why do you got to be a faggot about everything?